Okay, we're ready to go? Let's start us out.
Yeah, Kenmore City Council special meeting, April 27th is now in session. Michael.
Okay. Welcome to day two. See the agenda in front of you. Kind of three components. The first two this morning were several council members identified these areas to talk about. Then we'll go to what we call a single agenda item. One or two council members wanted to talk about some things. We've done this in the past. And then the final session will be to take a look at your goals and decide what you want to do going forward. So that's a lot for today. Would remind us that last evening when we finished up, there was a thought that you could go ahead and indicate which of the four options are most at this juncture, most interesting to you as council members, and so folks are doing that. So with that, economic development and well, please, that's that.
Debbie has a memo about the ULI downtown panel report. Debbie?
I think the memo is pretty self-explanatory. This is just kind of letting you know that we did this process of bringing ULI in as with an expert panel. We brainstormed some ideas about how to stimulate the next phase of downtown development. We're anticipating their report in June when we present it to council and planning commission. So this is just kind of letting you know that it's in process. We haven't forgotten about it, and we'll be back in June.
Discussion, questions? Deborah?
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming the report will have more useful information. I found this memo confusing, unclear how it relates to downtown, no strategies. So I mean, reforest Kenmore, what the heck are they talking about? The Green Loop, 522 Bridge. I mean, these are just like word salad. So what is this?
Again, this was just based on the ideas, so what they're going to do now from when we met is put their ideas into a report, so there'll be more to come. So this was just kind
Yeah.
of telling you, these are some of the I would basically focus on those three categories and then ideas under those, so those will be fleshed out in the report. And then anything from the report, we can then include in the downtown element as well, so that's kind of how this report might relate to either developing a amended downtown strategy, because the downtown plan that was adopted in 2003 is, pretty much been implemented. So this is not the only thing. This is a tool to use for developing strategy. It's just one idea from a panel of experts.
And did they actually, I mean, are they gonna actually articulate the most important thing, which is we have a bunch of privately owned parcels on 181st and in Kenmore Village. How do we move forward? I mean, that's the crux of the issue. To me, I don't know.
Well, that was one of the questions that we
Yeah.
asked.
Yeah, okay.
Again, they had 2 days. This was just like a snapshot brainstorm, so they're not going to be giving us a very detailed and step-by-step report. This was just to kind of, from experts in the field, architects, economic developers, a whole bunch of folks, just to kind of, from an outside expert perspective, to take a look at it. Obviously, to move forward with more detailed strategy, you're gonna have to do more work. This is just one tool that we use.
Other comments or questions? You need to, and this is a process that's underway. As a timeframe, that's good.
It is. We're in the process of updating the comprehensive plan. We'll have a downtown element and a community character element. And so the downtown element will be adopted as part of this year's comp plan update. But obviously then going forward, there'll be more work to do in terms of implementing strategies or new regulations or whatever that might be for the downtown. So it's a process, you're right.
Other questions about Johnson?
With full understanding that we're gonna be getting deeper into it, but just out of curiosity, where or what is the Green Loop? Even just like geographically,
What is what?
the Green Loop?
I don't have the picture in front of me, so it was basically trying to figure out that, a walking area, whether it was on, defined paths or new paths that you could kind of get around the downtown, the larger downtown area.
Cool, yeah.
I think I would kind of hope at this point that next time we're really looking at downtown, we actually have a little discussion on kind of zoning changes that might need to be made to make things more viable in downtown. Cause I don't know if that's a sticking point with kind of redevelopment, but I feel like that has to be part of the discussion. I don't know if that's part of what ULI has discussed or not, but I hope that's something we discuss at some point as a council.
Well, the comprehensive plan sets the policies, the next level down from that is a strategic plan, and then from that then would be amending regulations. Excuse me, but that is not gonna be this year. So again, if we need to change regulations, whether that's around height, parking, density, design, you name it, we'll take a look. Actually, but if you remember, last year, we adopted regulations along for the TOD, which did increase density and height. We did not increase density and height in the downtown area, so we know that's a future thing to take a look at.
Thanks.
Don?
Two things. One question based on what you just said. Do I hear you correctly in saying zoning is not for 2024, zoning is a conversation for 25?
It will be a future conversation. We've got a big workload this year, so we're just not opening up those downtown regulations this year.
I've heard you say that before. I'm just confirming for my own
You
self.
heard it right.
Okay, and then the second thing is, I'm curious, how the key stakeholders and business and property owners were, did they self-identify? Were they invited? Do we know how many approximately there were?
I think there were probably, I think we tried to get a dozen or so in there, so, and this was kind of key property owners in that downtown area or outside that, so again, those specific, all this will be included in the report about who was invited to kind of give feedback, but we've tried to get some of those key property owners in that downtown area to attend and give their perspective, so we can try and figure out, what is their vision for downtown? Do they have the same vision that the city might have for transforming downtown? So we did invite them, some attended, some didn't.
So this is basically an amuse-bouche.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Other comments or questions on this? John?
Yeah, I'll just add, I've heard a lot of excitement about the Urban Land Institute, so, understood it's preliminary, but I think a lot of people are looking forward with what is to come, so, yeah, thank you all for picking this up.
All right. Property in the library, former Shell property, so we report on that, or?
I think a couple of council members were asking about what to do with that property. If you look at the Lake Point, financial plan, think about in 2026, we're selling the Shell property to help with Lake Point. So that's one idea. But yeah, if you guys have ideas or you'd like us to come back with a discussion about what to do with the property, we're happy to do that.
Discussion. Don?
I'd be okay if we were to move forward with selling it sooner than 2026 and putting the funds in strategic ops and having it available at some point if we do. When we do proceed with that point. So I think that selling sooner in 2025 is better than 2026. I think we should start planning for whatever we want there and how we want it zoned. Those dollars are real, and I do have concerns about the economic environment going forward beyond 2024. So I think we should try and start moving sooner than later.
John and then Jennifer.
No strong feelings on when we might sell, what that might look like, et cetera. But until it does sell, something to consider, harking back to yesterday with the excitement around restaurants and more places to eat, right? Another big idea Culver had, food truck court. Bring in several of those, give people places to eat, get picnic table style, go outside, paper towels are on the table sort of thing. Get a view of the water and, what is the current, water occupants, et cetera, but, I don't know, I think that could be a good way in, good economic stimulus for us. Check out that big box with people wanting more places to eat, and, you know, just to get too in the weeds on that discussion, I'm guessing one of the things inhibiting more places to eat is renting, right? So like, month in, month out, if you're gonna lease for a year, like, you know, you're gonna have to push traffic, gonna be a bigger distance than people wanna take, so having this sort of food truck thing might be a way around that.
Jennifer?
I just want to remind everyone that it's likely that we won't be moving it off the site until mid 2026. For the, you know, moving into the new operations center, so even if, you know, not saying we can't sell it beforehand, but just that we would want to at least be able to stay on the site until we can move into it.
Well,
Thank you, that clarifies it for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
We, recently had the Lake Point property appraised, and we just got it yesterday, hot off the press. But in talking to the appraiser, he said that one thing he's noticed in the last couple of years is, a drop in, commercial land prices. And, so if we sold it soon, we might, you know, we'd be selling it at perhaps a lower price, but, you know, maybe we can, if we let interest rates stabilize and let the market get used to the higher interest rates, then when new investment wakes up and wants to come back to the market, that might be a good time to sell the shell property.
I mean, I'm not opposed to selling the property. I would prefer though, that if we did, that we earmark those funds towards future, affordable housing development. Because that's what we were going to do with it.
Okay, other comments or thoughts on this? Deborah?
Yeah, we concur. With both of those statements, I'm fine with selling it. I'm fine with it going market rate. I really would like to have it, mixed use, so. And in the interim, I don't know whether in the interim we could do something like what Don's talking about to activate the space. That could be kind of fun. So,
Okay. Go.
Did manager first? No. You just went. Okay. Final thought is to whatever goes in there eventually, I hope that the height is still in line, that it would keep some kind of view and or vista to the lake. That's all I feel.
Okay. Other thoughts? So I'm hearing, yes, sell it, maybe don't necessarily be in a hurry to do it because market rates and so forth may be more favorable. If you slow walk this a little bit, you're also using the property. But there may be opportunities to do something there in the interim that would be interesting to the community that we're having, so that's kind of what I heard in this discussion. So,
Yeah, the soonest would be 2026.
yeah. Okay. Great. All right. POD update, I'm sorry,
I
yes.
do have one clarifying question. So when we were talking about Plymouth, they were gonna break ground this year, 2024, so what kind of changed there that now we're talking 26? I'm just curious. What changed with Public Works?
We were gonna, put Public Works up on the new property on an interim basis, like with, workforce and stuff like that. That's where they're,
Oh, but that would be, why do that? That'd be expensive. If
Yeah.
we don't need to do that. Okay, got it. Okay.
Anything else? Next topic, transit oriented district update, and the Associated Swamp Creek study. Nathan, you brought this up, I think. But I'm sure there's others that I think there are. So, anything from staff on this to start with?
no, I just think there were a couple council members, that were asking, oh yeah, I think it was Melanie and Nathan that were asking about where we're at with that, and especially as it relates to that Swamp Creek study, so. We've given updates in prior council members, but Richard and maybe you wanna give a quick refresher.
I can just to remind people that when the TOD regulations went into place, council kind of took out 10 parcels adjacent to Swamp Creek, kind of near the bowling alley area. So that a Swamp Creek study could be done. So those interim regulations are still in place and have been extended. And so Richard then, took on doing the Swamp Creek study, so I'll let Richard speak to that.
Yeah, so that assessment again was to take a broader look at the entire Swamp Creek basin. So we went up the main channel and also included Little Swamp Creek all the way up to the north end of the city on both of those primary branches of the creek. And we're getting near the end of that assessment, so working with Osborne Consulting, and we've actually collected new aerial imagery and data along these channels so that we can take a closer look at various parameters along the creek and conditions and encroachments into buffers. And we are applying the critical area regulations, I think most recently adopted 2019 and approved by Ecology. So looking at what are the existing impacts to those critical areas and buffers, and really I think it came down to about 155 properties involved in this assessment and looking at where would restoration kind of provide the most benefit, including that TOD area, but also including the rest of the creek as well, just to kind of see where would make the most sense to conduct restoration and spend our dollars. So again, we've collected all the data, the preliminary spreadsheets are kind of going back and forth. So I've seen the draft and we're making tweaks to that, but we have the list nearly complete and kind of getting the priority of those high priority properties starting to pop out. So I think within the next month, we'll have that ready to go.
Okay. Donna?
Yeah, I think my part of my question really does go to, it's a little closer to where we were talking about downtown. Do we have a plan? Do we have a vision of what it looks like in the TOD? Are we in some form of design, ideas so that we can present to the future developers that this is what we want to see here? I think our community would like to see that.
Just to respond to that, so the planning commission did make a plan about our vision for the TOD. And then when submitted to the council, there were some alterations and pause so that we could do these studies. My main question that I had regarding this was just an update on where we were with the survey. I'm familiar with the area itself, but also just I think when it comes to that plan, there is something there that we can maybe look into after we get those results and dive into a little bit more.
Yeah, I just want to say that, like, for me on this and why I bring it up, I think it's, as much as we've got that plan for the area that's kind of parceled out, I think it's incredibly important based on the feedback from our community that they know what we're doing in the underdeveloped areas in our city. A picture of it. Something. I get it, you can look at a floor plan, but like, and I talked about this at the retreat last year, I'm still there. I still can't, I have my dreams, my visions, all these things. But just as much as we're looking at the downtown area, I think we need to be comprehensive in that look. That's it.
Deborah?
Concur and build on that. I think, one of the hurdles that we had with the public, one of the many hurdles we had, was in the absence of knowing what a 6-story building actually looks like along the 522, people created their own image. That's an example of when you don't have a vision, people will insert their own ideas, whether they're correct or not. So I think I completely agree. We need to have, more visualization, not just words. But you've got to start with the words. So, yeah.
Valerie, and then
Yeah, my question was specifically, I think, for Richard, which is, if you could characterize those 155 properties, are they primarily privately owned? Are there opportunities there for the city to acquire land to do restoration? What does that look like?
It's, yeah, I mean predominantly privately owned parcels. I mean, there are several city-owned parcels along the creek, obviously. And all were analyzed for, you know, restoration potential. So again, when this question kind of came to my team, it was more, you know, we understand there was this kind of, the question about the TOD area specifically, but, and asked, you know, what can we do here? And you know, we start, you know, what are the possibilities of restoration and changing things? And, again, my response was more, well, we should look at the entire creek, and see, because there, you know, I think what we've learned, you know, I use the Culver assessment as an example is, you know, being comprehensive, looking at the entire problem and then prioritizing where, because I mean, I'm sure, yes, we can do stuff there and get improvements, but is that where we should start? And we found in the Culver assessment that it's not always, you know, what you think might be, you know, makes sense. When you really step back and be more strategic, you might find some things that make more sense to do first. And so that's really what, you know, my team's part of this puzzle is doing that component and coming back and just kind of laying out the whole big picture. And then, you know, planning commission and council can then decide where they want to focus those once they have, you know, all the information available. So I do know that, you know, when you look at the whole creek, are the TOD specific properties rising to the top? I don't know how, but you know, they're not, I think they're a little further down. There's definitely other properties that would be, you know, we could probably restore more area at less cost and get more benefit from it, you know, removing, you know, there's encroachments all along that, you know, we can restore wetlands and remove armored banks on residential properties that might be much easier to acquire and more feasible to restore first, and then tackle the harder properties later.
Just a quick follow-up question. Do you have a plan for public engagement to, you know, educate and pull in those landowners to work with the city?
Yeah, that would be, you
Down
know,
the
next
pipe?
steps, yeah, down the pipe. And again, in fall, council, you know, I know the culverts, and some of the projects really got the spotlight, but you also did, approve some reservation and conservation acquisition dollars in the swim fund too. And actually, I mean, I've already get phone calls from some owners that are asking about, you know, ways to, you know, I'm thinking of selling my house, in a couple years. On one of these properties, I got that call about a month and a half ago, and her property is actually one of the higher ones. She's one that floods. She's built into the critical areas. And so I'm like, oh, absolutely. She's like, I'm not ready right now, but in a couple years, I'm like, that would be perfect.
Right.
So yeah.
Okay.
Nigel, Rob, and Melanie.
Yeah, I just, you know, I appreciate the work Richard is doing and looking forward to that. I think, when we're talking about the TOD, I think it's important to recognize we don't own any of the parcels there. And I think the only publicly owned ones are probably the park right owned by Metro. If that's even in the TOD, I'm not even sure off the top of my head, I would imagine, but, you know, so we need to remember, we don't own any of that. We can't make anything happen. We can put in plans and then hope that things, you know, gel. And we also need to recognize that we're talking about an area that has one of our most kind of beloved and iconic businesses, the bowling lanes. And we've seen, you know, maybe it's just because I was there bowling last week, but they have a map that shows all of the bowling alleys that have existed in the Puget Sound area going back to like 1902 or something, and including all the closed ones. And, you know, we need to be cognizant that things that happen in that area to push redevelopment could inevitably lead to the closure of more lanes, which I think would be a real loss to the community. So just something to keep in the back of our minds, I think.
Okay. Rob and Melanie.
Yeah, the mayor mentioned the sensitivity to existing properties. I do have some, I want to follow up on this visualization idea. So like we've just recently hired a firm in the last year or two, hired a firm called Schemata to do a 3D visualization of what 181st would look like there, right? You know, along the 6700 block. Have we shown that to anybody?
No, well, it was in the downtown plan, in the draft, so yes.
Okay, all right. So if you haven't seen it, we'll have you see it soon. But it's a 3, so you take we took 181st and we did a 3D rendering of what it could look like it was built out to, the code. And so is that, I'm looking at Melanie and Deb, is that what you're thinking about for the TOD, where we would take the actual corridor and then do some 3D renderings that was built the highest and best use of the zone?
Yes,
Yeah, definitely,
Okay,
yeah.
if that's the
Same
case.
with the, not Bowl, Shell.
downtown.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and we want specifics on where, because the TOD is a pretty long stretch and it's just the north side of 522, right, Tony?
It
Yeah,
is.
And so if there was interest in that, obviously it would be probably in the tens of thousands of dollars for a firm to do those renderings, but if there's interest on the council to do that, we could bring it forward as an idea in the budget process and see where, if it fits in the next biennium budget.
Yeah, I guess if it's my turn now, I would say that's exactly what I'm looking for, and, or I think our community would like to see. And I'm fine with withholding the Swamp Creek tributary or, area without, what's the plan look like? Knowing we might potentially doing that work, so
Yeah.
those parcels that have been isolated out, we don't have to include them, and we can ultimately, whatever the outcome is of that. But I think it's incredibly important that we have that for our major urban parts of town, like the TOD and downtown.
We just need to be sensitive about, like Nigel was saying.
Yeah, wait, may I first, I heard that sensitivity. I heard that sensitivity. I think it's very important. Cities with vision make a picture. So you know where you're going. So the community has an understanding of what the impacts of what they have, what their properties are, and where they can go. I recognize that the community can say no, yes, but what does it look like if we do this? I don't want to be stopped from creating a potential of what we need for density, for economic development, for walkability, because people own land where they may potentially be willing sellers if they see where it can go. And we will probably end up having some places that take longer to fit into the vision because they are privately owned. We've had this issue with Lake Point, with just about every property in this city.
Yeah, if we did that, like, let's say we did the bowling alley, area. We would just want to make sure that we bring people like Lynn Briesel and Joanne Evans along, and so that they don't come to a meeting and wait,
Yeah.
what? Or they hear about it on Facebook or something. We would just want to bring them on early so that they're not surprised or anything like that.
Absolutely. Wait, and I feel like, I open this little piece here as we're in conversation. It's okay for me to have some dialogue throughout it. Is that acceptable? Like, just in response to what Rod said, I don't want to be breaking protocols. I just want to say, absolutely. I think we're a mindful city. I've also heard rumors of certain properties in the area potentially being willing to sell. So I think it's very important to bring them in so that we don't have surprises. I trust and have faith in our staff to do this in a community friendly way. I also just think we need a vision, like literal vision. Talk about it in all sorts of elements of the world, and when we kind of can visualize something, you can check and adjust along the way.
Okay, Debbie and then John.
Sort of in that larger thinking about things, it's like what council wants to focus. Is it on Lake Point? Is it on the downtown? Is it in the TOD? Where do you want to focus the city's efforts in trying to get that change and vision? So I would kind of ask for some direction, not now, at a future time. Also in the TOD, I asked Sam if there have been any developments that have come in under the new TOD regulations, and there is one for 55 units with 6 affordable units. So it's not that things aren't happening, it's just that things take time once regulations are adopted, and you have to kind of make sure then that they're only going to happen when it's market, when the market is time to be right. Unless you do something where the city either intervenes and buys the property and does something, but whether the city should be in that, redevelopment business all the time is to be determined. So I would ask that we can also provide visuals of other areas where there has been TOD development to kind of show the scale of buildings without making it property specific. That's another idea. Unless there are willing, the people going, we are interested in redevelopment and, how can the city help you? We can maybe show you a visual. So again, there are many different ways to look at this, but I think it's also should be considered in the context of where does the city want to focus its time and effort and resources.
Okay, John, Nigel, and Samantha.
Yeah, so one tool in the tool belt on the visualization, how people see it, how tall would it be, sort of front. And it sounds bananas, but it's easy to implement. I've done it. Augmented reality, you can plot, hey, I want a 4, 6, whatever story building here. And what it lets you do, you can pull it up, your camera on your phone, you can span around like, okay, that's how tall that would be, et cetera. I think in the case of Plymouth would have really helped put some context over it, like, no, we got the Spencer, we got, the Flyway, the other big buildings happening over there, and potentially talking about doing something big at Lake Point that I think would be comparable. For some people who can pitch 10 to 20 story condos, an idea. But knowing the height sensitivity and other things, obviously you want to be thoughtful about what that model looks like, but as a tool to start sizing this stuff up for everybody, it's something to consider.
I can see it now, we have a community gathering where we give everybody AR goggles. And while walking around the downtown, like something. It sounds cool.
Nigel, Samantha, and Melanie.
What was I gonna say? I think I'm possibly a little concerned about, making visualizations of everything in the highest and best use, because we know in reality, development doesn't happen that way. Nobody's gonna come in and just build a whole thing directly to as big as possible. And I think, that could also, I think, freak people out a little bit, unnecessarily, because even if we were to allow, densities that, if they were completely built out, might be out of scale. In reality, we're gonna see parcel by parcel or groups of parcels. We're not gonna see a whole thing go usually. And I think we need to be realistic about that. I mean, I think that's part of why people were, at least, what I was hearing during the public comment, when we had the Missy Hill hearings. You would have thought every house was gonna be torn down and built, a triplex, which wasn't what was gonna happen. It was gonna be probably one block over a decade. So I think we also need to be setting some sort of realistic expectations on what it actually theoretically, realistically could look like versus like, here is if everything was built right now, because that's not realistic.
Samantha, Melanie, and then Stephanie.
To add on to what Debbie was saying about TOD, so we found that developers are saying that the TOD regs, since they've been modified, are challenging to follow. Also, we've noticed a trend from townhomes that we thought would never stop, that they have slowed down quite a bit, and developers are pivoting to multifamily. Mixed use remains very challenging, just to get tenants. We saw in the Link building how long it's taken to get those small spaces filled with businesses, Flyway. And so, yeah, so we have developers who really want to work in Kenmore, who really like Kenmore, but the properties, getting the properties together can be challenging as well.
Yeah. Melanie, Stephanie.
If economic development turns out to be one of our priorities, I think it's absolutely important that we move forward with some sort of visual plan that we can adhere to. I think that what we're talking about here does fit into that if it's a priority, whether it takes 2 years to get there with a few of these plans, but to get this in motion, get some contractor to help us with these concepts, to demonstrate to our community that we're going somewhere, I think is incredibly important. Also, public comment has consistently stated that downtown and TOD area is where they want to see the density. So I think it's fairly safe to isolate that and make sure that there's clarity there. I recognize the importance for community engagement and working with the property owners, letting them know they don't have anything to be afraid of, but this is what we're looking for. And I would ask, what have Woodinville, Bothell, Kirkland done to get here? To get the things that our community wants. They had that plan, they had that vision, they had to say, these are our own properties. How are we gonna get from here to there? And consistently, we have members of our community come forward and say, hey, we would like to see something like that. Maybe we want lower heights, we might have some nuance that comes through. But consistently, these things are what our community is asking for. So if they can't see it, they're going to say, what are you doing about economic development and actually housing? Which we all care about. And I think it's really important that when we talk about housing, affordability is important, but we are not in control of the market value of housing. We need housing though. Thank you.
Stephanie, then John.
I was just gonna add that when we did the renderings, we had someone do the renderings for 181st, and that was the main, that was, if you remember, was Rod Stevens, and the Main Street concept of 181st is what kicked off those conversations, and then we went to Samada and asked them to render it, but the key difference there was that we owned the post office property. So when we were having those conversations, I felt more comfortable in terms of this conversation and bringing the community along, where we could say, we actually own the post office property, so here it's rendered to a, mixed use with height, and that might prompt further redevelopment of that 181st Main Street concept. I think there's kind of a way to do it that will bring people, folks, if you start with property you own, or, or where you have willing partners. And so I just would encourage us, if we think about it, to kind of do it in stages. And I felt like that, it's just, and to Debbie's point, we're starting to, show some of that and move that forward, but also do it kind of thoughtfully, and to bring folks along and get the community engagement, and also, and the vision, I mean, it shows pedestrian parklets and height, and a lot more like pedestrians on 181st with a kind of walkability zone, Main Street.
And John, then Samantha.
Yeah, I want to zoom in on the difficulties we had with the flyway and finding the tenants. Is that just, it was hard to find, you might have said it and I might have missed it, but is it just, it was hard to find like the market and the companies that were interested, or was it more logistical, getting everybody together? I want to make sure I understood that.
And I might have some history on that, so we owned the property that property at one time, and as a condition of development, or a condition of sale to Main Street, we said, hey, we want commercial down there at the same level as the hangar. And they said, no, we'd rather do residential. And we said, no, you're gonna do commercial. And they said, oh, okay. And they didn't think they wanted to make the whole thing residential, especially down there. When we insisted, we said, no, commercial. But that is an example of the city trying to force a market. And it's the flyway was probably finished in like 2019. So 5 years, those spaces have been vacant. So the developer probably knew the market better than we did. And so they have been actively leasing those 2 spaces for the entire 5 years. So it is a case where the city tries to force a market, and maybe eventually they will get leased at location. So,
Okay. Samantha, then Valerie.
I got a couple more things, sorry, I got 2 more. I also think piece number 2, this plays into part of our economic strategy that we've been pursuing, talking about for a long time, is this Carolyn Point, this sort of tech office, Lake Point, like what that might look like. I've said it before, but I think good to sort of reset expectations. Like a lot of that market changed with COVID. There were a lot of investment, people like, oh, nope, we're not doing that anymore. It's, people working from home, it's part-time shares, like that sort of stuff. So, it'll take some time to sort of knead that into our planning and see how the market itself shakes out. But, I just want to bring up that because obviously I think that's been sort of the big piece that we've been looking at. And piece number 3, maybe this is a good time or maybe this is just like later, but like, could we talk sometime about like what like past economic studies have shown or looked at, or like how has that gone? And I was looking at my watch, I'm like, we got 7 minutes left for 9:45, but I don't know if that's something we could dig into.
So, I won't worry too much about time just yet, because we got some things. I don't know the answer to that question. Someone else might, and that might be an additional conversation. Let's kind of round this out before we kind of go that direction to Samantha and Valerie, and then we'll check on our time. And in the meantime, ask economic studies.
can we try to together?
Okay, yeah, 2 things. One, there are some tools out there to help with for people to understand the zoning code. There are programs, I sent you a link, Rob, that we've been looking at. It is it's a function of GIS, but it's more like answering the question of what can I do with my property, which we get a lot. So there are tools out there that we can invest in. I don't know a whole lot about them. But we're starting to look into them. The second thing, I just wanted to build on to what Rob was saying, that another example is the 25 Degrees property. So the old auction, so that is 276 units, all market rate condos, 5 buildings total. And they built the park on the corner because they didn't want to do mixed use. They just said, we can't, that's not our like, we can't fill the space for mixed use. Like, we'd love to get more units in there above. They said, but in that requirement, because that portion is zoned downtown commercial, whereas the rest is downtown residential. And they said, we'll just leave it as a park, we'll build in downtown residential.
Valerie, Rob will comment on prefix and then Melanie,
Go ahead.
you all.
I just want to argue that, rather than forcing the market for the Flyway property, I would say that that was a, fairly visionary placeholder. I think that we were interrupted by, COVID. I think we should factor in the COVID piece of the timing of that development. And also whatever is going on with pricing there. Again, I would argue that that is an essential placeholder for where I think the city is going in terms of mixed use. And I also think that had they, the developer or the city, pushed for a pedestrian square where now there is a parking lot and those, commercial building, that retail space was facing a walkable spot rather than cars parked in, they would do better. And I'd like us to think about that in terms of the, post office property, that we think about that as being, a walkable square, you know, beginning with this town square idea where parking is, not holding the space where people should be.
Rob, Melanie and Nigel.
Past market studies, yeah, so we've done economic development strategic plans in the past, in many years, but when we did those, we hired a consultant to do market studies. So I think the last update was it?
2018.
Yeah. So I think we did a market study back then.
Yeah, any high level key findings, like, is there any way to, you know, distill that down?
I think I read it, but it's been a while.
We can certainly look at it, yeah.
Okay. Melanie and then Nigel.
Yeah, first, I want to concur with John and Val's points. I think COVID definitely has had an impact. I mean, that is really good. I like, and I think, John, you moved into the area that I was trying to get into, like with the economic, like, do we have the population and business? And what I was thinking is, do we have enough businesses or that foot traffic that Valerie was talking about to support these businesses? And I think that's lends itself into why I think we need a more concrete, well, how do I say this? At least the visual, not necessarily set in stone permanent, because as I said, you can have an idea and check and adjust it. Plan for our community and developers to see where we are going. And so the piece that I wanted to say, a second, yes, 25 degrees. If we have more places that are like, hey, we're gonna put a park here, I'm all for it. I don't mind if it's not, and that park can stimulate economic, you know, people go to the park and then they're gonna wanna find a little place to walk to buy something, to have a coffee, to eat.
So Rob responding to Melanie or something?
Yeah,
Nigel's
what
name.
was the very first point you made? Sorry.
I think I said COVID impacts. And, do we have, and I think that 2018 study that we did when we were building the Flyway or making the plans for what we have there. It said we have enough population to support this probably, and it was something that we're planning on building, like, things got delayed for connecting the dots, is gonna be my guess over the past 4 years, which is totally fine. This is not something being critical of the city the way I'm driving right now. I just wanna make sure that people understand when I'm driving, it's not about being critical, it's about trying to open doors and thinking. So I'm just trying to be communicative and just, I go here, if you get here, if I can bring some people along, or maybe people share with me, I'm coming along with you, so I'm listening, I'm probably paying attention. But that's just where I'm going with this conversation. I want to make sure no one is taking this personally. It's just, okay, so, but yeah, so it was really like, and I think the way Valerie brought up like the walkability element of the town square, I mean, and it made a lot of sense. And I really like John's question about that economic development. I mean, really, I think we're driving towards making some sort of change, a different effort here. So thank you.
Yeah, Val said something that just triggered, that reminded me of a thought that I had on and off. But when it comes to downtown, you know, like parking, especially, you know, with Cameron, everybody there, like there's been so much that's happened around the joint parking agreement between the city and Main Street and Cameron. And it's a huge concern for everybody there. But kind of circling back to our previous discussion we were having around the Shell property, one idea I have had is, and sorry to change subjects, but what if we're to use that property as kind of a municipal parking lot of some sort, kind of like Kirkland does, charge some nominal amount to keep people moving, and then maybe do away with or drastically lower the parking minimums in the rest of the downtown area, so cars can be in one area, and people can walk a couple blocks, you know. Just toss that out for people to chew on. I don't want to change the conversation right now, but you just prompted me with that discussion.
It's a great idea.
Great
idea.
Okay. Anybody else in the queue? Valerie, were you in? No. Okay. Anything else on this, Rob?
Yeah, the UNLI panel had an idea that I wanted to pass on, but I can't remember.
The parking lot in the back,
Yeah, well, that's, yeah, they had a parking lot idea, but they had.
kind of back where like there's a barn, but back, yeah, back there, and actually having access up there too.
Accessing the.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble.
Yeah,
Can
they
you
did
speak a little louder?
Yeah, let me, so the UI panel, everybody recognizes that parking is an issue. I think they recognize that the city wants to have more walkability. Also recognizing that, you know, where we are currently, and there's a sort of this interim period from transition from car to walkability. That's just where we are. So as much as we want to kind of get rid of cars, they were kind of saying, well, there's probably some sort of interim way of doing that where we need to provide parking. And maybe if we provide parking in a specific location, whether it's on the Shell property or wherever it is, and then you can kind of make the area more walkable, but you still have to have parking as an interim because that's just the reality of life. And so that was one thing that they did look at. The other thing that they mentioned in relation to parking was parking demand management. If you look at the downtown, there's a lot of parking lots because parking is assigned based on properties. But, you know, maybe that's another way to look at parking demand management, because to build a parking structure is gonna be super expensive. So I think looking at this idea of getting to more walkable, you're going to have to look at sort of incremental ways to get to that bigger vision for walkability. So more to come, I guess what I'm saying is there's more to come on this discussion.
Yeah, I mean, kind of on that, again, not to get us too far off track, but, you know, I could imagine, you know, you see those bank properties have those huge parking lots, and like, it just feels like such wasted space, especially right on 181st, like that, to have these big old parking lot Cs around these buildings. And if something were to redevelop there right now, they'd have to replace a lot of that parking also. So I think, you know, if we could figure out some way to have some sort of pooled parking, and then essentially have folks either, if they redevelop, pay into some sort of parking fund that pays, you know, in parking, you get like a forced fee in lieu or something, or just do it with parking minimum and let them build what they want to build. Because if we do that without parking, then we'll have more walkable area and just have other places for people to park and walk. And also, that also goes back to the fact that we need to figure out how to actually do parking enforcement on our time limited areas in downtown, because we don't do that on a regular basis right now. And if we want those 2-hour signs to mean something, that we actually do need to be doing some sort of enforcement on a more regular basis to keep cars circulating so that folks are able to utilize those spaces. So anyway, sorry, off topic.
Anything else on this before we move to the next topic? Okay, good discussion, thank you. Climate action plan, environmental sustainability, updates, discussion, books on 2025. Several council members brought this up, so I'll turn to council members who.
Oh, I brought the cat, maybe I was one of the people that brought the cat
You were.
idea, I think. I was just curious what I mean, I love all the specific things that just sort of seem to be happening. I'm one of those people who likes to see kind of how does the plan all lay out over the, the next couple of years. So that we don't miss some of the key opportunities that were in the original plan.
That coming to you or?
I'm just asking a question,
Oh,
like,
Richard?
oh,
Sure.
okay.
So as far as work plan goes, I brought some notes here and was chatting with Nina. So in 24, have been successful in acquiring some grants for some, upcoming work from this year that spills into the first couple quarters of next year, including, and again, kind of providing higher level photo, or view. We are, the CAP, we kind of identified those priority areas that we need to work with. So a lot of what I'll speak to is kind of focusing on there. So I'm not just ignoring the rest of it, but we are, trying to be strategic in what we focus on, which really came down to, our biggest emissions were in the buildings and energy sector and transportation. So you'll see a lot of kind of where we're focusing our efforts, is in those areas. Not to say that we aren't always still considering those other areas, just, maybe only really for those really opportune, things that are coming up that we can kind of pluck low hanging fruit from those, more on the, waste management side of things and things like that. So, so just keeping that in mind, some of the big ticket items that we're starting this year and going into next year is, we did get a grant for development of an EV infrastructure plan. So, one of the components is to, encourage our communities to transition to electric vehicles, and kind of get them off of fossil fuel burning transportation options. And that is, so we're just kind of getting that set up right now, trying to select a consultant. And then that needs to be completed by June of 25. And then out of that, will come specific projects that to locate, where we should be encouraging and building EV infrastructure. So we'll need to start, working with property owners. I think one of the focus areas we want to do is, where do we have multifamily areas where we can really get a lot of, use and encourage different parts of the population to, start considering switching to EV that might not be considering it because of infrastructure, restrictions. We'll be coordinating with PSC and, doing public engagement. We are starting, a couple installations actually this summer. So we're looking at some on 68th and 181st, and that's going to kind of give us an idea of kind of how much work and effort and maybe what are the challenges that pop up before we can really start applying this more widespread, starting next year. And, so, in rough numbers, I know you love numbers. I think it's looking at like $8,500 kind of a site for some of these chargers. And that's to install, just kind of a standalone. We're working with PSC to potentially look at like existing poles and utilizing those and putting in these kind of, they've come up with some concepts to, just at a lower cost, just install something in those spots, which will have like drop-down chargers. And so we're working with them on ideas on how to capitalize on those locations. So a lot going, in the direction of trying to provide infrastructure for EV, because, a lot of what we need to accomplish, is, I don't want to say outside our control. I mean, obviously we can, our job a lot of times is to educate, and engage public and convince them on how to do things. So, so this is a tool that we have to do that.
Yeah, just a quick clarification, I think of my question. So what I mean, this is fantastic and I like all of the things that you're doing and I know there's a ton that's going on. What I'm kind of looking for is, you know, we had a cap and it had like, you know, strategy 1.1, strategy 1.2, strategy 1.3. So, and, you know, I guess my, you know, it looks kind of like that and it has years and it has the strategies. And it would say, you know, what are the years we're gonna do this, or we decided not to, and the cost. I mean, just really basic spreadsheet, so that, yeah, so we, you know, cause I don't frankly know which are the things that we've demoted and are no longer paying attention to, and that's okay. But it would be nice as a communication tool to say, here's our cap, here's what we're doing, here's what we're not doing, or here's what we're doing in 2029. You know, we put it off because of whatever.
So
So
you're
that's
asking for
just
that tool.
just a simple
Okay.
tool, yeah, and then, you know, I trust that you guys are doing the most effective, efficient way to get to the goals, which is amazing, and you're demonstrating that right now. So, you know, I just, I'm looking for high level,
Okay,
so, yeah.
I'm happy to produce that, so I guess I misunderstood the question coming in,
Yeah,
because
and
I was gonna tell you exactly, I mean, in the next 2 years, I was just gonna lay out exactly what we're doing, what we think costs are, and then what resources Nina is maybe needing.
And that's great too,
So I
yeah,
can
no,
continue with that, or I can
just didn't
stop and
wanna-
give you something later.
I mean, I'm happy to
Okay.
hear both, so I don't
Okay.
wanna burst the bubble, I just wanted to, yeah.
So going forward, that tool could be produced at some point.
Yeah.
That's what I-
Oh, yeah,
So no problem.
Like kind of metric.
Yeah.
And just so that we're, you know, again, that we know, like, what did we decide, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then, I mean, to also clarify, you know, what we're doing are specific actions identified in the cap. We're not really going out of that lane, so these were all specific actions.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm happy to continue. I just got a few minutes. I can kind of go through this and then open it up.
Before you do, there are some people in the queue who may have questions about what you're saying. If that's not the case. You do?
Yeah.
Okay, Nigel,
Yeah.
Nigel and then John.
No, sorry, just a quick reaction. You're talking about 181st and 68th and, like we already have a charger right over the hangar and then there's all the ones over at Safeway too. And so it kind of feels like that. If we're going to be adding new chargers, it feels like an area that already is maybe not as well served as it should be, but is better served than most of the rest of the area. And just moving a couple blocks one way or the other, could help kind of expand the accessible area. Cause again, I, you know, whatever ends up working makes sense, but it just feels like there's already chargers, what few chargers we have already kind of in that area as it is, so.
And the whole point of the strategic plan will be to identify those other potential areas citywide. To be frank, we were, I think, just trying to kind of pick somewhere where we could be successful and really kind of start seeing how the full deployment of this will work. And so this will help us get a few in at, you know, locations that are probably gonna be likely successful. And in addition to those, we're installing, I forgot, Jen, how many? We're in the garage at City Hall. We're also increasing those for our city fleet too. So I think we're getting, is it four? Another four to, and that'll increase our capacity as we replacing, gas vehicles with EVs, so.
Nice.
But the locations on 68th and 181st are grant specific, so we can't change those locations.
Yeah, yeah, and those are all grant funded too, so Nina's got those paid for.
Okay, let's stop here for a second. So Richard has more of a report that you're wanting to give, is that right?
Yeah, 5 more minutes. I can just, again, I'm
And
just
then
gonna hit
we
highlights.
have in the queue, John, Melanie, Valerie, and Samantha. So those in the queue, are you comfortable letting Richard finish out what he has to say, or do you have questions?
I'm comfortable waiting.
That's all. Can we?
Okay.
My comment is EV specific and it's
Same with mine, yeah.
What's that?
My comment is EV specific and it's quick, so I can mind you, go now and be done.
Yeah, mine too.
Okay, so quick is going to, John's willing to wait, here, thank you for that.
I can just keep going back and forth too, whatever.
Right,
whatever
okay,
everyone wants.
Let's just go down the queue, John. Let's go in and then we'll go down the queue.
Okay, yeah, so jumping back, I guess, to this sort of macro level, I know the greenhouse gas inventory is gonna be a big part of it. It sounds like a big hang up with that has been getting data out of PSC, is that correct?
So we got 2021 data from PSC in March.
Okay.
We are crunching those numbers. So, I mean, they're not the only hiccup. I know, Nina's working with our traffic engineer, kind of trying to work on all the transportation data. 21 is a really odd year for obvious reasons. It's gonna look like we're doing fantastic. So we're gonna come out with an asterisk, like, remember, people were all staying home. But I think she's comfortable saying that that inventory will be wrapping up in about a month.
Sure, okay, and good clarification that it's not just we're waiting forever from PSC, but it's like, no, they're getting us the data and it's complicated for us to come through, so, okay, 10-4. I'm gonna hold there for now.
Valerie and Smith.
On the EV piece, I'm just planting a seed and I don't know where it is on the radar, but it'd be wonderful if we could get like a Tesla supercharger station or Tesla specific EV chargers. I think they, the way they have them on the map, they have to go to Tesla. But the supercharger stations are great, especially for economic development, because people get out of their car and they go, but Tesla is very specific. And I see more Teslas than any other EV on the road, I think. So just wanted to plant a seed that I think in addition to being, important that we have them, it's good for economic development because of the demographic. Yeah.
Valerie and then Smith.
Ford is coming up right behind Tesla. Did you,
Yeah.
I would like to see us make a significant outreach to our youth who need hope on climate issues. I'd like to see us put an EV charger at Inglemore High School. We could partner with NSD or something to think about locating chargers where kids are, That's my thought.
Good one.
Nice.
Okay. Samantha.
Just really quickly, Safeway has a permit to add more charging stations closer to 522. And then the building code that was recently adopted has requirements for new development.
Okay. Perfect. Back to you, Richard.
Yeah. So on EV, and I guess quickly, before I do forget, you made a comment about youth, so I'm gonna get to that in maybe 2 bullets, but we've had 3 meetings now with our Climate Action Advisory Committee, and youth engagement is kind of rising to the surface as something they want to
Yes.
recommend that we focus more on, as well as willing to help, and kind of, maybe we'll develop a way that they can also help. So, I guess only a couple more remarks on the EV infrastructure plan. This is kind of more on work plan and workload. Currently Nina would, she's the only resource we have that would also have to manage these projects as well. So, just keeping that in mind as I'm talking through these. So, she's kind of managing the plan, the development, the strategy, and then any resulting work, all the things that go with that, working, hiring consultants, coming up with design, hiring contractors, seeing the work completed. So that'll be an ongoing workload, 2025 and beyond.
And we will require, bandwidth from Jennifer and John and.
Samantha Kerman, so.
Yeah.
So again, that's, kind of one of those from the climate action plan, one of those actions that were kind of the high priority. The, other plan that we did get grant funding for was to develop an urban forest management plan. So again, we're in the process of kind of getting our grant agreements in place. Actually, I think that one, may have already been approved by council, and now we're, getting a consultant on board to develop that plan. And out of that plan will again come, potential, policy review recommendations. Sorry, I know trees are the never ending conversation in the city. On maybe recommendations on city owned, trees as well as privately owned trees. Recommendations on programs to encourage and incentivize private tree canopy growth. And as well, so it would also be a private and lots of public areas where I'm sure we'll have specific projects and recommendations on how we can manage forest canopy and get that to increase, which again is also one of the high priority CAP actions identified. And then just to point out again, this is, so development and the implementation and adoption of the plan, and then into the resulting work. Nina is the one person show again on this. So these resulting projects, then she will transition over to managing the implementation of those recommendations. So this will be an ongoing workload for her 2025 and beyond. The Climate Action Advisory Committee, like I said, they've had 3 meetings now. They are, a really energetic and great group, lots of ideas. And a couple things coming to the surface, again, like I said, engagement with youth was something that they feel they really liked to do. A lot of talk about solarization and things for home and energy, but, we've got folks that have a lot of history on, efficiency and weatherization too, so they'd like to see if they can, add that to like our solarize campaigns, start providing and developing some sort of education programs for folks to weatherize their homes, looking at heat pumps, you know, higher efficiency appliances, simple things, ceiling ducts, just getting your, use of electricity down to lower your emissions. Stream side property owner education and programs, again, which kind of ties into the forest management, but also, stream side, vegetation, not just forestry, but going all, native plants and, what else? Gosh, they have a lot of ideas coming out. So, those are some of the high level ones. And again, you kind of, say this, I think that, this group is a big workload item as well. So, managing the group, running the meetings in the evenings, again, Nina's in charge of all that. And then any resulting work and programs that they'd like to implement, she again is the person implementing those. So this is an ongoing workload item for her, already now, and then that will continue, as long as we're running this advisory committee.
Rob?
If Richard's done, I'd just like to tag on.
I have, guys, two more bullets. Back to, again, I mentioned, buildings and energy, so, also doing a lot of work with, running campaigns like the Solarize Kenmore campaign that's happening right now. Just getting that's our biggest sector of emissions, so really just trying to work with the community as well as our own operations, to, lower, be more efficient in our building, as well as, utilizing less electricity or transitioning away from, fossil fuel sourced electricity. So, some of those programs that I mentioned with the advisory committee would be implementing those and educating and reaching the community to kind of, convince them to make these decisions, which, at first might not look financially in their favor, but, I think there are ways that we can do this, that get people to think long-term, and this is definitely a benefit that, even financially, I think will help most folks. So different programs associated with that, and then, and this kind of falls into, all of these programs fall into, what resources might help us get this a little bit further than what we have right now. We're looking at, as far as, adding bodies, there's, programs out there, we're getting interns that are helping with the urban forestry management plan. We're doing a full tree inventory this summer, so we're actually going out, we're gonna inventory all, the trees on city-owned properties and right away. So maybe we have a star intern that we can keep on board, to help continue implementing, particularly education and outreach. I mean, that's really every one of these has huge education outreach components, so getting help there. There's other programs out there, that, there's a fellowship program, and I forget who runs it, but you pay $30,000 and you get, for a year, you get like a graduate level internship type person, that gives you 3 weeks a month of full-time work. You just need to really be specific on scoping what they're doing and stuff for their program, but it's another affordable resource, that we could work at. And then as far as funds goes, just, we're seeing that I think incentives, that we have more funds that we can incentivize folks to convince them to take on these programs. So, maybe offering a little bit, like if you choose to solarize, we can, cover some of those initial costs, and then we could also focus those on, lower income residents and maybe target specific groups who otherwise financially might be the roadblock that they're having and being able to implement these programs. So, and then just last on the restoration side of things, we're making a lot of progress on that. We're hiring a project manager. Currently he starts in June, to handle a lot of our culvert projects, but also those restoration projects as well. So we're gonna have an extra body able to implement those. And I think as many of you are aware, we're already kind of full steam ahead on those. We've got a couple of restoration projects in the works. This summer, next summer, we've got, we've been discussing Lake Point as a potential shoreline restoration project. So lots of progress on the restoration front too, which again is also a specific climate action plan action for, increasing the city's resiliency, so. But I'll wrap up there, I'm sorry.
Thank you, very complete. Robin and Joe.
Yeah, I just wanna tag on to Richard. So first of all, it's been really fun to see Richard progress in his career, because a few years ago, he was a surface water utility manager. And that was a full-time job. And it's been really cool to see him grow into an environmental services director and really embrace that role and take on that higher level. And really appreciate his leadership on the CAP. And then Nina's quite a find. She is really producing, like she's bringing in a ton of money, and the return on the investment is huge. We're definitely, she's paying for herself and more. So we're really excited about that. Also, I think I heard Richard or Nina say that they noticed that our Solarize community response was much higher than what they're used to seeing in other communities. So that was encouraging. And then Richard touched on habitat restoration and tree canopy and that sort of thing. So I read, a bit on this. I'm not an expert, but what I'm reading is that even if we stopped carbon emissions today, the planet would continue to heat up, and that pulling carbon out of the atmosphere is huge. And one of the best ways to do that is through trees and vegetation, habitat restoration. And this is me dreaming, okay? Because I don't know how to find the money, but we have huge chunks of land that are just like blackberries and green canary grass. So Squires Landing is 40 acres of green canary grass and blackberries. What about reforesting that? And there's also like chunks of right of way or abandoned street corners, that are no man's land. They're just full of blackberries. And what about like reforesting all of that? Quite a few years ago, maybe like 10 years or so ago, the Army Corps of Engineers came to us with a proposal for Squires Landing. They said, here's some grant money partial grant money, I should say, to reforest Squires Landing. And they said, but you gotta come up with a match and it's gonna be millions, and you gotta come up with all the money and resources to maintain it when it's done. And we looked at it back then, and it was like, we're too small, we can't, it's huge. But the Army Corps of Engineers, I think they were trying to atone for their 1960s sins. Because when they dredged the Sammamish River, they put all the spoils there, and then they stabilized it with green canary grass. And then it just took over. So, this is just me dreaming and adding a whole new thing, and I'm not trying to, but like, man, wouldn't it be amazing if we could reforest such huge tracts of land that are just have nasty invasives on them right now? That would be really cool. So in lieu of massive resources for that, we have people like Tracy Bonashinsky, who's chipping that away at it little bit by little bit. Oh, I didn't even mention Wallace. Wallace has amazing potential. But just little bit by little bit, we're having volunteers chip away. And it's going to take a very long time at the pace they're going. Not fast enough, in my opinion, not to diminish what they're doing. What they've been doing is amazing, but in this race against what's happening with the climate, it would be amazing if we could reforest that area. So just a visionary dreaming thing. And then the last thing is, Richard, back to the question.
Yeah.
And that is, given everything you just described, do you think we're on track for 50% reduction 6 years from now?
Yes, that is a good question. Unfortunately, it's not an easy answer. I want to remind council to, I'm sorry, I don't have a visual for you, but you'll recall, we had a kind of this wedge analysis that we follow, kind of showing our goals going, through 2050. And our first goal in 2030, we're not the only kind of player in meeting these goals. We're about 20% of that piece of the pie in 2030. So I guess I have a couple answers, you know. Do we still have time to meet our part of that goal in 2030? Yes. Just all those programs that, you know, I was mentioning before, you know, they build up, you know, it's like every EV that we can get to replace a gas powered car will take about, you know, 2 tons a year out. Every home that we can get to, switch to green power or solarized takes about 5 tons a year, outside of that 2030 goal. So I think that we're on the right path and, you know, we're being pretty aggressive and can meet that. But then you know, to remind you that about 70% of the goal for us to be successful relies on, getting cleaner energy, which is really a lot of that is on PSC shoulders. So, you know, are they gonna meet their 2025 goal to be off of coal power? And then their 2030 goal to be, you know, not relying on natural gas and 100%, you know, renewable energy. And that was, under the State Clean Energy Transformation Act, CETA, so you'll hear that acronym. So really the biggest lift in 2030 is being done by utilities. And, I believe 2026 is gonna be the first, compliance report that they have to put out. So we'll have a better idea then. And then the other one, which I think Nina and I are being very critical and conservative before we really, decide whether or not to add it into our greenhouse gas inventory is the green power program. So that's that renewable energy credit program. There's a lot of good things about it. There's a lot of criticism of it. So we're just trying to really make sure, and again, that's where you can pay a little bit extra. I think it's like $8 for the average Kenmore home if they decide to opt into this program. And you basically wipe your slate clean. You're purchasing energy supposedly from purely renewable energy sources. And as if council recalls, we said, you know, if we can vet this and it's true, this could be a great program up until 2030, because in 2030, they're required by law to be providing that to you. So I would recommend only, you know, this is a great program to kind of get us going and faster. But by 2030, you know, they should be doing that for us. So we're still looking into that. I know Nina's making calls. She's working with ICLEI, the International Climate Board. She's working with K4C to see how folks are feeling. Because we just want to make sure that if you are actually paying for that, that is actually what we're getting, so.
Okay, we have a lineup. Joe, John, Nathan, Deborah, and Valerie. Joe.
Let's make that reforestation dream of Rob's a reality, and that preservation dream also reality. And my question is, well, and great job on the inventory and involving youth. I think that's gonna be awesome. There's a book called Seattle Street Trees that my wife asked me to bring up here and share with everybody, and I promptly forgot it. But it's amazing how this person, a single person during COVID, used her time to go out and just wander around and inventory and check it against City of Seattle records and find things are completely different. So my question on that in light of trying to preserve existing trees is there gonna be a description for woodlands or collections or parcels of many trees, many Doug fir forests, that type of thing?
I think that the plan can serve whatever purpose we want it to serve for us, and as we develop our strategy, and, you know, there will be public engagement as part of this process through next June. We'll obviously be coming to council for review and direction, so you all will have a chance to provide input and
Specifics on the tree inventory plan or part of it?
yeah, the whole plan,
Okay,
any part of the plan, so we'll be bringing that forward.
Awesome. Okay.
John, Nathan, Deborah, Valerie, and Melanie. John.
Yeah, I got several things. So hear all this and hear our, you know, our aspect of it in PSC. You know, I think I can comfortably say we've got the 7 votes for the municipal power district, so I'm looking forward to implementing that. Very excited about that. I did want to ask a couple things too. Funding is obviously going to come up in resources, and we had a whole fascinating staff discussion yesterday on folks feel the strain, right? So like, you know, we could spend a whole day on that. I would be fascinated too. I'm glad we're talking about that with that rules. So thank you all for speaking up. I'm glad we had that conversation. It tied into this, like how how is it looking so far, I guess, with our grants-based funding approach? You know, some of the suggestion has been like, well, we might need more, especially if we talk about potentially 2024 and like engaging with young folks, et cetera. You know, we would have to materialize and say, you know, what would this look like? But if we went to young voters and said, hey, we want to bring funds in to go really big on solar, really big on renewables, or, you know, biggest floating one in the country, or whatever that might look like. I guess I want to throw that out there for reactions from folks, and I guess just ask, you know, from a resource perspective, like, do we think the grants model is working, or like, would y'all be interested in something more stable, I guess? I mean, I'm not gonna say no to that, I'm assuming, but.
So is the question grants versus, the permanent staff?
Yeah, that, it's tied up in that, yeah,
Ballot initiatives, is what I.
potentially, yeah.
Any thoughts on that?
There's tons of money out there.
It's probably in my career, I've never seen so much money for grants in so many ways.
Totally, just to zero in my, like, I'm curious from a, like, Kenmore staff perspective, like, how are we, do we like what grants has got us so far, like, do we feel like we're leaving a lot on the table, or like, what do you all think on that?
Oh, well, as far as the grant landscape go, I mean, yes, there's a lot of money. Depending on the source, there's a lot of strings attached with a lot of this money.
Yeah.
There's a lot of focus on disadvantaged communities, which is absolutely a good way to go. And Kenmore is not really a disadvantaged community, so that's where we're not gonna score well in a lot of these grants, and that's what we're finding.
Yeah.
In fact, I mean, some of them, I think we've decided like it might not, you know, we really gotta be, with one person in the seat right now, we've gotta be strategic on what we choose to go for. And so as we're evaluating some of these and what we should do, I would say that's kind of a common theme coming up. However, just with, I mean, for a city our size, we've had a council, I think that's been way more proactive than other cities our size. So I think some of the grants we've gotten are because we already have a climate action plan. I think cities our size are getting to the point where they're looking for grants to start, you know, develop a climate action plan, for instance, whereas, you know, like the urban forest plan, I'm not sure that we would have been positioned to get that grant without all this other work that we had already done. And that's just gonna build on itself, keeping us strategic for a city our size. And I mentioned, I forgot to mention too, I mean, we are using a consultant that helps us with the grant, working on these grants and filling out these grants. So, that's kind of a resource that we're paying for too, so.
Sweet, okay, a few more, switching to solar EV, obviously there's some upstart costs associated with that and sort of getting the word out. We've seen sort of the incremental metrics of like, if someone does this, it saves this many metric tons. How closely are we tracking who does? I heard some really encouraging numbers on the solar, but are we also tracking like what the transition to EV looks like? Like, are we collecting survey data, or, you know, are we getting commitments from anybody? Like, it'd be curious to see like, cool, to the extent that this is marketing and outreach based, like how are we doing? Like, what is that net impact looking like?
Is your question about the net and the reduction of purchasing an EV or?
Right, and like, how many people have switched, I guess? How many have taken this up on that? Like, do we have, are we maybe through surveys or maybe through, you know, connecting them to solar programs? Like, do we have any harder numbers on how that's going, I guess, on our progress on it?
Well, like how many EVs we have 1,043 EV owners in Kenmore.
Okay.
And that came out April from the Department of Licensing.
So we get the numbers.
And I think about every 750 EVs, just based on our math, using some EPA estimates on kind of, you know, what carbon impacts they have, about every 750 would get us about 10% closer to our 2030 goal.
Okay, sweet.
So yes.
Yeah.
That is, love to hear it. Love to hear the licensing. Yeah, getting backwards. No, let's kill it. Last thing that's more a comment than anything, this isn't a call out, but like, not gonna name names, but we heard a story recently of walking by something and wishing that something different were happening there. I'm not gonna elaborate further, but I definitely have that when I'm walking downtown, like the sidewalks, and looking at the maps. I spent a lot of time looking at maps, and I just like feel that heat just bouncing off the screen at me. So I'm like, anything we can do to coat every square foot with either a tree or a solar panel, like the furthest extent possible. So yeah, support you all.
Good.
Give you all the resources in the world. That's, I've said too much, but yeah.
Yeah, well, to tag on that, we there is a heat island study for Kenmore, right? Am I making this up?
I think it was a regional study, I don't know we specifically, but yeah, we have data on that.
Yeah, there was a regional study, but you could see where it was hotter in Kenmore than in other places, like, of course, the area around the downtown and the low income neighborhoods were obviously hotter than like southern Kenmore. Yeah, because of trees. So yeah, the heat islands thing is a big deal, I think.
Yeah.
Nathan, Deborah, Valerie, Melanie, and then Roger still in. Okay.
I
Nathan.
I don't have too much more to say. I agree with a lot of what's being said, reforestation, heat islands, the work EVs, all that stuff. I mean, I know at high school, students and faculty drive electric vehicles. That is a thing, that is in there. I agree with all that. That's all good stuff. I don't really have anything to add there. One of the things you mentioned, I believe really briefly, was the use of students as a cheaper alternative to sort of offload staff capacity. Is that correct? When it comes to doing this work?
Well, I think it's just, a resource that, we can use to help with, you know, particularly like with the education outreach. I found that usually they're a great resource at, helping with our, summer events that we hold. A lot of times you'll see our surface water interns, helping with that. It's just, I think we have more of enough work now where we could even expand that program and utilize them.
Absolutely, I'm all for, I want to be
Yeah.
very transparent, I'm all for, bringing on students to provide them skills. Also, I imagine it's probably a little more cost effective than bringing on professionals and interns and things like that, I think that's a great thing. I was a little curious, so in that idea that you had, that concept in your mind, is that sort of like work study? Or what did you imagine for bringing in folks?
Well, yeah, as I mentioned, there's the, fellowship program, which is more of like a work study. You need to kind of have a more defined scope, that they can, you kind of have to justify the use before they kind of give you that resource, and so that they know that they're getting, certain things out of that. So that would be kind of more of like a work study. And then the internships, really, I've kind of had both. I've had some come through where they've, asked for a little bit more, scope, and then I'd like sign something at the end so that they can get some college recognition for that. But, or, sometimes it's just, they're just doing it for summer job.
I think that's a great idea. I just wanted to say that to my colleagues on the council that, internships and work study and things like that are great programs that the city could certainly utilize to provide services, offload staff capacity at likely a more cost effective way than bringing on full-time professionals and providing those skills to those folks in our community.
So to editorialize on that, I'm gonna ask an exception, ask Anastasia to step in and say she has a few comments on.
Yeah, since we brought up work study, and I know that it was mentioned briefly in the 2025 city manager's work plan. And I don't know if everyone on the council is familiar with the work study program. So if we're using the right language, I think what we're referring to is the work study program is actually a financial aid initiative. And what it does is it takes eligible students in local universities, and if they are, if they qualify for a FAFSA financial aid or a state need grant or a Pell Grant, it allows them to actually get on-the-job education and training at the same time. And the benefit to a partnering agency, could be nonprofit, public, private, is that the state would reimburse the employer at a rate of 40 to 60% for their time with us. So, I mean, I feel like it floats a couple of balloons, right? Civic engagement, huge. It's literally called out in our DEIA plan. And it's very budget friendly. This is, I think, one of those ways that you can actually take a technical skill, like someone that's in an environmental services program, or even our traffic engineers, if they're an engineering program for that, and kind of roll them right into city business, city life. And these aren't permanent employees, it's cyclical with a quarter program or semester, depending on the institution or where they're going. So you can kind of toggle and throttle the amount of time or project need. And it doesn't bind the city to a relationship with the student, but I think it's such an important gateway. I personally benefited from the program when I was younger, so I'm a really huge advocate for it. And I will say not every local university or college has the program or has like the pipeline already built into it. I know that Cascadia Community College went really kind of slow after the pandemic, but University of Washington, obviously the Waco campus, we would probably look at. Edmonds, like Washington Technical College, Bellevue College, and they have really robust technical programs, so we could look at that. It's also, awarded sometimes to, master's degree, higher degree programs if there's a qualifying student. So if there's a need there, we would maybe look at that, but that's just part of what a typical work study program would look like. And I will finally just say that we have been tentatively pre-approved because we were thinking about launching sort of the preparatory stages of this. We were already approved for a 60% reimbursement rate for paying the students. That may change in the future, but that's kind of what we have a tentative agreement on right now.
Okay,
Just
so I'm gonna ask us to do something I normally wouldn't do. Normally I'd wanna run out this list, Deborah, Valerie, Rob again, but we're at 10:30, you've been sitting a long time. And so I would ask us to take our break but come back to this conversation, because I think it's important that you stay healthy and in it, if you will. So I'm gonna ask that we take 15 and come back.
Let me take a picture.
Can you take a picture?
Show you the picture now.
It's a group photo outside.
Oh, it's.
One of the front now.
Get on your feet and walk out.
I can take it.
Keep going,
I'm trying to get into that.
I'm missing both. Find it. Yeah. So to bring us back, we were still having a very rich discussion about climate, which is, in depth, actually. A lot of great work being done, a lot of cool interest and ideas about how to enrich that. I don't want that to stop, but we did need a break. So the cue was Deborah, Melanie, Rob, you were there as well at this juncture. I know it's kind of awkward to come back from break to do it, but are you good?
I'll be real quick.
All right, cool.
Yeah, no, so two comments, one is on the advisory group, I'm so excited about. I just want to confirm that they are focused on implementation, not necessarily coming up with new ideas. I guess my comment comes from that, because I thought I heard maybe some things that they were, new strategies. And I just want to be careful that they're not spending their time on strategies that have not been vetted, and any new strategies should really come before us. So that would be my, we are on the same page on that, but they're focused on implementation, support and advising how to implement, right? Or am I off base?
No, yeah, I think
Okay.
you're correct. I mean, they might be coming up with new ideas, but it's for strategies that we want them to focus on, such as reducing
Great.
emissions and building
Okay.
energy and transportation.
Okay,
So,
but again, specific strategies that are in the cap, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, correct.
Okay.
Okay, and then the second comment was, resources. Obviously, everything always needs resources. I just, other cities are tapping in early. Other 2024 comp plan cities are tapping in early to their $29 from Commerce, that relate to, you can use the $500,000 for, implementing the cap. So anyway, so it's just a thought, we don't have to wait till 29 to apply. And that's, it's earmarked for us, so, yeah.
Okay, any comments or questions on that? Okay, Melanie, you were in the queue.
Yeah, first I just want to say, I am glad to hear that investing in staffing towards climate action, such as Nina, is bringing a return on investment in grants as we were intending. So I think that's wonderful news. On the reforestation, tagging on other people who have talked about with Rob's concept, and student engagement. I think maybe an idea that comes to mind is working with the environmental team, students at Ingmar, forgotten the name of their group. Maybe offer them to adopt part of Tlachwadi's park for, in a cleanup. So maybe annually have a goal like this plot of land gets cleared and planted, this plot of land, and provide, as we provided for other volunteer groups, the resources for tools and plants or dirt. I think that would be like a concrete offer to this group of, hey, we've got a wonderful project that Inglemoor High School's name can be on it. And the way I've seen these students engage, they're electric, like it becomes contagious when they have something good to do. It's a really wonderful work, I'm really excited for our youth and the things that they can do. So I think we could provide them a concrete project. And I think there might be an opportunity for them to do that work. But I want to thank John for his creativity. I have an idea along the lines of a metropolitan power district. Just putting this out there. I'm not a big fan of putting it on the water. I'm just gonna be honest. But we do have a large property that may be ideal for that, and that would be Lake Point. That property is incredibly hard to build on. And we could actually put in the park that we're planning and allocate that other land, or hopefully allow investors to consider purchasing that land for the creation, as a solar panel bank. It would immediately drop our carbon emissions. It would actually serve whoever is gonna make the money off the solar. But like, I have a friend who, I think it's $1,000 in return every 6 months for 5 solar panels. So you just think about what the power that is generated through solar panels are for a big organization that may want to do that. And we could do it as like a, an example of how people can. And we can do it beautifully by having like the solar panels in the middle, which would be prettier than dirt and whatever else is there. Or interesting, interesting at least, and, but build a park around it. And then also create some activated space, maybe education or, like a market off the trail. There's a way, I'm not gonna get in the weeds on that, but like activate it with, there's a destination around that in addition to the park that's informational about climate, how we can take care of the environment and reduce carbon emissions. So I just wanted to float that idea. I could imagine PSC being able to potentially purchase that land. Or maybe maybe the private landowner being interested in, renting it out for that purpose or something. So just thought I'd put it out there.
Okay, great. Ron?
And just to react to that, that sounds really interesting, because then you wouldn't have a pile driving around.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't have a lot of you wouldn't even have much of a traffic impact problem perhaps. So that's interesting. One thing on grants, so super grateful that we've gotten grants. And like I said, Nina's done a good job. But we'll just do a but there, grants tend to be one time in nature. Even the CPMG implementation grant that we're likely to get is gonna help us with implementation, because no guarantee that the money will be ongoing from the federal government. And when you get grants, they usually build things like EV charging or reforestation plans or something. And then you gotta implement those and maintain. And so it sounds like we're gonna get a ton of money from EV charging grants. But then, so any plans that we need to do, need to have M&O money built into it. Okay.
Anything else? Great conversation on your cat, right? One thing I am noticing around the region, because I've been doing a lot more work on mine, is that you're way ahead in lots of communities on climate action plan. Some are just starting, and you're the level of depth of just this report alone. Good on you, so. Okay, this is our time. We're gonna move into a number of topics. I have no idea how long each of these will take. They typically have individual sponsors. Some of them are familiar and some are updates, others may lead to larger discussions. But it's always interesting to start down this particular agenda. And so I'm gonna turn to Joe right away and ask him to talk a little bit about the aquatic center, maybe an update, maybe whatever. But it's something that's certainly been on the agenda every year and work in progress. Joe?
Yeah, just because I'm the pool guy. But we got the two studies out. I've forgotten on the south study by Kirkland. I seem to recall that the north study by Shoreline came back that seemed to be just untenable from my feeling in terms of shoreline. It's too far away. Anything on the Kirkland? And then my thought is just that we keep advocating however we can with the school district and anybody else who's interested to try and get something done. And the further thought with that is we might have to organize the community to show up at the school district's funding cycle. They keep saying that. I think when we meet with them or we go back, like, you need to get in the funding cycle. I seem to recall that for sure. So it might be a community organization type deal, and then someone will come back and ask the city council's blessing of a broad pronouncement to say, yes, we support it.
Thanks, Rob.
Yeah, that study that we spearheaded, got the grant funding for. We identified the location near Shoreline City Hall, which is too far. Then I also identified the North Kirkland Community Center as the other site. But Kirkland doesn't seem to be zeroing in on that site, and they had a ballot measure pass or fail, last November. And they wanted to do a levy lid lift, but to rejigger the money, so and the residents didn't understand it and failed like 70-30 or something like that. So I talked to the Kirkland city manager a couple months ago. I should tell you to reach out to him again, but he said they were gonna regroup. they were actually gonna hire EMC Research to do a survey of those who voted and said, why did you vote no? And I'm hearing indirectly that it was, the funding thing was just too confusing, and that it was also just too big of an ask. That's what I'm preliminarily hearing, but the results of that survey should be coming soon. And the thought was, I don't know if this can happen, because this information is a couple months old, but they were gonna, based on the results of that survey, they were gonna look at going back to the voters again, perhaps this year, like in August or November, but my information is a couple months old now. But I think as of a couple months ago, they still had their heart set on the Houghton site, Houghton Park, southern Kirkland. But, I need to call Kurt and get an update from him, or maybe we could, maybe you can call, Lynn Swagstrup. See what, because Lynn would definitely know. Lynn is the Parks Director for Kirkland, and she's also a Kenmore resident, and she was on our first FST task force. And then as far as school district, you know, there's the NPRSA, and Councilman Deborah would know more than I would, I think, because she's on the NPRSA board, but what I understand is they're doing that teen center study, for lack of a better.
Community center study, yeah, we just saw the draft. The draft literally came this week. The deadline for comment was yesterday, yeah. So it's, you know, it's gonna go out. It does have questions about aquatics in it, so I mean, you know, that'll give some information, but you wanna speak to what you know on the property. though,
Yeah, a few weeks ago, I had a meeting with the Bothell city manager, and he said that study is going to include some siting for sites for a pool.
Yeah,
in
that's the
Bothell.
second part. The first part is a needs assessment, and then they go into this siting as yeah.
And, so they are gonna be looking at sites, you know, in the NPRSA area. And he did assure me that the one on 88th Avenue is included as one of those possibilities. And they think that they're gonna have that report done sometime by the end of the summer.
Well, the first phase, which is the needs assessment, which is the community saying what kinds of recreational, what kind of community center, what kind of aquatic do you want? And then the feasibility, I think, is in the fall, so I think the whole thing is probably end of the calendar year, more like, I think. Pretty sure it extends a bit.
Okay, my only other point there is, I feel like we as staff have really done about as much as we can do. And it's really now coming into your hands politically to put encouragement, I was gonna say pressure, but encouragement on school board members and your counterparts in the neighboring cities. Like, I try to talk to the city managers in those neighboring cities, and they're like, it's not really something I'm working on. And so they need motivation from their bosses, and that motivation can really only come from you, and including the school district. I think the school district superintendent and his staff really won't make it a priority unless the board makes it a priority, so you need to be working phones. Yeah.
And it's really thoughtful, right? I mean, Leicester would want it to be in Bothell for us, right?
Yeah.
So it's Bothell City and.
I would agree with that. I think Bothell City Council and the school board, and I think you guys need to be like taking them to coffee or whatever.
Rallying the community.
Yeah, I feel like Debbie and I have taken it as far as we can take it. So. Okay, any are?
I think it's quick. I just want to affirm that, SANED's, that pool is never gonna happen, or is there like a window of opportunity? The reason I bring it up, I somehow thought I had heard they were considering activating that pool, and that may have been, I mean, I did actually hear that and then it stopped. But the idea that I just want to share, and I'm just gonna say it while we're on pool or aquatics. Working with St. Ed's, because I think it's really important to ensure that it is a destination for people that goes beyond just the hotel and the park. I have a vision for it, and I'm not sure how the city of Kenmore could partner with it, but this would actually potentially even qualifies for some health and fitness grants or something out there. But to encourage them to reopen the pool and create like a sauna, steam room, cold plunge, a true European style spa there. Just throwing it out there, putting it out on the record. It's a dream of mine. I think it would be beautiful, and I really know that it would bring people from Seattle, Bellevue, but it would also be a real destination like Hotel Post here, which is sold out, I think, for 2 years, which offers the same services in a similar beautiful location. So I just want to put that on the record, in communication with the lodge whenever we have stuff like that. And I have personal experience using spas, like in Seattle, there's a place that I go to in Seattle that offers similar services, but it's just an in and out day spa. Yeah, so,
Joe,
thank you.
That, I think that is indeed consonant with programming up there right now, because I read something about a program for postpartum families, it was described, and women, staying in the lodge. That's, and a program for it, that somebody was sponsoring, some group, or maybe a midwife associated group, I think, was talking about it. But anyway, that's dovetails.
Yeah, and they've started yoga there as well. So like they're kind of opening and expanding on this health and wellness piece. I think people are seeing it as an opportunity. So, thank you.
okay, anything else on this?
Well, I can just say on the, I think the, where that old pool was is, I'm pretty sure that that's in the, Kevin Daniels lease footprint.
Mhm.
And so if anything that was done there would have to be with the lodge's participation and consent from the deputy, right?
It would, and that's a really old pool, and I think when the study was done back in 2000 and something, 10, that was many millions of dollars then to renovate it.
Okay. Parks and Trails map, Deborah.
Oh, yes. Yeah, and again, this is sort of visualization issue. I think we talked about this maybe last year or the year before too, we have a plan for, a CIP, a transportation CIP. We have a sidewalk plan. We have all these kind of documents. But it would be great to have a visualization, even on our website, that shows what's in progress, what's been completed, what do we still have to do to complete a network of ped bike facilities that get us from point A to point B, and all the point A's and point B's, like the parks, the schools, and our downtown and our waterfront. So those are, kind of the obvious ones. So what does it take to get us there? Because I thought we actually talked about doing something like that, but I could be wrong. So it's a kind of a question, a staff question.
Okay, any response to that? Any work on it?
Looking over at John on the ped bike facilities plan, you did show, like gaps and things like trails and sidewalks,
The only trail that we were showing was the toll trail. And we, made a modification to divert it around in Swamp Creek. That was about the only change, but it's the same as what was showing with Rose
But
Pond.
like citywide, and then you could show all the things that we've done. It's like, completed, you'd have one color for completed in the last 10 years. You'd have another color for in progress, yellow. You'd have the green color, you'd have the yellow color, and then the red color, which is, high value links. And that would really help not only the public, but I think it would help council to prioritize, what are the places that we really need to focus on. So.
John, yes.
Yeah, so we've got a parks map. I don't think it goes too in the weeds on trails yet. I just kind of expanded that, but just
as
wanted.
the parks.
What's that?
Just as the.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't think we're all there on the trails yet, but just wanted to surface for everybody. And shout out to our GIS analysts. Glad we're doing a lot of awesome stuff there. So that's that.
Joe?
Real quick thought on a substantive trail issue. I remember a while back, Nigel had suggested improving the Toll River Trail across Swamp Creek. And this also goes back, if we ever were to get a pool up, regional pool up by Bothell, that toll goes right up there. And that would be an awesome place, and I might reconsider my feelings about, you know, a bridge over the creek.
Okay, Valerie, then
I just want to say, I think there's some partnership possibilities here, Cascade Bike Club. The Seattle Bike Blog just dropped a new East Side bike map. And conveniently, it ends right at the Kenmore Kirkland line, and we're not included in it at all. So yeah, so I think, you know, there's need and interest, but
they don't have the turf on there?
no,
This is the east side.
And we're RVD sign.
I know, we're excited.
Or north.
Not that way.
We're neither.
that's really
We're
not.
both.
We're both.
Okay.
Anyway, so I'm curious, so we have an answer.
So that's
How do we get to the goal?
Okay,
So,
so
that partnership.
note to staff, that, you know, ideas always go on, not very easy to do, but they never really are, but. Okay, noted, Nathan and John though, on.
So kind of what came to my mind when we were talking about this, Deborah, about a Parks and Trails map, was more so rather than a tool for promoting policy change and here's what we need to focus on, more of like a recreation thing as well, just a Parks and Rec thing. But what I'm saying is that if it is more geared and tuned towards the recreation aspect, that could be something that falls under our new sort of forming tourism area of the city, and could be picked up.
And
Well, I don't know.
I guess I just want a point of clarification. I feel like we have all the information. It's just making a visualization of it,
Yeah.
which, don't we have a GIS person? I mean, Brad does these all the time for Snohomish County. It's not hard. I mean, it really doesn't take that much time to do it. So, yeah, so I mean, is that something that could be folded into the GIS person's job, just making a citywide little map?
Yeah, so yeah, the GIS analyst is in my team, and I mean, yeah, it's easy enough to do, it's just.
Yeah. Just doing it. No, I know, it's just doing it, yeah.
I mean, for instance, our parks map that John mentioned, you know, we could add established bike lanes and, you know, any pedestrian facilities showing, it, which would add a little bit more visualization of how these parks are connected and things like that, so.
Yeah.
She is, back July 1st, so she's on parental leave right now.
So it'll be John and Rob, and then one quick question. It seems like there was a map done several years ago, several councils ago, around the concept of connectivity, where there was actually routes, maybe that, and actually, I think I remember at retreat, they actually had this up on the wall, way back, 4 years ago. Okay, John and then Rob.
Yeah, easy layup on top of everything we're talking about. You know, if that isn't in the plan with Find Kenmore, with this, you know, local guide for everything, easy opportunity. So.
Yeah, it is something that we're thinking about as part of that, so, yeah, that's coming. We've actually have a Port of Seattle grant to develop the tourism, the kind of the next level up, 2.0. Kenmore.org is a tourism that's slated for this year and next.
So there's also, I don't know how extensive your center is, but there are also highly used apps, TrailLink, All Trails, that are starting to become just used, so. And I know there are some cities that are starting to connect their systems to those things. And use it, Ross.
Just a little institutional memory on toll trail connection across Swamp Creek. So back during Walkways and Waterways, that actually was a potential project to go into the package. But it was just so cost prohibitive to, you know, do in-pile boardwalk for that much distance between 73rd and 80th. So it didn't make the cut for Walkways and Waterways because it was so expensive. And then fast forward to just a couple of years ago, we were updating our pedestrian facilities plan, including the toll trail connections. And one of John's plans had that connection going across Swamp Creek from 73rd to 80th. You know, like a boardwalk, he had it as a proposed idea. And several environmentalists came out of the woodwork and said, hell no, don't you touch that sensitive area, council responded and decided to take it out. So it's not in the plan now for us to do, a boardwalk across that section.
Right. Okay. Anything else on this? Okay. DEI, Valerie, you brought that up in our interviews, as a general topic. Okay.
As a general topic, I just want to remind us that we have a commitment to DEIA. We're not a particularly representative council, and that we need to lean into our committee with decisions that we make in order to be representative. Just a reminder.
Michael, can I just?
Yes.
So, we are planning, so Garrett Oppenheim is our DEIA coordinator, and he's planning to come to council in July with an update on the DEIA plan, implementation plan, where we are, what's next. So you'll get a full report and have a broad discussion about the plan. And then we are done. Thank you for bringing that up.
Anything else on that?
I like the idea of leading into the committee, they have ideas and they're passionate. And it's a fun committee to go to, be part of.
It needs to be a constant conversation that I don't feel we're having.
I want a second on that. Maybe just to tease it out a little further at this current juncture, we had a consultant and we're not continuing that at this point, is that right? Okay. Might be something to consider.
Okay. Joe?
Not to take away anything, I do think that our focus and the staff's presentation of our whole progress in our judicial advances, our judicial progress goes somewhat towards the DEI. I mean, but I wouldn't have thought of that, I think exactly in that light, unless you hadn't brought it up, so that's awesome.
Well, and if you look at the plan, community court, I think part of it, electronic home monitoring that's called out in there. So yes, to your point, Joe, there's a number of things and more in the plan. Some of the other courts, behavioral health, mental health, veterans courts, exploring the use of those is also called out in there. We also, when we meet with, and I meet with our partners regularly, we talk, I've invited them to our DEIA training sessions that we have. They're part of our team, our city team, and sometimes small firms like our prosecutor, it's hard to sometimes make that happen. So they're welcome to join us for our trainings now and in the future as well as part of it. And it's also part of the plan.
Yeah.
In terms of resources, if there's other things you want, that would be a good thing to bring up in July when Garrett comes and we'll be right in the middle of our budget process.
Perfect. Valerie and John brought up housing, impacts of allowing state required rental housing, including, and they can see this, so I'll read all of this to you on your agenda, but, housing.
I'll defer.
Yeah, do you want to start on the missing middle stuff? Or wherever?
I don't remember our conversation on that particular piece. I feel like, we are, going to have a conversation about priorities, and I think that this can belong there.
Yeah, I would just back that up and support that and say, I think there's a lot to discuss on the affordable housing front. Some of this is missing middle specific. That's a whole big conversation, obviously, but I think it needs continued emphasis and priority. So.
I think Joe brought this up as well.
Yeah. I'm gonna model myself off of Valerie's succinct statement, last statement on the DEI. I mean, I just think these elements are ways that we can get towards a balance of what needs which shouldn't be competing, or goals which shouldn't be competing, preserving the environment and our environment and how important that is, and then trying to do something about the concern for the housing crunch. Sidewalks, quarter mile of transit that are planning commission hashed out with much effort and much public input. I've already talked about, and staff had mentioned, transportation impact fees, I think it was for sidewalks potentially, not just on the property frontage, but in the neighborhood. So the kids are not forced to walk in the street. And then trying to keep down impervious surfaces.
Melanie, and then.
No,
No,
I just want to thank, just, make. Joe brought up something that is part of how I see things, is like things are intersecting. And so as we set priorities, like we can be achieving our goals with work that we're currently doing, environment, housing, DEIA, all of these things, like in the multiple, departments, projects and things that we're pursuing. And then, on the incentivizing use of impervious services, was that you that brought that up?
Minimizing purchase.
Yeah, that's what I, so it's like looking at the land and particularly downtown where we could be doing that. I think we're all in sync on that. I like that you called attention to it. Thank you.
anything else on this, John?
And I guess, shifting a little bit from that to affordable housing specifically, maybe just jumping ahead a little bit, but knowing that it's been a top issue, knowing that we had some turbulence this year, like, I guess I wanted to just throw it out for a broad conversation, like, is it a reasonable expectation to set that we have probably inhibited some of our ability to move forward on similar projects? Probably for a number of years, frankly. And, you know, so just wanting to be realistic with priority setting, what would that look like? You know, if we came out today and said, you know what, we're redoing it, we're tackling homelessness, we're going aggressive, you know, we have the 7-0 will, is that even feasible right now? How do we reasonably level set based on sort of this reality, based on past council decisions, I guess? There's a whole lot to that, we don't, you know, we're not gonna get a full debrief on it, but as we talk about housing and starting to think ahead on what, priorities is gonna look like, I don't know, I'd be curious to hear from others, just what do we think, how do we size up that possibility?
Joe, and then Melanie.
To John's concern, and as to Imagine Housing, we're still moving forward with that, right? Good.
Melanie?
Yeah, and I think Joe and I may have been, we have a project in place. I think the most important thing that we have is we hear from staff capacity issues. What is the bandwidth for a city the size of Kenmore to focus on big projects like the Imagine Housing project that we want to see go to fruition? And I think one of the most important things as we are looking at our long-term plan, there are two elements, and I'm just going to say it out loud the way I interpret it. Number one, we need data understanding who is in need in Kenmore of housing. Or where in the region can Kenmore be of support that it makes sense. There's the GMA, which I think there are elements of the GMA that are not necessarily in tune with our true needs. That's my opinion. I think we do, I think we do need to address affordability, homelessness, low-income housing. And we also have people who are in homes, a lack of inventory for workforce housing that we need to be also giving attention to at this time. And which piece, personally, I don't want our world to be a place where we have so many people needing 30% below AMI housing. I want us to be creating an economy and have people able to afford workforce level housing. And how do we make that happen? I don't know where our piece in the puzzle is. But I think it's number one important that we look at what are the demographics in Kenmore? Who exactly is in need? So we can make a 10-year, 20-year plan saying, this project right now, we hold property, Imagine Housing, you know, Habitat for Humanity. What's next for our staff investment and time in this work?
Nigel, Valerie, John.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with John a little bit on, or at least I share the same concern around our ability to leverage, other funds after everything that happened earlier, in the year. Because we did erode a lot of trust in the community and with funders, with how things were handled there. And that is something that we need to reckon with, we need to figure out how we go into the next project, with a more sure foundation, so we can assure all of our partners and they can have assurances that things will be moving forward, because I think that was, I would imagine, if I was imagined, that is something that I would be thinking about, is the ability to secure all those funds with the general kind of view of uncertainty. Towards that end, and just reiterating something I know is already in the work plan, but we do need to figure out, zoning changes, to better allow PSH so that it, doesn't require development agreements going forward, that work for the community and all that. And the other thing I would also emphasize too is, you know, only basing housing off of who is currently in Kenmore is not going to work. We are a growing region, and we do need, and well, we need to recognize that a lot of people have been forced to move out of Kenmore because of affordability issues. So we can't discount that. And also we do need to be planning for growth and planning for new people to come in. Basing things off of only who is currently within our borders is, I think, short-sighted. We need to be thinking bigger than that and preparing for growth, because that is what is growth is coming to the region whether we like it or not. And pretending like it's not and not planning for it will just further increase the housing affordability issues that we're already facing. And we've seen what has happened with that over the last 40 years of not planning for enough growth, excuse me. And I would really love it if my grandkids didn't have to deal with the same conundrum that we are leaving for our children right now for housing.
Valerie, John, Melanie, and Joe.
Yep, two things. I wanna own the incentivizing use of existing impervious surfaces. That is a piece of my news article, so I just wanna own that. I'm a big fan of recycling space that is already used rather than developing raw land. I also feel that there is a lot to be said about housing, and I anticipate that conversation evolving in our afternoon as part of our priorities. And I would rather have that conversation then than now and then, because I feel like I'll engage differently. So that's a point of process, I think. And I think that may also be true for transportation.
Okay, John, Melanie, and Joe.
I support that notion, so I'm happy to yield.
Well,
Historically, at retreats, these conversations are what are the foundation for the priorities, so I recommend we have this conversation now. The thing, I just want to be clear. I am not, when I said, look at what our data is now, it's not limited to who is here now. It is definitely more expansive. I want to make sure that we are also looking at demographics that are leaving Seattle coming here and finding ways for us to build and increase housing that meets a variety of needs. I want my kids to be able to live here. When I was at the Inglewood High School, when I went and listened to their presentations on their letters to government officials, housing was their number one concern. How are we going to have affordable housing for youth, young people coming to our city? What does that look like? There are a variety of housing needs. I just want to make sure that as we're looking at it, that we're comprehensive. We are going to have an increase in population here. And making sure that we're not just looking at one group or one type of housing to be supporting, that we have breadth and what is the most pressing need for our area. And stuff, that's what I meant. I really respect what you said, John, Valerie, I just wanted to be clear. Definitely not being myopic. I'm not trying to, I just want to say housing needs for middle-class people are important as well as people who are impoverished. And I just want to, because people like me, honestly, I couldn't buy a house here today. I could not buy a house here today. I probably couldn't even afford an apartment, based on, I can barely, So there's a variety of people in need of housing security. And I just want to make sure that we're looking at that and have a evaluate based on data and actually beyond Kenmore for the region, where we want to plan to. Thank you.
Joe, the respect for everybody thus far, and maybe on a note of optimism for this future we're staring down in a strange way, but don't forget all these people born right after World War II, 46, 47. I read a newspaper article recently nationally that said the boomers are still the largest share of like people in single family homes or something. They're still hanging on to the thing. And I project them as about 20 years older than me. So they're about 75. I think about my own family, my own grandparents, who stayed in their own homes for a very long time. But, and we can probably predict that with healthcare getting better and people living longer. But I think in the next 10 years, don't forget, demographics can change. When people are like 85 years old, that's the time when they need more assistance and might start thinking about shifting to a different place. So maybe a note of optimism in that respect.
Okay, very good. Heather?
Well, I guess the good news is we have to plan for housing. It's a requirement. Housing is a very broad topic. Affordable housing is a very broad topic. I would also refer you to an attachment, which is progress on the top 5 city council priorities, and that kind of tells you what is currently being done for affordable housing and what is being planned. This is just one little piece of it. So the topic of housing and affordability is going to be ongoing. There are many things that could be done on this topic. So again, and you've kind of all brought up different aspects of affordable housing. So again, recognizing that big topic, lots to do. We're on a path of doing things, but I think when you have the discussion of priorities, it's important to see what's been done, what's been planned. And then there's also we have to do way a lot more to meet not only the state goal for providing number of housing units and how we do that. It's kind of how we do that. Are we just planning for it or should we do it? And you might remember when Lauren presented those survey results yesterday, that how people think about affordable housing is very different. It means many things to many different people. And the support for affordability, again, varies depending on the level of affordability. It's a very complex topic. So again, you heard from Richard on climate is a full-on body workload. Housing is also another full-on body workload.
Nigel and John?
Yeah, and I would just, since we're kind of getting into this a little bit, reiterate, I agree with you, that Mayor, we both need, and the numbers out of the Affordable Housing Committee show that we need both additional market rate housing and affordable housing. And I think we need to be careful we're not pitting those against each other either, because a lot of folks will make arguments that if we increase zoning or allow for, say, the single housing and things like that, that's not affordable. They're right, it's not affordable. It's meant to be more attainable or just additional stock that we desperately need. We need that. We also need traditional affordable housing. Like, we need to be able to walk and chew bubblegum, and I think we can.
Yeah.
But we need to not, let that argument, because it comes up a lot. People, that's not affordable. It's like, yes, but we also still need that.
That's right.
We need both. So we always need to keep that in mind, and not pit the two against each other.
John and Joe?
Yeah, piggybacking that, I don't have the mechanism for how to go about this in our priorities, but King County has laid out as part of their planning process for each city. I think all of us have seen this, but just a walk through it, right, for different AMI ranges of like, here's what we will need, here's what we have now. We know that we have 0 units in PSH now. So, I don't think we're gonna have that process for how to set priorities based on where are we at now, where are the biggest opportunities for improvement, where's the biggest need, getting back to DIA, et cetera. But like, if we can start to incorporate some of those themes and how to think about getting metrics and tracking this stuff, I think that could be a good thing to shoot for. I would broadly say too, in terms of priorities, affordable housing is number 1 and Lake Point is number 6, but we know Lake Point's got a ton of oxygen this year. So we did awesome stuff going to engage the community. It's a big opportunity, like that's killer. And it's number 6, so like, I don't know. I would just say, like, let's keep that in mind too, that when we set certain numbers or when we choose to bump something up, like, let's Yeah, let's be very eyes-wide-open about that, I guess I would say, so, yeah.
Joe?
No, another note of optimism, we also have seen real estate prices plummet unimaginably back in 2008, 2009, whenever that was, the Great Recession, and they told us, you get the price tag, you never available for anything. And they got us to borrow and buy these massively expensive houses, and then suddenly it's like, bang, yeah, you're underwater, man. The whole thing just stopped. So prices have dropped.
Okay. Any other comments on housing? Okay. Coming to you, Nathan, community engagement, how to increase participation and involve different voices and the advisory council. I think it was kind of a blend of things there.
Yeah, I think I'd mentioned, community engagement and increasing participation and involvement, throughout the city. I think the city has a lot of programs, whether it's the Metro Flex program to rebates on utilities and things like that, that people, a lot of folks I don't think are aware of and aren't taking advantage of. So I think, I don't have concrete ideas on how we can overcome that, but I just want us to be thinking of, we have these great programs, but what do they mean if they're not being fully utilized? I think there's a lot of potential there, and a lot of benefit for our residents and community members in trying to connect with them and bridge that sort of divide. Did you want to break these two up between the first and the second, or just?
Well, let's just stop for a second and see if there's any comments on this generally, and then, Melanie, then.
Number one, I've been really, I can say that staff has really been demonstrating it. It's cool, like where 4 years ago, staff is with community engagement, which was a high bar already. It just keeps going up, and so I think that's wonderful. I think it's really important that our community actually sees it. And I'm just going to express this is actually one of my highest priorities, not because you're not doing it, but because I want to make it really visible that this is a high priority. And I actually have some tough things, housing in particular, climate. I think there's one other thing that I have on my list. Just a second, I just need to look at my note. Lake Point, oh yeah, Lake Point, no matter what we do there, community engagement is a high priority to be successful in these major priorities for our city. So I just want to thank our team here for doing such an outstanding job. And I want to just raise the visibility of it because it is such a priority. Thank you.
Rob and then Nathan.
Yeah, Nathan raised that, question about, things like Metroplex and rebates and people not being aware of them or being able to take advantage of it. I do think that if we get a navigator and also coupled with our own rebate program, and like if people have a financial incentive to come in and talk to our navigator, like through our own rebate program, then I think that can really help get people connected with things like Metroflex and other rebates that are out there that you are correct, people are leaving money on the table right now.
Okay.
I was actually gonna say almost the exact same thing. I do have hope seeing that navigator thing in the future, that program. I think that would be a wonderful resource in trying to bridge that divide and connect folks with the resources that they need. What else was I going to say? Had another thought on that. The other portion of that too is just continue to build trust as well. Just looking at this connection of resources is part of the challenge I can always see too, is folks not being aware of the services government has to offer because that trust, that relationship hasn't been built. Everything else aside recently and everything, I just think that when it comes to partnering and providing these services and creating that relationship, sometimes that's just a challenge that we run into, and how to overcome that so that folks can turn to us and seek out those services by helping build that.
John?
And I got a few things.
Well, but you might have for me also.
Okay, yeah, I'll jump in. I wanted to make sure first, Councilor Lucis, you said there were two things up front. I heard the sort of connecting and making sure that people are aware of the programs. What was the other thing? I think I'm gonna miss.
People are aware of the programs, and I think the trust aspect too.
Okay.
In the sense that, like, They can be aware of them, but if they don't have that relationship with government, they won't want to utilize them or trust that they could be for their benefit.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay, 10-4. I have a few thoughts, a lot of thoughts. Ran out on this, so I'm glad we're talking about it. I think a few big things. One is meeting people where they're at. So we've been killing this. It's been awesome. The mail, the newsletter, we got a podcast, like we got maps. We're crushing it. I'm tickled and thrilled, and that's awesome. I see community engagement, another big part of that is doing stuff people excited about. So, tenant protections, when we talk about again, the presidential year, getting, the younger, more diverse voters. And we paved the way for the rent stabilization bill in the budget, which passed the House, and hopefully soon will pass the Senate. Climate being a big exciting one. We're not really talking electoral politics, but if Joe Biden wins in November, it will be in no small part to him working overtime to win back support from young and diverse voters that he's lost. And affordable housing, big homelessness. I mean, especially with the youth, but we heard how Nordic News felt about homelessness. So I guess I would say kind of a note of, one note of caution, I guess, for me, like, I've been guilty of this, of like, let's, community engagement is huge, yes, and like, let's also get more specific, and don't just be like, oh yeah, just like involve the community, like, good to get more specific, have events, encourage, vocal community members to use things like the public comments or write in, like, be really specific with those touch points, because, I mean, there's always, it's gonna be a constant struggle of how to reach people, either saturating them with too much information or not giving them enough, how do I know, et cetera, but, yeah, I'll stop there, but let's just,
Deborah, Melanie, and Steph.
Yeah, so, community engagement means a lot of different kinds of things, but, and yeah, we have to get, what are we engaging them in, but, to Nathan's point on the, leaving money on the table, and really this goes to engagement more broadly as well, we push out a lot of information, but I think it would be useful to do more outreach, targeted outreach, like we did on the census, and working with trusted leaders in certain communities. We know, well, very similar like we're doing to the targeted, Love Where You Live survey.
Yeah.
Right? We know the communities that are underrepresented in our community engagement efforts. We know where they are geographically, we know who they are demographically. Let's do targeted outreach. The schools do this, we can work with them. There are trusted leaders in the community. We've done this for census, we do it for other things. I think it's important to incorporate that into our thinking. If we're doing a navigator, I don't want that navigator sitting back, right, waiting for people to come to them. I mean, that's not useful. Because people can come, go get the incentives right now, they don't need a navigator, right? I mean, we push out the information, so, it needs to be more assertive.
Melanie and Steph.
And I just, although this may have been phrased for a different reason, I want to call attention to involve different voices. And I think it's really important for us as a council, a city, to create a safe space for people to express their diverse opinion. And for us to be listening to all sides and recognizing those people on one side that we might not traditionally agree with, may be bringing thoughts to the table that can help enhance our success. And creating that in this divisive culture, red state, blue state, whatever form of divide you want to use, the good guy, bad guy technique that has been used to divide our nation for most of our lifetimes. To kind of create a framing of saying, we are together in this, we want to work together. And for projects, because, that especially something like Plymouth, we are a very progressive council, we believe in housing, we want these good things. Maybe not having enough balance, not reading the room. We need to have access to be able to read the full room as we are making decisions so that we can speak in a language that brings along support and acknowledges that we are listening to our full community and they are welcome. And I think that's a place, it's a nuanced special space. I think there might be a way for us, especially based on where we've gone over the past year, for us to open the door to creating that. Because I actually heard from our community, both sides wanting similar things, just it was almost like they're speaking different languages. And so finding a way to come together, because we all have way more in common than not. And so that's welcoming diverse voices on committees and panels, even though we know where we want to go. For example, that maybe we need to slow down to get more information.
Okay, Stephanie?
Yeah, I want to respond, Deborah, so we're doing a lot that, Dan, that's why we hired a housing and services manager. And she's phenomenal at her job, and she is out, she goes to the senior center, she meets with seniors. She's had focus groups with our mobile home park residents, and she connects, she knows them by name. She meets with the school principals, and she's talking to Nurture Schools Foundation, so we know families in need in our community, and I could go on. But I want you to know that work is already happening, so that's part of where, and then if you remember, the navigation idea came out of the early themes that we're hearing from the Human Services Needs Assessment. You'll hear the final report from Tammy and the consultant in June, so that's coming right up. And then following from that, there will be a Human Services Strategic Plan that will be developed later this year. I was just texting her to make sure I had it right, but November, around November is when you'll see that for consideration and potential adoption going into next year. And I think that I just want to just center on the fact that a lot of that work is already happening. And then I also want to mention, so we have Engagement HQ is a tool that we use for the Financial Sustainability Plan Task Force. Other cities like Mercer Island uses that tool to engage the community and have community conversations on an ongoing basis about a whole host of topics. And we've really not tapped that tool. And I feel like we tried it out for the first time with the FSP task force and their work, but that's a whole, and that's part of with our new communications and tourism manager, part of her body of work is thinking about how do we take some of this engagement in our community and these conversations to a whole nother level and provide safe places for people with diverse views to engage on a platform like Engagement HQ and have conversation and ask questions and get factual answers back from city staff who have the expertise and knowledge. And so that's coming, and that's something that Lauren has been thinking about and will be working on as we move forward. And so I just want to share that. We want a lot more to come on that, but it is a tool that we have at our disposal and just haven't really been using it fully yet. Just, part of it is, having someone like a manager, communications service manager to tackle that side, of course, that kind of thing and think about how we implement and bring that to you for the discussion.
Okay.
Just to respond, I want to be clear, I'm not saying that this isn't happening at all. I don't,
But we're saying, just clarify. Yeah.
no, I'm very aware of that, and I'm excited to see the progress that we're making. My point was that it's just something that we always have to be conscious of and considerate of, and there's always, more we can do in bridging that divide, bridging that gap, and having that conversation of what can we do to support that and making that happen? What are different ideas we can come together collaboratively about to implement that? So again,
Yeah.
I'm very excited with the progress that we're making. It's just keeping that in mind, and then what can we do to keep furthering that work? That was the point that I was bringing up.
Okay. Youth Advisory Council.
Yes. So I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with youth advisory councils, committees, boards, whatever they may be referred to depending on the jurisdiction. But they're actually a very common thing. And they're used at all different levels of government. States use them. Washington State uses one for the Department of Health. And at the local levels too. King County Library System has a youth advisory board. Cities of Mill Creek, Arlington, Edmonds, so many more. Even Lake Forest Park has a youth advisory board. I'm quoting here, but youth advisory boards can offer cities an important way to solicit youth insights or feedback on program design, implementation, and evaluation, help define outcomes that are relevant to young people's needs, complement or deepen existing youth engagement strategies, or provide young people the opportunity to directly support program processes, outputs, and outcomes in ways that contribute to sustainability and scale, while also building the skills of young people themselves. In my mind, I think that this could be a unique opportunity to potentially consider, and I'm going to go through the considerations that come with this. I think having something, a structure like this within Kenmore, could be an asset to the city. It could be used to help advise council and staff on matters relating to and affect youth. It could be a proactive approach, a focus group of an underrepresented and, underrepresented demographic within our community. Just looking at yesterday, when we looked at the survey results, that group below 18, we didn't hear anything from. So this would provide a concentrated focus group that staff could go to, bring policies in front of, seek direction from, or use to get that engagement in that sort of concentrated way. It could be used in public safety, parks and rec, planning and development, whatever it may be. But also, I think it would be an asset in terms of getting ahead on potential trends and shifts in future desires and priorities within the city as well. If we know what might be coming in a couple years ahead of time, it may help us to consider that and prepare for that a little more easily ahead of time. I think additionally, a mission that could drive a group like this within the city could be strengthening the relationship and engagement with youth and young adults, and could be a method of outreach. Similar to Richard was saying a little bit earlier, using a group like this to directly connect with other folks in the community or receive feedback and input on what might be the most effective means of community engagement with younger folks in our city. It could help really sort of catalyze a group who can positively engage with peers and improve community engagement and awareness from those around them. And then sort of a last thing that I think is really important to me with this sort of idea is preparing youth and young adults in our city for a future in public service, fostering an exposure and skill development opportunity. And this is something that really is personal to me and something that I've had a lot of experience with. The fact that the city was willing to take a chance on me and bring me on to the planning commission when I was in high school has been absolutely life-changing and transformative. It's where I've discovered my passion for public service. It's where I've developed the skills to be successful. I would not be here today had the city not given me that opportunity. And so in part of what I'm very passionate about is passing that along and providing simple opportunities to youth in our community to help provide those skills, but maybe it could help develop other folks who come back to serve our community in a lot of different ways, whatever that might be. At the same time, helping benefit our city in terms of providing a resource, a focus group, a community engagement method and opportunity. So I think that there's a lot there. It could retain talent within the city, prepare our next generation of public servants and civil leaders, and support the community's youth while gaining valuable perspectives and service at the same time. I think there's a lot of benefit in considering this. Of course, I understand that this is a tremendous ask too. It's just very idealistic in my head. I realize that there's a lot of cost there. You know, one of the biggest things is finding engagement too. I've heard that concern from folks about maybe truly knowing if there's enough youth engagement and appetite for something like this to stay involved. I think I've heard the library board reference before. There's a dedicated youth position that was never filled. But I think that there is chance and opportunity here, specifically through partnerships with local schools. I kind of have Inglemore in mind to promote and identify potential applicants, working with staff and faculty to look for folks who might be up and coming, and targeting recruitment in that way. I think one of the issues when it comes to larger boards in organizations such as the library board, whether it's a youth position on a human services advisory committee or whatever it might be, the focus of these groups is oftentimes targeted at adults. And so if the recruitment and parameters of this group are targeted for adults, it's harder to bring them in. But if there's a specific group where recruitment is targeted at this one demographic and considerations to make it more accessible are taken into account there, I think that you would have a lot more success at finding folks. I also think a big thing that was influential to me in considering this was seeing the performance of students at Inglemore this last fall at the forum. The fact that they were so knowledgeable, so engaged and aware of what was going on was it's very exciting to see. So I think that in addition to just an awareness that today's youth are more involved in government, the processes, what's going on, issues than ever before, I think there's a strong opportunity there. Another consideration that I know is weighing on this too is capacity and how to manage something like this. It is a big ask. I know that we're going through a process right now, bringing in a lot of different advisory committees and things like that. So that's something that I've been mulling over and that in my mind is because I've thought about this. I think a group like this could be smaller in size and in scope, so it wouldn't be meeting as regularly, maybe once every other month or something like that. And I also think to reduce strain, the addition of a council co-management aspect would be efficient and beneficial. So having a council person chair the youth advisory committee would not only help facilitate the management of everything going on, but also, as I heard in sort of my research, that this could provide legitimacy and make this a more attractive opportunity to youth as well. When researching this and looking at a lot of different examples, I actually reached out to a former member of a youth advisory board in Mill Creek and heard her experience and what she wished to see, what could have made it more attractive. I think, you know, there's currently intended youth engagement in other areas of the city and other places, such as the DEIA committee, maybe the future Human Services Committee. But as I mentioned before, I think more targeted recruitment for one committee in one place may find more success in that way. And there can be partnership in those other positions with a group like this as well. So I think there's some benefit here. It was an idea that I've been thinking about, something that I think could help us bridge that demographic gap that we have in a lot of our research when it comes to learning about what's going on and the perspectives and feelings, and it's a way for the city to help support and facilitate the development of youth in our community.
Okay, Melanie and Stephanie, obviously, we're 5 minutes out from a lunch. We will come back after lunch to take on these remaining topics, so I just want to let you know we're not going to try to squeeze those in 5 minutes, but I'd like Melanie and then Stephanie, anybody else would like to comment on this topic?
Number one, I absolutely love this idea, and I love it. I had actually been thinking when you talked about staffing, I think a council component as a mentor, you know, mentor should be rotating, but at least having council members in the room, level of degree of how it happens. But I 100% support it. I would even consider maybe a portion of high school students and undergraduate college students. Potentially, but I think high school students, if we just wanted to target even more high school engagement there, but I think, you know, under 24 engagement in government is actually something that we could continue to consider, because so the other piece was, you know, you plant a seed, it can happen. If you don't say it, it won't. You know, when I ran 4 years ago, I said, I want a climate action committee. No. It's not gonna happen. It's too hard. We don't have the capacity to take staff. But what do we have now? We have one. You know, you see where you can go. There is a way that we can do it. How it can go, we can make it happen. Okay? So I fully support it. I love it. And, you know, with things like environment, like, you know, advisory committee, is this a good project? Are these things that you can participate in? But also DEIA, our youth actually get it at a level that is completely different. And like, you know, they've been growing up, through our world. Anyway, I'm thankful you brought this to the table, and I genuinely think we have to open doors for youth to get involved in government. So thank you.
Sure. Stephanie, Deborah, and Valerie, and then we'll take a look at one.
Yeah, I think that youth council, I think that there's so much to love about an idea like that. I guess my question is scope, and I'm just wondering, are you thinking of the topics before this youth council would run the gamut of all of this, like it'd be kind of like a youth council of some kind where they would deliberate and consider, or are you talking more advising on a specific thing like parks or human services or CAP, or I'm just curious to know more, because I think that really matters in terms of and time and resources needed to support them.
Absolutely, and I think that, you know, the DEIA committee came to mind in the terms of the council often refers to them or sends projects to them or seeks their insight and input on certain projects, especially those pertaining to youth or future development in the city. And so I think in that sort of, as
That thing.
that vein, I think could be useful and helpful, but also keeping it flexible to the point that if a certain department wants to run an idea by them or seek their help or community engagement within the local school district or something like that, it could be flexible in terms of being a system of support for city staff as well as a tool.
Okay. Deborah and then Valerie.
Yeah, quick thought, let me have hello. And, we on the council, so we serve in this body, but we also are representatives to other bodies in the community. And so I could imagine that this could function that way too. So for example, there could be a menu, the body would meet of itself, but each person could also be a liaison to a committee, like DEIA or the library board, or, they each take on their own, committee of choice, basically. So, yeah.
And that's actually, that was in my mind with this too, is
Okay.
understanding those positions, they could be liaisons to other
Yeah.
committees, if there is a dedicated designated youth role on human services committee, on the DEIA committee or something like that, and then they all. Anyways, yes.
Valerie and then Melanie.
Yep, yes. I would recommend that we consider making this a project of the council as opposed to a project of the staff. So that it becomes sort of more like a mentoring kind of project, so that the staff doesn't have to be involved, and it's not resourcing staff. We can do that, as a sort of rough outline, something like coffee with council, where they're meeting and we're meeting, and there's overlap. I'd be delighted to pair with somebody to join me in my committee work. And we would need a council sponsor if we had that model.
Yes.
Valerie.
So I nominate you.
I nominated myself.
And it was just tagging on, like on the project type thing. I heard so strongly housing, so I think advice or engagement for housing would actually help them. And then just based on my experience working with Ms. Baker for the past few years with my kids being at Inglemoor High School, I think we could present it to her as something that she could steward. And then I liked the feeding out idea that Deborah brought in, so it could be driven by, supported, council, school partnership, but maybe Inglemoor High School drives that, holds the ownership of the committee, and then we participate, but I put money on it. I shouldn't say that. I would say I have a very strong instinct that Ms. Baker would very much support helping bring something like that together at Inglemoor High School. Yeah.
We're about to break for lunch. Just a process editorial. Typically, ideas like this, which is obviously is being embraced in a number of ways, has been nominated in the goal process in the past, and it has had to traverse that process to get to a certain level. And you can do whatever you want as a city, you don't have to do it that way, but historically, and I think I want to underscore the point that Melanie made, and over the years, that kind of introduced it into that process. It's not the only process that you use to grow new ideas, but because it would at some point require two things that I've heard in this conversation, probably resources. And we're talking staff compared to our money.
Yep.
And if it's an adjunct to the council, then there are questions there in terms of the form of government that you have, and in terms of how that gets managed and so on. Not wrong, but it becomes an additional interest and so on. All that said is I would encourage it to be an idea that would also would go into that goal spectrum. Again, it doesn't have to, if it's your city, you can do however you want, but once you start moving outside of that with bigger projects, it starts pushing you pretty hard. Not wrong, but
Working lunch?
Yeah, yeah, I was gonna ask.
You want a working lunch?
Well, we got one, yeah, otherwise we're gonna shortchange our priorities discussion, right? I mean,
It's hot.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm good with that.
We have 30 minutes on.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's take 30 minutes off, because most folks can eat their lunch in 30 minutes and get a walk, and then we'll come back. I don't know how long these will take. There's two more conversations and then go, so let's do that. Get some lunch and.
You're not the
Roll. Go. Working lunch. We on, Michelle? Okay. Well, thank you for coming back and doing working lunch. I think we finished the youth advisory council. I had some sidebar conversations afterwards as to whether they should actually have to stand. And as a goal going forward, historically, you have done that because of, as far as committed resources, but again, to one. So, that said, I think we finished that conversation on that line. So next up, both Nathan and Valerie was interested in transportation and with some ideas in there, metro bus connection routes, head bike safety, walkability. On that topic, let's say.
Let's say, all right, well, what I just want to say is, Chris, again, I expect we have conversation for the priorities. And I would characterize my concern as just prioritizing continued efforts for multimodal in the city. I'll be concise.
From my perspective.
Do you have anything you want to add to that?
No, I mean, in fact, support, I'd be curious if we have staff, I know part of, moving from more routes to bus was, you know, in part because of demand, et cetera, like, how often do we get numbers on what ridership is like? Exactly. Or we live.
For Metro.
Yeah, is that mostly like in presentation form and then before us?
Yeah. No, I don't know of any ridership numbers that we get on Metroplex, but yeah, it's right, I did have a doctors and both sounds fine. It still doesn't cover the whole city, right? It's South Kenmore plus our down.
I thought they extended it. I believe that they were going to extend the north.
So, conversations I've had with King County Metro is they're looking at extending the Metroplex program to the north part of Kenmore. It's still not a done deal, but it is on their radar. From the studies they've done, what their priorities have been is to provide service for disadvantaged communities, and they found that very northern part of Kenmore does have some disadvantaged workers. And so they're trying to bring the flex to that area, but again, they have not finalized it, so just waiting on that.
Other comments on this?
Just in this topic, I know that we listed pedestrian and bicycle safety, and I don't think it's ever a finished task or a finished goal. It's something we have to keep striving for every time. And so I just want to keep that there because I believe it's important. We have a lot of pedestrians, we have a lot of bikers in our community. And it's something that I'm particularly passionate about and have my own experiences in. And so I think that keeping that relevant and in mind as we look ahead at making a walkable community is really important. And then in terms of walkability, we've done a lot with walkways and waterways, continuing on that same theme of expanding sidewalks. I know there's still a lot of areas within the city, even around school zones that need them. And so keeping that in mind, I know that we're working towards funding sources, receiving those funding sources to implement that, but just making sure we continue on that track.
No, I would, say that all these issues are deeply tied in with both housing and our climate efforts also. If we really want to be hitting on the climate issue, we need to be making sure that we continue to make the city a safe place for folks to get around that car, regardless of type of car. And we need people to be able to feel like they can, run their errands on a bike or walk. And so we still have a lot of work to do, but we have done substantial amount of work in the last decade, and I hope we will continue that. Okay.
Other comments or conversation on this topic? Play structure in the downtown, Melanie and Nathan raised this when we were talking. Okay.
Joe.
Joe.
I'll defer to them if they did.
Well-
It was, yeah. Awesome. I think we ought to have one. And then, especially for our, if the Imagine Housing Project, is going in, if we're gonna have kids from all different socioeconomic spectrums, that's the place where it's most dense and where I think it's needed most and they deserve it. And then, Samantha, do you happen to know if whatever the new development is going in Murphy's, is that park gonna have any play stuff or is that park? gonna-
Yeah, it's gonna have a play structure and it has a public easement across the entire park, so the public will have access, but they're required to maintain it.
That's great.
I'm sorry, again, where?
The former Murphy's and what's it called, the 20?
It's called 25 Degrees, it's right behind City Hall on 182nd.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I would just, also point out though that we have, I think, a master plan for the City Hall Park, and I think we need to take a look at what's there too. And I can't remember what's on there other than I'm pretty sure there's maybe some half-court basketball and maybe pickleball or something, but I can't remember if there might have been a district or not. But I think it's worth referring to that, because someone went into that also.
You're Melanie and Nathan.
I'll tie into that. I actually, I think I lean a little bit more towards that half-court pickleball, basketball concept. Just, because we don't have something like that on the north side of Kenton, we have to go where the road is down in the park. We'll get there, my kids experienced it, but, also good concept for support of the MPD, just gonna say it out loud. Okay, thank you.
So I don't remember exactly talking about a play structure, but I know that one of the things, what?
It was downtown.
It was downtown. That was my thing, was community spaces and recreation spaces and especially in the downtown. So I think that's where why I was called on, why I looked a little surprised because I didn't remember that, but that I do think is important in finding ways, if it's through a playground, through a pickleball court, whatever it might be, would be important and valuable to our residents.
Yeah, I don't know how we integrate this. I feel like we do need to revisit our parks. Is it our park CIP? That had the downtown, the City Hall Park and like the portal park, what is it called? Twin Springs. Yeah, cause I mean, we've got dog park, there's a lot of park things that we have in the big picture plan, and I just feel like it needs to be taken into context of that. I love the idea. I don't feel like if they're gonna build one literally across the street from City Hall, a play structure, then we don't need to do a play structure at City Hall. I mean, literally, that would be across the street. So that feels a little redundant. Yeah.
Okay. Bill?
In general, the success of quality of life in a more dense downtown will depend on parks and leisure accessibility, and so. That's
Anything else on this one? Okay. We're ready to move into the priorities, or do you need to finish lunch? How are you doing with that? Okay. So we have new folks to this process, and there's been some conversation about the nature of the process. As always, as well as it should be. So historically, what we have done is taken this in 3 or 4 steps. The first step would be to look at your existing priorities and ask this question: have we completed this? And over the years, there are times when you have. I think we pulled them off, we've finished that. And the way that has happened, it's either been an end game finish, we finished it, we built it, what have you. Or you've incorporated it into your service package, so it's part of an ongoing service that you initiated back then, and now it's been accomplished and it's ongoing. So underneath that is the assumption that you funded it, so it's ongoing. Sometimes, you know, I've heard conversations, not with you, but they come from time to time, well, we're just doing that anyway, so we can pull that off the goal and what have you. And that's the time sometimes when staff says, wait a minute, that's not finished yet, or still in play or what have you. So right away, we start having conversations about, well, what does it mean if it's been finished? And I think the one thing you want to always think about as an organization is that you don't assume it's finished until it's finished and or funded as ongoing. But if you do that, and that's not the case, you will leave here thinking this is going to continue to happen when in fact it's not funded. That's rarely been the case here, but I have seen it over the years. So we go through that, and that's the first step in the exercise, is we do that. And then we'll pull off, and if some of these have been finished, you may have less than 10. Then we go through each one of these and ask, do we want to change in how we word this or how we look at this particular goal? Your approach has been somewhat of a hybrid approach to other clients that I use, but it's worked over the years. So if it works, you do it, right? And so and this conversation kind of goes back and forth a little bit. I want to remind us of how we started the retreat in some respects, because I heard a little bit from staff, we need more definition. I want to comment on that. I think that typically councils set direction, sometimes in big areas, as your first goal, make something happen in affordable housing. Well, that's a big goal. The way you have tended to handle that is either dropping down underneath, designing a plan, climate action comes to mind, and then it becomes operationalized over a period of years. And you continue to keep it on the goal list. So we kind of handle each of these a little bit differently. Some of them have much more detail, but I have heard that there is an interest in getting more specific. I think, so that's been the process. The third step in the process has been a nomination for any new goals for consideration. Because the last step in this is a competitive process where these goals get ordered in terms of priority. I've encouraged you, this is somewhat arbitrary, and I'll say it, to really focus on top 5, top 3 goals for your organization. Keep the remainder. If opportunities happen, and we've seen this over the years, an opportunity comes by, hey, we can make a quick win on it, goal 7 or something, you do it. Of course, you should be nimble and all that. The reason I encourage that focus is that it really helps an organization, particularly one whose resources are stretched. And I heard that at the beginning of this retreat, that you don't have all the money in the world, you have a lot of things you want to do. So it becomes really, I think, important to stay focused on that. After we get to the long list, then we go through a competitive process. If you nominate new goals, and this is another question that came up at the break, it says like, well, Nathan's suggestion for a youth commission, can't we just do that? And then I had staff say, we didn't just decide to do that, did we? Now, historically, something of that nature, you can, first of all, you can do what you want. I mean, you can ultimately do so, but for the sake of this process, historically, you've asked those kind of initiatives to now go into the goal hopper and start being part of that process.
I might suggest, because that frankly doesn't feel so much like a goal to me.
Okay.
It feels more like a project. And I think it would probably compete. I think it'd make more sense for it to compete in the budget priority process. It just makes less sense with these really broad, you know. I just think with these really broad things, it's just a different scale. It's a different. It doesn't feel like it fits in with the rest of the stuff. Say just needs to be a budget.
Melanie and then.
Yeah, I actually even see that as in community engagement.
Yes.
And I liked something you presented yesterday. We set the high level goals. Staff evaluate what we've got, their workloads, what it looks like. It presents us, this is what we think you're saying and what we feel we can do so that those details, because here today, if we get into the weeds, we're gonna be talking and talking and fighting and, you know, well, not fighting, but you know, standing up for our beliefs. And we're gonna be here till tomorrow. So I recommend we kind of stick with our similar process with that approach of making sure we engage with staff so that we level set so that, you know, expectations are not 80 hours a week or whatever is happening, you know, the things that are happening to team members right now.
So typically, that said, we get a list, 10, 11, however many there is, and then we go through if it's left or if it's in the 10 or 11, 12 zone, we can go through a paired comparison methodology and they become ranked. And that just helps you see the order which they relate to one another. It becomes less quantitative at that point and more informative in terms of how big of a bite off the apple can you take. That's always been a piece that when you did your retreats earlier in the year, we had more time to hand a big something like this to staff and say, do a workup on what this would cost. And then the way you have handled it in recent times is you've done that, but that comes to you in the budget process. Once you've left here, your priorities have been set. We don't know how much it's gonna cost. You'll get that conversation through the budgeting process. And maybe there's a big plan and we do this piece this year. I mean, so you've been through all of that and that's historically, to answer your question, how the process goes. I think that I did mention another piece of a process that another client is doing for reasons that they didn't want to have the burden of cost and time put on them while they were actually setting the goal. So they wanted to come back because in their mind, the things that were in front of them could cost so much that, yeah, that's my number one priority right up until they get sticker shock on it and they go, you know what, I'm not so good on that. And in times, and we're starting to see this more because COVID brought in a lot of money. So it ironically gave you a lot more flexibility to do some stuff that was unexpected in many respects. Now, as I look across the region, budgets are getting tighter and tighter and tighter because we've done that. So the prioritization for them, the second time around, is going to add in what the costs are. And we'll see if that changes the way they do it. For you, you've never put that burden on yourselves. You just said it'll come through the budget process and that's where you'll decide how deep, how far, what have you. So right now, I think we're gonna go with the process that you've always used. Unless there's a strong objection or you want to do something a little bit different, I'm open to hearing that. Deborah.
Clarifying question.
Sure.
So we are talking about the 2025 priorities, just to be clear, we already have 2024 priorities, so this is forward looking, right? Okay. And we will talk about the budget for that when we get to the budget process.
Great
right?
point.
So I just, forward looking.
That's why we're doing this.
Yes.
Thank you for that, because that's right, your budget folks left the dot for this year, so.
Yeah.
Anything you do, so in the back.
Is it a 2-year priority setting to parallel the budget?
So most of the folks that I work with on a 2-year budget have 2-year goals.
Yeah.
So they went, and, you know, I think historically that's what you have done, so be.
We have not done that.
Yeah, no,
We
we've
have
adjusted
every
that.
year, we have not done 2 years.
So if you change your budget midstream then to accommodate the goals?
My hope is that it's a 2025, 2026 look with the ability to adjust.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of like our biennial budget.
Unless it's premature, let me know, but I'm wondering if or not, we can consider number 10 completed, maybe not.
So we're gonna go through that. I'm gonna go through a
Okay.
stepwise process, each one, and
Very
we're gonna have that
Okay.
conversation. I just kind of wanted to lay out for the newer folks here, that's kind of the approach, so they have good, John.
Yeah, I think the voting against each other, that makes sense.
I guess I wondered, like, I suggested it earlier to try to articulate a little better. Also, in terms of getting more in the weeds on, more specific rather, you know, how can we implement in this priority setting process to like measure things, to be like, okay, here's where we're at on something, or like, here's the biggest opportunity. The very broad question I just threw at you, but like, are there any tools that you've seen with other clients of like how to, I guess, measure both like where we're at on things and like what the possibilities are within like a 2-year time frame?
So typically, with goals like this, and climate action is a good example of where you develop a really detailed plan, and typically there's some timeframes attached to that, and others, there are other goals are like that as well. That operationalizing of your goals really comes from staff. It's informed by these discussions. So there are things that people say, this is really important to me. And when you have a big macro goal, housing is one of these things. I mean, housing is big and it has a lot of nuances into it and so forth. So staff needs to hear from you, and part of the earlier parts of this retreat has been designed to get enough conversation going so that you have a sense of where folks would want to go. But typically after you've set these, staff comes back with work plans and strategies to go out and accomplish it. And sometimes their process, DEI you went through a whole thing. You set up, a commission and a group of folks to work with you, and that was your goal, to set it up. And you didn't have a lot of defined things that you were going to accomplish or time, because you weren't sure. Climate somewhat, in my mind, seems to fit into that zone. And so ongoing updates and the interface between the goal, staff, and you over the year is really the way that gets measured. There's one other piece of this that's really important from the standpoint of connecting your role as policymakers with the delivery system, and that's with your city manager's evaluation. So the city manager's evaluation really focuses more or less on the top 5 goals for the year, and then the general operation of the city. We go through a process that creates communication around that. And in your case, your city manager has historically delivered pretty extensive updates on all of these goals, or that in terms of what activities have occurred. And that's on top of the regular reporting that you get over the course of the year. So that's how it's been handled. We've never on the front end said sidewalks is a goal, and when we leave this retreat, I want you to have 10 sidewalks. I want to make sure you have 10. Well, I have clients that actually just did one where they did something kind of like that. They wanted to do it. It was not comfortable because of staff. It pulled the council down into a place that they weren't honestly, they didn't have enough knowledge. That wasn't really where they should be, but so I always encourage them to do that, so if you will. But knowing, and we'll get to this now here in a second, when they're fit, or what, and some of these, for example, climate action, I hope housing doesn't fall into this, but it might never be. So that puts different kinds of pressures on you over time to evolve and so on. So different.
Oh, I was just gonna ask Rob about the preamble that we talked about.
Thank you. Keep forgetting about that, but it's important. So in an email a couple months ago, maybe, I sent a suggested preamble that would be at the top of the council priorities. Do you guys remember seeing that?
Yeah, what was it again?
Oh, okay. Well, it's gonna take me a minute to pull that up.
It was essentially what the goals of the city are.
Well, make a well-run city. So.
Oh, right, it was like what we do
Just kind of,
routinely.
kind of,
Yeah, what are-
is be a well-run city and do all the things you need to do to keep the city, running and effective and.
And this is kind of
So,
on top of that.
right,
Yeah.
You do?
right.
Do you mind reading it?
Yeah, here's what I got. The city's top priority will always be fulfilling its core mission, which includes ensuring public safety, maintaining the city's infrastructure, complying with state and federal mandates, and safeguarding the city's finances. In addition, achieving the city's 20-year vision as described in the comprehensive plan is of high importance. For this context,
The city council can emphasize certain initiatives or address specific problems through its priority setting process. Each year, these priorities are described as follows.
That would be the preamble.
And the intention was, but how that, the bill was,
Just so we don't lose sight of the super important things. To our core mission.
And
Can you, email that to me so I can look at it?
Yeah.
I need it in front of my face. Thank you.
I'm looking forward to folks right now too.
And I think part of that came from, as much as we've had community engagement increase over the past year, maybe for the, I'm not gonna go into it, but there were questions and concerns about whether or not we were meeting those obligations and that sort of thing. So stating it up front that that's what we do. And
Just a quick point too. One of the almost weekly ways that we use these goals, as you know, is in your agenda bills too. And so oftentimes as staff, we get to the bottom, we have to say, what council priority are we addressing? And when we're talking about, we need a contract to, do some work in a park or fix something on a sidewalk or street, this gives us something, it's like, oh, I do have a place here. So just a practical application.
okay, good.
Basically what I was going to say, just that it's something that I've talked about over the years that I've just always felt like it's just an unsaid thing. Oh, yeah, we're supposed to do that. Operations, public safety. Oh, yeah, we're supposed to do that. But it's like really actually recognizing that that is our core mission. And those are most important to run the city. And having it written in as part of the priorities is important to people that can't write, oh, this is gonna go to this goal. So for all of us that don't have a direct link to something on the priorities, that's important to us.
Looking at the council priorities, I'm looking at number 3 for enhanced multimodal transportation.
Can everybody hear?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Under number 3, there are additional bullets, which I think is helpful. Because some of the other bullets are very broad, and then it's kind of left for interpretation. And I know it's kind of a balance. It's like not being too directive to get it down to the nitty gritty, but I think there's maybe a balance there where you can look at some of these broader goals and kind of identify, even if it's kind of a category or something under there to give some sort of direction. Because I think that, so number 3, that seems helpful.
Nathan?
Debbie, do you want those listed out in the priorities, or should we debrief that through action plans and further discussion during meetings?
I think even if it's just preliminary today to at least get some thought, because again, if you don't give any indication, we're guessing, and then it's like the bring your rock thing. Is this the rock that you would like us to, or something else? So I think even if it doesn't appear under these, I think as part of your discussion, it would be helpful to understand, because you're all gonna have different perspectives on what these broad goals mean.
And I agree. I think, having that discussion is really important for city staff so they can, see what we see in these priorities. I'm wondering if we need all the bullet points under every single priority to do that, or can we just have a discussion about it?
Melanie and then Rob.
yeah, I'm just gonna say, I think the discussion as we're going through this or where we're at is important, and we've actually given a lot of examples. I'm concerned of getting too far in the weeds, and I think I stated that earlier. I think this high level, as I look at pedestrian facilities plan, target zero, BRT, passenger ferry, and CAPE, for example, like those go without saying that they fit within number 3. And that we have programs in place that are already meeting that. And that is part why I do think it would be good for staff to come back and say, are these things that you think are priorities this year? If you have concerns about it. But I am concerned of getting too far in the weeds. I am actually so like where we are with climate action. I feel very much like we know where we're going. Affordable housing, I think we have to look at. I'm like, okay, I'm ready for data and a plan. What does that look like? So maybe that clarity is that's the step that we're at right now. If you need that, but I'm just we have so many great things going on, like I don't wanna miss something that's important by not listing it. But I am almost going, gosh, Parks and Recreation, and maybe, you know, that's a line that's different from climate action and environment, or it's a line that's different than community engagement. There are maybe places that I would put that, right? So I don't wanna add another item to the list, but I might think it's necessary based on conversation that we had here. So I hear you, Debbie. I'm just gonna say, I know how much we can get wordsmith, and we have some stuff that's been here for many years that I think we're doing well at, but us and staff understanding the level of work that you're able to do in a year is important, so that we're not piling things on top.
Rob, Nigel, John.
No, I also think that it probably falls more on Rob to figure out what color rock we're all looking for and then communicate that down to staff. Rather than us doing that kind of now as a group, because I am concerned with the conversation and kind of get way off track and go long.
Yeah, and Rob, all right.
Yeah, so I'm evolving a little bit on this, and I agree with what the mayor said. I think what we can do is come back maybe in July or a couple months and say, this is what we think the rocks look like. And get head nods from you. That said, if there's, like, let's take economic development. If there's a broad bullet point that you think we should zero in on, I would like to hear that today, like downtown. You know, if you think that's a key bullet point in your economic development, then I think that's a broad enough bullet that you could give us guidance on today.
Okay. John and Jennifer.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to get in the weeds arguing over semicolons, like doing that sort of thing, but, you know, hearing from staff, like we want more particulars, I guess I would say if we don't want to go that route today, like, yeah, let's at least get more definition, because clearly the polling shows affordable housing, that rock looks like many different things to many people. Economic development, I think, needs a lot of teasing out. Several of these are a little amorphous. So, yeah, I would say at a minimum, let's just get a little more precise on that. So,
Sure. Jennifer.
I was just following up on what Rob said, I was thinking that we could take the priorities with the leadership team and go through them and kind of like dial down what we think we mean by those priorities. And then get confirmation from you that yes or no, this is what we mean, whatever. Makes a lot of sense. I don't think we've really ever done that before.
And I want to say an important piece on that conversation that you can do. Yeah, like that it's within bandwidth, like how you interpret it. And this is where, I mean, this is as full as we go right here. Or, you know, if we have bandwidth, something's gonna happen. I think that bandwidth piece, this piece, when you come together to talk about it, if we go that way.
I'm actually happy you mentioned that, because I want to reference an earlier discussion about, you know, I heard we're working, we're putting in a lot of hours doing stuff. And then I hear the council going, I don't want you killing yourself doing stuff. And I think that when I left that conversation, I went, okay, there needs to be maybe, I think I heard the council giving permission. Well, you don't have to, we don't expect you to kill yourself and drop your life to accomplish these particular goals. And in talking to Nathan, I had a conversation about that just as we're on the break. I think one of the things, and I've seen all the others mention this, because it's now kind of come full circle in data, that's this picture for me. And I think one of the downsides of a really great organization. So what's a great organization? People are motivated, they're expressing themselves, they're all in. You heard an example earlier when Rob said, you know what? We could probably reforest this whole particular area and you watch your city manager do that, okay? Now, and we've seen that many times. I think, I listened to Richard been around long enough on that topic, have him take off on, and all your team does that. So they take off on this stuff, and so the upside of an organization like that is you just produce this stuff, you get innovation, you get all this stuff happen. The downside is that you really have to manage stress. And that's always been a challenge for the city manager for himself even, so it's that kind of piece, how to calibrate it in. I think if you hand off these goals to your team, your senior team, they should come back with a realistic plan of how they could do that for 25 and 26 and how much it's gonna cost. And that would be the budget piece. Some clients, there's councils that set goals and the managers go back and go, well, I don't have the money for that. I will either have to raise rates or we have to stop doing something else. Those are legitimate conversations that happen down in that part of the organization, then comes back to a council for a choice to be made. And then you'd see that in the budget or going out in November for whatever it is you're gonna do and all of that. That's a normal part of the process. Jennifer.
Just to follow or finish up, what I also meant to add was not only that the management team would be kind of dialing in and figuring out what they mean and what we can do, but also using the community engagement pieces that we've just done to be, as part of the conversation, because it's what we're hearing from the community too.
Yeah, and I love that you brought that into the conversation. And I'm just thinking about performance reviews at where I work. This is my bucket of work. And we have a huge bunch of ideas here. This is where we set the level. You might get ahead, you might have more bandwidth. What's above and beyond expectations by, accomplishing goals that are within this bandwidth. And then we actually, it doesn't have to be too precise. I'm just saying this as a framework. You'll have something that says, we said we do this, and then we did this, this, and this on top of that. Somehow, because you guys are, working hard, but that, I find it useful as I'm doing performance reviews at my work. This is the bucket of work. This is above and beyond, like seeing what that looks like and hopefully being able to maintain it within your 40-hour work week.
Okay, any other comments? So, was there something to agree to in terms of the preamble? We kind of just left that out there. What's that?
I don't think there's any objections to it.
Yeah, okay.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, the next, and this is, everyone understands sort of how we're gonna do this. So the next step is to go systematically through this, and the first question I wanna have answered is is it finished? Does it come on? That's the first thing. So I'll take a wild guess at number one, probably not finished, probably doesn't come off, but that's up to you. Yeah.
Not finished.
Not finished.
Okay, the cap.
Not finished.
Not finished.
Okay.
In the preservation, environmental stewardship.
Okay. Multimodal transportation.
Not finished.
Yeah. Update to the financial sustainability plan.
Finished.
Yeah, that's gonna be finished before 2025.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of
Do we
included in the preamble.
Yeah.
Do we include it as an item that says implement the 2024 financials?
We'll get to that in a second. You can continue to do that if you want to. Typically, if it stays, then we'll go back and look at rewording some of these things. So you could say, you know what, I still want it to be in there. I want it to compete, but instead of update, it's an implement. You could do that.
I would say it comes, sorry.
Melanie, and then Deborah, and then.
And I like that suggestion. I think how do I say this? The financial sustainability plan is, something for us to evaluate whether or not what elements are going to implement. So it's like the process of the financial sustainability committee and plan. That step has taken place, but we also have to plan the budget. So that I don't know, I hear what you were saying though. Yes.
I would say that this comes off. Because it is done and then it rolls into our ongoing budget process that's part of the preamble. So.
Okay, Nigel?
I agree with that.
John?
I think I'm more in favor of keeping it and revising it simply because we haven't found any consensus yet, and there's a, you know, FSP was thrown at a problem, and we're gonna choose some of those, but like, I don't know, I think that's both the thing to define and implement, so I would be more in favor of
So
revising.
you're not, you, help me understand, is it's not quite finished yet?
I don't think it's finished, or I think it needs to change,
Okay.
but it kind of 6-1 doesn't it?
Nathan, Nigel, and Valerie.
I think through this budget process, it will be finished. We don't expect to continue updating the financial sustainability plan next year and the year after. That's something that we do this year for the budget. So in my mind, I agree with Nigel and Deborah that this one is off for next year.
Nigel and Valerie.
Yeah, I really think it has to do with what we'll be dealing with in 2025. And we'll, as a council, approve the FSP, you know, in the next couple of months. And then the question is just council's following through on that, but I don't think we need to have it on the list. It's a plan that we already have in place, and we'll just hopefully follow the plan we'll agree to.
Valerie?
Agreed. I agree it's not done for 2024. I agree it will be done for 2025. I would very much like to see it reflected in an ongoing way in the preamble, which before we adopt it as it is, I'd like to revisit some of the words in there. In that preamble, it just needs a little editing, but I'm a fan of it coming off of here if it's in the preamble.
Okay, so I'm hearing off as a majority of consensus, and when it comes to preamble, I hear wordsmithing, and I start getting a rash. This many people in the room, it's like, so maybe there would be, but I'm hearing you'd like to see something in the preamble that would reflect that. I'm kind of hearing consensus in that direction.
I'm okay if it goes off, if it's gonna be in the preamble.
That's what I'm hearing.
I have a concern. I actually think it is specific to our budget planning process, and then the operation budget is the thing that we're implementing, but that's how I feel. I'm just saying it out loud. I don't think we need to be so in the weeds in the preamble to say financial sustainability plan in the preamble. I think operating budget is important.
Yeah.
Operating budget rather than FSP. Okay. I just want to be clear on that.
But Valerie, what I didn't hear you say you wanted to wordsmith today. I heard you say you wanted to think about, you had some ideas.
That's correct. I don't need to,
Oh.
I do not want to do it today.
Okay.
But I would like an opportunity to just.
Yeah.
Email.
Second.
Okay, let's go to 5. Implement the diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility strategic plan. Not finished. Continue to seek opportunities to activate Lake Point properties. Okay. Support public safety and social justice reform.
Not done.
Nathan?
I think if we're talking about social justice, or excuse me, not social, public safety in the preamble and social justice reform potentially under number 5, then it might be covered elsewhere already.
Interesting.
That is interesting.
Okay, hold that, because we're gonna come back and do the whole repeat config on language and see if we can get. I never tried this any other group, but you guys have done this for years, you've been able to do it, so I mean, so let's hold 7 and think that it might actually be components of others, which is, see if we can make that happen, okay? Promote sustainable economic development. Is that finished?
No.
Okay.
No, but also I don't know what it means.
Well, we'll get there.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that. Okay, foster community engagement, participation and fun, and is that finished?
No, community engagement is on.
Okay, and then support the post-pandemic recovery process. This one might be finished.
Yeah, complete.
What is the status? Do we have one?
Well, no, that, you're right, let's have a conversation.
I think so
Yeah.
we did use our ARPA funds to pay for police services, but as part of doing that, we did say that those funds were being set aside for future conversations about future special projects that will continue in the same tenor with the same guiding principles and high level guidance from council from 2021. So I do think, so that, as long as we know that, I feel like this could come off, but just that we're not that there are some resources still earmarked for future projects that would still meet the original intent that you had as a council back in 2021.
Can we anticipate those being managed by year end?
Well, it depends on what you decide to do.
Sure.
With them. There is plan to have those come to council. We're just trying to figure out timing for when.
Probably in June.
And that feels,
This year,
yeah, that feels like it is this year, but I do like there is something about, and it's come up, I think, a couple of hot topics. COVID has impacted us, and we're here, but I like the idea of removing it from the list, but I like the idea of keeping our mind around,
Well, and some of the ongoing work is really human services focused. If you remember the council's direction earlier, human services. And so depending on what you decide to do around that issue, you could, yeah.
okay. So I'm hearing, there's still some residual work that's there, but it doesn't rise to the level of full-on goal competing competitive purposes. That's what. Okay. So we're gonna pull number 4 off, number 10 comes off. We will revisit number 7 within the context of some others. Now, this is the part where we're gonna have some conversations about the remaining goals and kind of what they mean, maybe some points to get elaborated upon. I'm gonna ask Rob or somebody to help keep some notes on this, because we're gonna take this, give you a break, and we're gonna create our posters that we vote off of based on kind of what these conversations are about. And this will take a little while, and so just know that, and then it's gonna quickly evolve into a process that'll create conclusions. So let's take affordable housing and let's just have a conversation about what this means and how if all you would change the wording on it and so on. Deborah.
Oh, I wouldn't change the wording. I like the wording. I think for 2025, it means it includes and is not limited to moving forward with the whole Imagine Housing project, the PSH zoning, what did you call it? Permitting process.
Yeah.
Streamlining. That whole process, so that,
Is there a name for the process?
including the advisory group that we were thinking of, so that's 2.
Right,
And then the
but-
housing strategy plan, so, and it probably has more things, but I mean, those are things that we know are part of 2025.
Could you repeat number 2 for us, just for note keeping, hold Imagine Housing project?
Permanent supported housing, just
zoning.
zoning,
Zoning to support permanent development.
well, zoning and code and.
So if we put zoning/code in there,
No, but she doesn't want to change the wording.
No, these are the bullets, these are the bullets.
Oh, bullets.
These are bullets.
All right,
These are
so
the
the added
things
bullets?
that
Are
it
they bullets or are they?
Oh, I'm
things that
sorry.
we're- I think it's just conversation.
Oh, I love the wording the way it is, sorry.
Yeah.
yeah, she said, you said, no, you
I
said.
thought we were talking about what they mean.
The theoretical.
Yeah.
Okay,
These are
yeah.
things for staff,
Yeah, yeah.
staff to understand.
Yeah, you're good.
I got
Okay.
it, gotcha.
I know.
I mean, I would push back a little bit on Deb there. I'm not sure if we've actually agreed that there's gonna be a committee or not as a council.
Well, just some process, yeah. I
A
mean,
process.
yeah.
Yeah. We made that decision
Committee of what? I'm sorry.
to address possible.
I mean,
Oh.
PSH is just its own little concept.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, how about?
I would change the wording, and my suggestion as a raw draft is to say something like, I would preserve and increase availability of varied types of housing at all income levels in accordance with state regs and commitment to density, environmental stewardship, and livability. And I would, unlike putting Imagine, the PSH zoning, I think we need other zoning code revisits. And I think that, there's room for issues of, deeply affordable housing and homelessness in the conversation later today about health and human services,
About what?
about health and human services.
Okay, which will be a new bullet group or somebody. Okay. Did you get that? Okay, so, we're gonna try to do our best without getting heavy into wordsmithing, but you did quite a bit of work on that. So we wanna make sure we get that, because we're gonna put that up on a chart. So could you say kind of for folks that are helping on?
Do you want me to email it to you?
You can, but are we talking about the wording of the goal itself?
Yes.
The goal is
Yeah.
already-
Yeah.
No, goal itself.
I'm proposing a language change. I'm not attached to my language, but
Okay.
there are a couple points that I would switch the order, so preserve and increase
Preserve and increase.
availability of varied types of housing
Hey, hold on.
Got it?
at all income levels in accordance with state requirements and our commitment to density, environmental stewardship, and livability. Thank you, Joe Marsh. Our pithy council member.
Tough spot.
You got that? Thank you. Okay,
I think it's wonderful what you put together. I prefer a little bit shorter, right? I prefer ending, if you can read the first part again, that's where I end.
You would
But-
say, you would end after at all income levels, or would you?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and.
Because state regs are implied in the preamble.
Yeah,
That's true.
you're gonna have to be in compliance with state regs. you know.
Yeah, I really like how you put that. I love tying environment, but I think we'll do that through the other principles too.
Yeah.
But I really like what you put together and the switch of preserve and increase. I thought that was good
Nathan and then John.
and varied.
Understanding that these are a little bit higher level goals and they each have their own space. I appreciate what it says now. I think if I were to change it in a small way, I would say increase and preserve the options for affordable housing and living. Because
Affordable
not
housing and what?
living. Because affordable, at least to me, my understanding is that, affordable housing, you know, we can create affordable housing stock and we can provide that in through partnerships and other methods. But also I think we need to consider keeping affordable housing that we have affordable as well. And just keeping that in mind, and making sure that affordability goes beyond just the new things we build to what we currently have in stock and maintain that.
Yeah, I have a thought. One of the things I really liked about what Valerie's statement came through, the word affordable wasn't in the line because it's a messy word in communication. And it's saying that we have some control over affordability, but it does fit like that, like in the work of affordability, it's there. That I hear that and I'm comfortable with the living and I'm fine if we keep affordable, but the part of it is, yes, increasing stock to allow for more affordability. That I think I heard that Valerie's statement not have the word affordable in it, and I liked varied because I thought that encompasses breadth that we need to address.
Thank you.
John, and then. Nigel. John.
I like Valerie's suggestion. I think I wanna see the word homelessness up top in there. I think it was a big project and I think it's our biggest need when you look at the graph and it's perfect for sending it around. I really wanna keep that front and center. It probably has a place to play with human services too, so I hear you on that front, but you know, the previous affordable housing language was, you know, increased stock of affordable housing. It was very specific about getting units built. So, you know, in as much as there's community engagement around that, and as much as there's, you know, conversations with prospective funders or whatever that looks like, you know, I would like to keep that as a North Star. Especially hearing that a lot of the people that were against that particular project from earlier this year saying, nope, we're serious, we want to do it, like, cool. We've got support, we hear it. Let's deliver, you know, I would want to see that articulated specifically.
Yeah, I like what Valerie brought, and I like that you're keeping it to that first sentence. I might change vary to just all. So all, huh?
Oh.
Well, that's what we need to be doing though. I mean, you look at you look at what we have to do as,
I would argue that some people would say, well, then a tent is acceptable.
well, that's not how. a shelter. There's definitions
Yeah.
of these words and
Yeah,
that's the house.
I did initially have all.
No, I think, I mean, very, some people could read that as, you know, from 50 to 120% AMI, they could be, they could use that as a way to ignore the PSH and the stuff that we still need to do. So I would just expand it to all personally.
You have one more thing. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I wanted to say that I agree with moving up. My other idea was instead of affordable, that we use the word accessible. And how that would read is preserve and increase availability of varied types of housing at all income, varied types of housing accessible at all income levels.
Yeah.
It's just another word. Anyway, and
So Deborah, and then pretty quick, I'm gonna call for this
Yeah.
wrap up on this.
I like your first sentence, not the other part. I think you get to that in other goals, as other people have said. I like preserving first. I like the all income. I think accessibility has other connotations, so I don't want to introduce that. And I do like John's point, that we don't always think of affordable housing as including permanent supported housing. And it kind of walks between housing and health and human services, but we have made the decision to put it under housing. So I would like to see it recognized in this first bullet. So we could say, which includes supported housing, permanent supported housing, or homeless housing, and whatever we want to call it, I mean, recognizing that piece.
You wanna hear that again?
No, I heard that so this is the one that we're circling around right now, preserve and increase availability of all types of housing at all income levels.
And I would just say including homeless
And
housing,
is-
or including permanent supported housing, or something like that.
Including meeting the needs of homeless people.
There you go.
Including meeting the needs of the homeless.
And
Including the needs of people experiencing
so
Yeah.
homelessness.
So I want to bring us to where the process is. So we don't have to have the absolute exact words. We need the intention that you're putting out here. And I think we're there.
I think we just got there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we
Big
now
ones.
just got there.
Tammy's presentation included the language prevention of homelessness.
Well, that's totally different.
Yeah, that's definitely more.
related.
Yeah, that's it.
So-
Including meeting the needs of people experiencing homelessness.
Okay.
That's what we got.
Yeah, yeah.
Including meeting the needs of people including experiencing homelessness.
Do you get that, Anastasia?
Yeah, so preserve and increase availability of all types of housing at all income levels, including the needs of people experiencing homelessness.
Okay,
Yeah,
nice.
that has
Okay.
extra words in there.
Perfect.
Okay.
Let's move on to.
Wait a second, was the environmental stewardship still there?
What? That's
Oh, it's where?
I
I
would say,
thought it was in the housing as proposed by
No.
Valerie.
I would say the all is.
Wasn't it originally in the housing as
Being
proposed by
all
Valerie?
types.
Yes, it was. Okay, I can't agree with it unless environmental is in there.
Although we have the climate action plan and
It's gotta be in the house,
Oh,
to me.
I feel like we want discrete goals and then you prioritize them against each other like we've done.
it's really
And you
interesting.
work on them in tandem.
I think Valerie was right initially.
Well, she is, but how you work on them is, yeah, how you get there.
Those 3 points again were commitment to density, environmental stewardship, and livability.
I like those bullets, I'm fine with those. Even if it's gonna be,
Now we're talking about bullets.
I
No,
really
no.
don't think we need bullets.
yeah, I'm with you, I could.
Okay, I'm hearing consensus on the original language. We'll handle but an environmental piece of with the next one and.
Well, the Valerie language, not original. This is the, is you talking about Valerie's language?
No, it's a second.
Oh, the second one, yeah, okay.
All right. Implement and adopted the climate action plan, environmental stewardship, including water, air, forest, habitat, restoration and preservation. Is there any changes or bullets? It seems comprehensive. Okay,
I don't have a good wordsmith suggestion, but we're gonna need the Metro Power District, so maybe that's a 2026 thing.
so that'll be in the operational plan.
You maybe go lobby the state to allow that to happen.
I'm in, let's go.
Okay, I think we're generally there, and there doesn't have to be 100% agreement, because you can always vote against these goals if you.
Yeah, where that priority falls. yeah.
That's right. So, number 3, enhanced multimodal transportation, including pedestrian and bicycle safety with the bullets that are below. Any recommended changes here that would reflect more accurately going forward?
I would prefer removing the bullets.
Yeah, let's remove the bullets.
Remove the bullets. Everyone okay?
I mean, we all understand what's there.
Okay.
Well, I would just say, I mean, staff was asking for the bullets. I guess. I don't know, it's. 6 1 half dozen the other, but.
I mean, multimodal transportation is head bike, we don't even recognize bike in those bullets. Bus, transit, and ferry. I mean, photo enforcement is arguably a budget issue. I mean, that's not really, well, I mean, it's sort of a.
So I'm
It
hearing,
gets into the minute.
I'm hearing people want to remove them, except maybe one.
I truly don't care.
Don't care.
I recommend removing.
I mean, if we keep them, I want to put bike in there somehow.
Yeah, and I want to remove Kate.
Remove it,
Yeah.
remove it, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, we'll take those out. 4 is off the list. Number 5, implement the diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility DEIA strategic plan, which is in place. Are there any changes that you want to?
Yeah, I would really pick up on Nathan's suggestion that we include social justice reform in that.
Well, is it already in the strategic plan? I guess we haven't seen the plan, so I don't think, have we?
Yeah.
Oh, we saw that, we did see that,
Yeah.
yeah, right, I don't remember.
Yeah, I would say social justice is
Embedded throughout.
embedded is a good word, yeah.
All right, and could we do we have need to call it out specifically? I do, but,
You want to use a bullet? Social justice reform?
you know what, as a semicolon.
We have it in homelessness.
Okay, hold on now.
They're not to be printed.
So, John,
Yeah, we added, and homelessness, including homelessness rather, to the affordable housing piece. I think we could do this. I would support that.
Can you sort of say the language, so it'd be like including social justice reform?
Yeah,
Okay.
implement, and, promote social justice reform or whatever the phrase may be.
I like, after strategic plan, including social justice reform or something. I don't know.
okay, we'll just put it there. So at the end of strategic plan, including social justice reform.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 6, continue to seek opportunities to activate.
On 7, did we deal with public safety?
It's in the preamble.
It's in the preamble, I think.
Oh, I see, we're going back and forth, okay, yeah, okay.
So 7's kind of off now.
Yeah, 7's finished. We always knew it would be because you were gonna make these adjustments. So
Right.
number 6, continue to seek opportunities to activate the Lake Point property. Any changes, Valerie?
I would like to expand beyond Lake Point in this bullet. I would like Lake Point to be a bullet in continuing to seek strategic opportunities
Or
For what?
for development. Whatever it is we're trying to do at Lake Point, I don't want to only do it at Lake Point. Want to make sure that we're nimble enough that if other opportunities in the city come up, we can act on them.
I think that might fall into sustainable economic development, a separate bullet.
But so might Lake Point.
Yeah, but with the scale of Lake Point where we're at with the dedication of resources, I think it's a call out, but I sometimes roll it into, I hear you. So I considered that we're going through this. I would like, and we don't have to go too broad, but I actually do like the solar panel concept with Lake Point. If there's a potential for doing that, I'd like to include that beyond the walkable village. And we don't have to write it, I want it to be in the framework of activation concepts. We don't have to bullet point it, I'm just saying, I think we should add that to the concepts of possibility as we're moving forward.
Okay.
this is an editorial side note.
Just an editorial side note, one of those that I've
Okay.
done, not to you too many of today.
Dave?
Normally, I'm not partial to calling out specific businesses or properties or things like that, especially high level priorities or goals or whatever. But considering that this is a 1-2 year sort of vision, and Lake Point foreseeably is gonna be dominating the next couple of years, I'm okay keeping it as is.
And on that point, I think many organizations, and you certainly have, dialed in specifically on projects that recognize a long-term commitment. And remember, your goals don't just inform your work plan and your manager's evaluation, all that. It also has expressive value. So it's telling people outwardly, this is what's important to us. And that has implications in a variety of different ways. In this case, it continues, and I think based on the survey data that we saw earlier, I think that it would be well received by your community to see that's on your radar. Any changes at all? Just leave it as it is. Okay. Promote sustainable economic development. Do we want to change that in any way? I heard something earlier about downtown, but what I'm.
I don't really wanna change this language, but I do wanna have maybe a little discussion of what we mean by this. And what I see our community believes is economic development is the realization of things like restaurants and commercial retail and grocery. I mean, that came up over and over. So I just want to recognize that as that seems to be the definition that our community has, and I am 100% behind that.
Okay. Melanie and then Joe and then John.
I have one thought, and it's a word that I really like, but at the same time, I think it's okay if we remove the word sustainable and just call it economic development, call it what it is. Just talk about economic development. Ideally, quality economic development is sustainable. And part of why I was so attached to keeping that word sustainable in it is I associate it with the environment and things like that. But we're talking about economic development, and I feel comfortable with just simplifying that language.
You feel comfortable with the language?
I feel comfortable with just economic development.
Just economic development.
Yeah.
Take out the word
Because
sustainable.
we're with that covering every other.
Okay, Joe?
It would certainly include cultivation of small business.
Okay, John?
We split up number 7, and I wouldn't mind seeing this one split up either, because yeah, I think there's two different conversations going on. One is, yeah, restaurant shopping, yes, and that's what most people mean, most of our residents mean, because we've seen that. And I think the second conversation, getting back to sort of FSP stuff, is like, we have to define a sustainable financial model for ourselves. Like, we've got some ideas for that, but I still don't feel like we've decided anything, and I don't know that that's gonna be resolved by the budget process, like in that time period. So I would propose, I don't have the language for it, so maybe I need to take a second, but I would propose potentially breaking those two.
I'll break them down.
What's the second?
Yes, I mean, just defining a sustainable financial model for the city, some of that being tied into economic development, but that's more jobs, that's more what the sales tax revenue would look like. A different conversation than increased restaurants and places to shop.
I consider economic development to be separate from the budget and revenue pieces that you're talking about. I hear where you're coming from. I see it as a lot of what we're talking about. What's the plan for Kenmore, and supporting small business, KDA, all these other things that we are. But I hear where you're coming from, John. I think it's a valuable point.
Nigel? Well.
Yeah, going back to the word sustainable, I don't know. Kind of reflecting what Councilor Marshall said, I'm a little concerned that if all we're chasing is economic development for economic development's sake, and especially if we're tying, in some minds, that to cities' revenues. For some folks, that could mean we need to chase out a Costco and a Walmart above everything else.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that's not sustainable for the city. It might be sustainable for the city's budget. It wouldn't be sustainable for like small businesses to exist, and it wouldn't be sustainable for our character as a city. So that's my concern with, economic development overall is, if we just wanted to work on sales tax revenue, we just get a Costco or Walmart and everything else would disappear. And that's not the city I want to live in. So I don't know.
I like what you said. And my only concern is sustainable. Was it a political word? Was it a playing word? Was it meaningful?
I like the way you framed it and its meaning, so I'm totally comfortable with being that.
Valerie, Stephanie, then Rob.
I have, I want there to be some piece of this sentence that indicates that we're trying to not just develop business, but, character of downtown. You know, that we're trying to make places to walk into, not, you know, yes, small homeowners who are working from their houses, having that kind of business, but again, these places where people can go into. But I'd like to reflect that somewhere, maybe the word downtown goes in there. I'm not sure, this feels incomplete to me. And then the second piece, I wanted to ask Stephanie if she has input from the Business Association about what they would like.
Yeah.
You
That's
are next.
perfect segue. And I just want to say, so one of the hats I wear is Economic Development Director of the city. And if you remember, we came up with an economic development approach that we rolled out last year. So over a year ago now, and it was a three-pronged approach. So it's a well-run city, focus on strategic opportunities and key partnerships. So it's kind of three things. So we're seizing opportunities, we're focusing on those key partners, and we're being a well-run city, which then does bring in more economic development. People want to, in a well-run city, businesses want to come and be partners. So I want to say that. And then I also want to say there's a lot that we're doing on economic development. And I feel like sometimes when we talk about bringing in new restaurants or and that's all great. We want to hear what our community has to say, but we're working with the chamber. We're working with our Kenmore Business Alliance. We have a very strong Kenmore Business Alliance, and that is thriving right now. We've expanded our business registration program. So for the first time this year, we will learn who all our businesses are and have information to contact them. I'm really excited about what that means and where that leads us. And we're going to be pursuing. We know it was 65% home-based businesses before. I don't know yet. We're going to be coming to council in June to give you a sense now that we have a required business registration program with information about our businesses that we now know. And I don't know if it's going to still be 65%, but I think it's still going to be pretty high home-based businesses. And we've talked about all kinds of ideas. We also work with the Heritage Society, the Arts of Kenmore, with community organizations to support businesses. And I don't want to lose some of that work that we're doing in this conversation at a high level, because that is meaningful on the ground. I meet with businesses on a regular basis. I have a whole group of folks that I meet with and partner with in my role. And that is expanding as we roll out the new business directory, which is brand new this year. And then the tourism piece that we're thinking about potentially a lodging tax, and also just expanding the clientkenmore.org to have a tourism base and have more tourism related content for our community is coming. And so those are already in the works as we talk about what we mean by economic development. And so I do feel, just to answer your question, we have a very strong connection with the Kenmore Business Alliance. They know that we are working on all those things, and those are all supported by our business owners through the Kenmore Business Alliance. Every month we talk about all these things I'm mentioning here.
Do we cite them then in this bullet point?
Well, I mean, if you look at the present, so yesterday, we didn't go through bullet by bullet those slides, but if you look at the city manager's office, it's all listed there. All the things I just mentioned and more. And, because we have Port of Seattle grant money that we also access and do some other things too. I have a question. Definitely.
I have
Yeah, we
a
have a
direct
few.
one
Okay, yeah.
to, Valerie's, missing something. What if we said, promote sustainable economic development with a sense of place? Like with a sense of, and I love everything that you said. And I also think why this is so important is I want more visibility in our community, knowing how much you're doing and our community is doing. That was just, I just wanted to let it out, like with a sense of place or feeling.
Okay, so Rob, Nathan, Nigel, Deborah.
It just reinforce what Stephanie just said, those three prongs she mentioned are also in your new economic development elements as well. And for me, the number one of those three is run a good city. If you're running a really good city with good predictable permit processes and well taken care of roads and safety and beautiful, gorgeous parks and beautiful streetscapes, that right there is the most you can do for economic development, in my opinion. And I had, just one other thought, when it comes to using economic development to increase your taxes, it sounds good, but it's complicated. Because when you increase your tax base, yes, you're bringing in new revenue, but you're also bringing in new things to serve, not just the business there, but the crime that comes with the Walmart or whatever it is. And, like Tukwila has a massive, they're about the same population as us. They have a massive budget compared to us, massive tax base, but they spend probably 5 times as much as we do on police. And so there isn't a one-to-one relationship between, oh, if you improve your tax base, you will improve your tax revenue. I've become more cynical about that as my career has progressed.
Plus, it impacts discernibly the character to do, if you chase that particular goal. Nathan, Nigel, Deborah.
To Valerie's point, I see the value in that when talking about opportunity with the downtown, especially right now with the ULI, with the planning commission, reviving the downtown element. There's a lot of focus there, a lot of opportunity. But my preference is maybe we put a pin in that element and maybe it could be a new priority in keeping economic development focused on businesses in the 3-pronged approach. And the downtown development is something a little different. They might go hand in hand, but I think there's enough distinction between the two to separate them.
Okay, Nigel, Deborah, and Melanie.
Yeah, circling back to what Val said earlier. What about adding something like language, and what Deb said, circling back, on that. What if we had language saying something like giving people more local options, for places to shop, eat, and recreate, or something like that? Cause I do agree, that's what people are thinking about. People aren't thinking about, somebody's home-based accounting firm, as like adding to, and again, nothing against that, that's great. But nobody's, focusing on that when it comes to like increasing, quality of life or what people are looking for in economic development. And people aren't thinking about, and again, this isn't an knock on anybody, but, more dental offices in downtown. People want places where they can go and shop and interact and do all that sort of stuff. I think that's what people are asking for, not just general, more economic activity. So I'll just toss it.
I think we're starting to think along the same lines, and I liked what you 3 have all said, and I had a similar idea. Promote sustainable, or not sustainable, promote sustainable economic development strategies that attract residents, small businesses, and tourists. So I was thinking along that same line.
Residents, small business.
Good job. That's good.
Oh, okay.
I like it. You mean residents or restaurants?
Residents.
She said residents.
Strategies that
Resident
attract
restaurants?
residents,
Attract.
small businesses, and tourists.
Not restaurants, residents,
Residents,
people.
attract residents. Like restaurants would attract
Okay.
residents and
Okay.
tourists. They hit both marks.
Can I substitute tourist for visitor? And what about visitors instead of tourists?
Sure, I mean, whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
Visitors,
I get it.
Okay,
That means.
Right.
Melanie.
I did, with, Nathan's comment, I thought it was important. And on the one hand, I like it, on the other, I don't. And, the reason being, when we get into this pairing, and we're trying to get to 5 priorities, right? Like, I think downtown development fits in economic development. And in the statement, if we pull it out separate from economic development, one or the other is gonna, and I think we are gearing towards that as another direction that we're trying to overall share with them today, like, that it fits together. So I get it, and I'd have a concern of doing a pullout on it.
Okay, so your friendly amendment to include a downtown piece in that or no?
No, just, I think we already have
Okay.
by our conversations today.
Okay, so there's been some language that would change this. Did you?
Yeah, so at the latest iteration we have is promote sustainable economic development strategies that attract residents, small businesses, and visitors.
I like it.
And the one thing was
Sustainable.
sustainability was awesome.
Sustainable was back and forth, someone voted it back in, so.
Let's put it back
It's
in,
in
even if you want,
I
I
don't
mean,
care.
if they wanna do a thumbs up, thumbs down on sustainable, I mean, I.
Okay.
It should be transient, not sustainable. No,
I think we have enough to vote.
I have one idea at the end, maintaining a sense of place. Is that too much?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
Very melody.
all right. And the final one, foster community engagement, participation, and fun. Any changes there? Deborah?
Could have a friendly amendment that would say engagement, well, I was gonna say engagement with all ages, I was trying to pull in Nathan's youth advisory committee idea.
Yeah.
But then all ages, but then you get all the other demographics, so just forget I said that.
I might just insert the word increased,
Engagement.
Excuse me?
foster
Yes.
increased community engagement, participation, and fun.
What'd you say?
I might just add the word increased, so foster increased, community engagement, participation, and fun. Something like that.
Or foster broad, broad community engagement? Broad.
I don't know, I wanna see it grow.
Broader.
But I think broad,
Broader.
I don't know,
Broader.
I don't know.
I like more. That was the big word.
Well, but it's
Okay,
not
Nathan.
just smart, it's diverse.
Nathan.
We want it diverse.
Can I add a friendly amendment to that? Let's say,
Okay, first off, friendly amendments are not thing.
that was just to get it. I think, creating a unique Kenmore culture through increased community engagement, participation, and fun. I do like the idea of creating something that's uniquely Kenmore and creating this engaged, cooperative, courteous culture that we have within our city.
I almost think, the word increase, I don't know if we need it. Like, community engagement is a priority in and of itself, but the whole picture that we're talking about, I'm fine if we add it, I'm trying to find a way to say it right, and so I'm good with community engagement without, and I'm, yeah, that's.
More conversation, Nigel and Deborah.
Yeah, I'm a little, the word culture has a lot of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so amorphous and carries a lot of undertones that I will. It's not defined enough for me personally.
Okay, Deborah?
I won't even add a word, I will replace the word foster with broaden.
Sure.
Broad.
That has like increase and broader.
I like that.
That works.
Broaden, community engagement, participation, and fun.
No, it's broad doesn't.
Doesn't really work with
Fun.
Broad.
Foster broad.
And foster.
Yeah, well, that's what I was.
Foster both.
Foster broad community engagement, are people okay with that or?
Broad community engagement, participation, foster fun.
Foster.
And fun.
I got it, I know.
So, we're about.
Oh.
Broad.
How
or
about
just-
this?
Help us.
Let's just say community engagement, participation, and fun. No descriptor beforehand, just, these are important.
We'll be parallel.
But they're up to them all.
They all have a curve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of increased foster, hey, I think we got some good options there, but growth.
Yeah, I'm fine with growth.
Grow. Valid.
Expand.
I'm gonna recommend broaden community engagement and foster fun. I take participation out because it's the same as it is.
So broaden the community engagement and foster fun
A little bit alliterative.
I'm like that.
and remove participation.
English tutor.
I'm good with broaden community engagement and fun.
Okay. Do we have enough that we could? It's up there and then.
Yeah.
I need 2 more.
So are we I'm at broad community engagement and foster fun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah?
yeah, okay. Okay, all right, so we've been here a while, you need a break, we have two more steps. One is that we're gonna ask if there's any new goals that you wanna have thrown in the mix. And then we'll give you a break while we put up the charts, get them ready for the final step, which is compare comparison. So do you need a break before we go to any new ideas? Or, okay, let's go. Anybody want to nominate, anything else that's not on here? Got Melanie.
I just don't know where it fits, and I think it probably needs to be added. Human services, where is it? How does that fit? And where's Racer fit? Is it in public safety or human services? I just, it's a glaring omission. And I know it's gonna hurt my priority list by adding it, you know, like what I had in my mind, but I think it's important. And I might have to adjust my thinking by adding it.
Okay, so human services and public safety kind of as a.
Well, I just don't know where human services is met in our priorities based on what we've
Well, it's
got.
not listed on.
Yeah, exactly, and it's not even, to me, it doesn't fit neatly underneath one thing that we have here.
Right.
And public safety is wrapped up in the whole lot.
Well, you have just, I think, had conversations about public safety in connection with human services. I mean, a lot of communities are doing that now purposely, so, but,
I kind of see them together.
okay, so Valerie and then Stephanie.
I just want to wholeheartedly get behind, human services bullet. You are probably the fifth source from which I've heard this week, and so I feel really delighted that you brought it up, and it was on my list to bring up too. So, and as I'm sure other people, and I want to call specifically into focus my desire for us to be a care community, and that, you know, this is something like promote health and human services, and I want us to refer specifically to the work that Tammy's been doing in this, so we reflect what she's doing, so she continues to be supported and funded in her important work. Straight out of her community survey, you know, she has funding priorities. A resource service navigator is one, top of list. And prevention of homelessness, housing affordability, and service access for elders, youth, mental health, and transportation support are her tops. And I just want to make sure that we reflect the presence of those things in this.
Okay, so some emerging language is promote health and human services, Stephanie.
So I've been messaging with Tammy, to say if they're, you know, and she suggested finalize, adopt, and implement the human services strategic plan. So every Kenmore resident has the opportunity to thrive. So just to throw that out there for you to consider from our Housing Human Services Manager.
I think that's a little bit, I would just say that's a little bit cart before the horse, since we haven't seen it.
True.
So, yeah, so I would stick this here
Yeah.
with, a simpler language, which is having it as a goal, help, you know, promote or support health and human services with what we know already. And then as we, you know, get to the point of having a plan, then we, you know, yeah. I mean, we could say for all people to thrive or something. I don't want to lock us into a plan that we haven't seen. So,
Well, this would be developable. Right?
Yeah.
oh, no, well, she said, no, she said, so you implement is what you
Yeah,
said.
finalize, adopt, and implement.
Finalize.
So you already,
Yeah, I wouldn't be implemented until we're finalized.
okay, hold on. Melanie, Nigel, John, and then maybe go back.
I like what she said. I think if we have human services in the list, that can be the action that she takes place, but we don't have to be specific listing it right now. I like that. And then I lean a little towards public safety and human services together in one line, because I see a lot of relationship there with, oh, maybe not. Okay,
Well,
I read
because
the-
we covered it in the preamble. That's
I
one
think-
reason.
And the reason I thought about public safety is because of our community. It is in the preamble, but I think that it is a concern and something people like to see that we have as a priority as well. That's just, it's a little political. I'm owning it. I'm owning where.
Okay, Nigel, John, Stephanie, Rob, you have an editorial comment?
Well, just, is it the overlapping circles, is that a Venn diagram? Yeah, so public safety overlaps in human services, but human services covers other things.
Yeah.
And so I would recommend joining the two together in one goal.
Okay.
You would know.
Well, no,
And I think the regional crisis response is a perfect example.
that's like the one, yeah.
That's human services. It's, well, it's both, right?
That's my other question.
Behavioral health support, but it's
That's
also
right.
public safety, so yeah, there is.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's specifically why I had the question.
Okay, Nigel and John.
Yeah, and beyond like race or a couple of things, I wouldn't really want to be conflating human services and public safety, because that brings with it a lot of,
Stigma.
stigma. And, well, not stigma, but also just assumptions about behavior and a lot of other stuff that I don't think is super helpful.
Okay, John.
My comment got addressed. I'm good.
Yes. So the proposed language for a new goal, roughly, promote health and human services.
That's what my thing says.
Right? Okay, all right. Sure. Any other nominations for new consideration?
I think I spaced out for a second. Are we adopting that in lieu of Tandy's language? I like,
Are you doing one?
are we adopting that in lieu of Tandy's language? I like hers a little better, but,
Yes. Well, the language that I just said was the one that was getting traction, so,
okay.
but.
Is that everybody?
So this was about, please again.
Yeah, so I just wanted to center on the timing. So what's happening now, so the human services needs assessment is being completed. We'll come back to you in June for your adoption. And then the next step is a strategic plan, which is planned to be developed later this year. And by the end of the year, is the hope, November-ish, is what she said, when we were just centering it earlier today. So it'd be, yeah, end of this year would be, coming to the finish line on that strategic plan for your consideration and adoption, and then the implementation of that. So that's kind of the timing that we have planned right now. And obviously, it'd be up to the council to decide based on what you see, the strategic plan.
Because I hear where you're at.
Finalize, adopt, and implement the human services strategic plan, so every Kenmore resident has the opportunity to thrive.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, Rowan?
Point of clarification, this is 2025, right? So we will have already done those first two things, and we're at the stage of implementing in 2025. So do we still need those first two words?
Well, it depends on what happened, if it comes to you in November and you have still have things you want to send her back. So I think finalize is good. It might not be finalized in
Okay.
2025, is what this allows to happen, just because, or imagine housing is really busy and there's a lot, just in terms of like managing, just like we've been talking about, all of the priorities on her plate.
Okay, and then I might recommend that we just end after the words of strategic plan, because we've kind of mixed other flowery add-ons at the end. And I feel to be equal opportunity mixer.
Okay, so let's see where we are.
So the two contenders are promote health and human services or finalize, adopt, and implement the human services strategic plan.
The two.
Yeah.
I think number 2 has consensus, so we'll go with that. Anything else new? Deborah?
Feeling the need to, since we took off waterways and walkways, I'm feeling the need to reintroduce something about parks and recreation, and I actually don't have language for it, except maybe, foster opportunities to, I don't know, or continue to build out park and recreation strategies or something. I don't know. It just feels like it's kind of a glaring gap.
It was on my list too.
So, but yeah.
Okay.
I mean, is there, I assume, we have a CIP
CIP,
plan. We
yeah.
could, if you wanted to call out, continue to implement our parks, capital.
That doesn't recognize recreation.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
You
Well,
could say
if somebody-
promote the use of parks and enjoyment of parks and recreation in Kenmore, and then if you have a plan for that. I
well,
mean,
the use of it is a different animal, but, because we were talking about like the little downtown, playground and, and the opportunity is, across the street from City Hall and, so, I don't know, a placeholder for more parks and recreation opportunities.
This does sort of play into my thought about where we have Lake Point. I'm content with number 6 at this point, but to my point earlier, continue to seek opportunities to activate parks and, you know, recreation and Lake, because that's what we're trying to do at Lake Point.
Well, we're trying to do it a lot of. places.
Exactly, we're trying to do it in a lot of places, which would queue us up for a future NPD.
Yeah,
So
I-
well,
I
that's
agree
a
that
good
having
point, too.
something about
Yeah.
Parks and Rec on here is in keeping, but I don't know what that language is.
Yeah.
I kind of was following like, do we, I mean, I wasn't hearing consensus yesterday, but I think like Metropolitan Parks District should be a priority for the city, whether or not we put it on the bond this year or wherever it goes, but somehow the pullout for how our parks service is handled is important.
Maybe explore or
Explore.
continue to, you know, explore opportunities for expanding parks and recreation.
Okay, say that again?
I don't know, what did I say?
Explore
Continue,
opportunities. No,
continue
not-
to
not
explore opportunities for expanding
Just say,
parks and
just-
recreation.
just say explore.
I would just say explore.
Explore,
Skip, continue. Just,
explore opportunities for, to expand parks and recreation, yeah, thank you.
However, maintenance is really the big thing.
Well, that's an available too, yeah.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
so just as the devil, I'll be the devil. What's this mean? Explore opportunities to expand parks.
MPD.
Well, I'm thinking,
I'm sorry.
I'm thinking of staff.
Okay,
Like, how-
sorry.
How would we,
Continue to seek
I was
opportunities.
the one that brought it up, so I thought I would speak to it, but.
do it?
Well, I think it includes what we were just talking about, MPD, the little park in City Hall, connections between places, that's bike ped, although it falls into bike ped too.
There's a map, you have the map.
Yeah,
The Rotary Park change.
what's the Rotary Park?
Rotary Park, but it's.
We have pickleball there, yeah, but I mean pickleball, yeah, so it's those kind of things that we were just
Okay.
talking about, right?
Just enough meat on the bones.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay,
Parks and Rec.
do we have enough language that we can go with something on that? Okay,
Michelle?
Yeah.
okay. Anything else, Liv?
Can I just ask a question of staff? I don't know if this is procedurally iffy. Are we missing something? You all feeling represented? Oh, you're not.
I mean, I think that, I think what you're trying to do is define it for us, not get too much in the weeds, and then we'll come back and tell you what we can do.
Okay.
Right?
But are all the departments represented?
Yeah, you feel represented in this list, I guess.
I feel represented as well as the preambles there.
All right. fair enough. Hey,
Anybody else?
I was just
Thank
gonna say,
you.
hold on, let's not,
so the downtown is still important. When we do these love where you live workshops, Lake Point has half of it, the downtown has the other half. And I feel like maybe we should consider some aspect in there. I know, Melanie, you were talking about grouping that in with economic development. Valerie, you said that too. I felt that maybe they could be a little bit different when one is focused on maybe businesses and the economy and the other's development related, but I don't know, I guess there's some hesitation in leaving it off completely when that is another big project, if we're going to call out Lake Point on here as well.
Put it on.
Deborah and then Melanie.
I don't want it separate for the reason that Melanie said, but I know there's no friendly amendments. So in the economic development, is there a way to call out downtown? So promote, did we leave sustainable in? We did.
Yeah.
Promote sustainable economic development strategies that enhance downtown and attract residents, small businesses, and visitors. I mean, you know, somehow that we kind of call out. I don't know, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Melanie, Valerie and John.
I'm good with that, if we do it if we do it in the economic development plan, if we were to call it out, because I see value in that. And I think that's like the kind of leveling of the playing field as we have an economic development plan that Stephanie has shared with us. the specificity I would want it to include TOD. So downtown and TOD, I would not support it if we did not include both, because they are actually to me very related.
So these bullets under that one, that's what I mean.
No, I meant like one call, if we were to do a
If we
call
did
out,
that
it's he's
call out.
he's asking for, I think those two
A
are so
potential
related.
call out, if I may.
Yeah,
It could be very reflective of the Lake Point priority already. Continue
Yeah.
to seek opportunities to activate the downtown and TOD.
Yeah.
And it's on the same level.
Valerie?
I don't have a problem with putting it under economic development, but I also don't have a problem adding it to number 6, continue to seek opportunities to activate the Lake Point property and downtown, and like, they can be called out in one line.
should we have so the question is, like, I am very comfortable and I haven't been very comfortable in bullets. Those 2 points are so important. I'm okay with making them a bullet in economic development or having them a call out. I'm fine with either, but my concern is in language to our community, they want to see economic development up top. Although those 2 pieces are economic development in my view, I think if we have those 2 things above those 2 words, economic development, it's not gonna look good.
So if you start creating mega goals,
Well, it's more what we mean by economic development.
Okay.
I think, yeah. I think, I mean, I just want to.
You said you had it downtown and I was saying add downtown and TOD, for example, if we were to put it in one line.
So is this a separate standalone goal then? Is that what you're saying? That's part of economic development.
I guess my concern with making it standalone is that, and I think you said it as well, is that it would compete against
It will.
economic development. You'd be
Yeah.
competing it, and one of them probably wouldn't make it to number 5.
That's right.
And I agree with
So-
you, and that's why in just thinking in my own mind, what does economic development look like?
Yeah.
That might be a robust physical business community.
And I,
So
right.
there was
and
a
I-
friendly amendment that put
Well,
that.
I put that,
Yeah, I'm
yeah.
fine with that.
Well, and I guess what I was trying to say with strategies to attract residents, small business and tourists, I guess I was thinking of downtown, I mean, to me, those are those nexuses that would do that.
I liked what you're.
So she added downtown into that one.
Yeah.
And you got to get that.
Yeah, so,
Okay.
so now we have the goals, economic development goal reads, promote sustainable economic development strategies that enhance downtown and attract residents, small businesses and visitors.
That's great.
There you go.
Right.
That works.
All right. Anything else new? Go.
I need to check in for my colleagues, because I feel like I keep circling the airport on this, and maybe it's already addressed, or maybe we don't need to, but I feel some compulsion to add a new item that better spells out the financial path of the city. And we took FSP out, and they've got some recommendations, we're gonna adopt some of those, we're not gonna adopt some of those. I'm guessing that conversation isn't going to be wrapped by the end of 2024, then, so do we want to add something that better speaks to that? Sort of separate from what we were just talking about with places to shop, restaurants, attracting people in, et cetera, but tackling that financial piece more specifically. Do we feel like that's addressed, or am I missing something, or should we tackle that as a matter?
Yeah, I mean, I think we will have, we will have adopted the FSP by the end of the year. Now, well, and that will lay out, a multi-year then set of things that we're kind of semi-committing to do. But that will be something we will adopt by the end of the year. So I'm not sure exactly what the difference there is.
We had this discussion, you pulled it off.
Yeah.
For these very reasons. Are you wanting to add a new goal?
I guess I haven't, all we've seen so far is the preliminary report, and some of the indications I got from that is like, this is sort of a temporary thing, but we're going to need to tackle this in a bigger way long term, but maybe I have the wrong takeaways, or maybe I was just looking at it.
Sorry, I mean,
I think the explanation of the process. would be
Yeah.
good here.
yeah, I mean, this is something, the FSP is kind of a special kind of one-off because of kind of how close the lines were to crossing, but this is something that every council is gonna face every 2 years, is the lines are crossing 4 or 5 years out, or 2 or 3 years out, kind of depending on where things are. So that's kind of an ongoing thing, and I was thinking the budget was probably called out of that preamble. I don't have it in front of me anymore.
Financials.
So, you know, I think we're tackling the immediate need, which was, holy crud, we need to fix some stuff in the short term. And we'll have that finished this year, but, you know, and we'll amend, you know, whatever comes through from the FSP, we'll get that, we'll take it, we'll digest it, and then we'll pass something as a council, I don't know. Yet, but, and whatever that is, hopefully we'll have the lines crossing out in 2029, 2030 or something, right? So I don't know.
All right, if we feel like it's included in the preamble, the super priority, I can yield on this, but that's something I've heard from folks a lot, you know, that. Yeah, it's other, so, yeah, I would yield to others.
Anything else before we close this off? Okay. We should take about a 15-minute break. We're gonna transpose stuff onto the charts and we'll get ready for our finale. The finale. So are you guys?
I think so.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, no, that was a good
Yeah. Well, and it's also set, frankly, I think a better process for our end of year evaluation. Right, too, because it's always at the end of the year, you're like, you know, this is. Right, what do we need? Did we achieve that? Oh, yeah, get our,
All right, fun's over.
well, we got our ranking, I bet you wanna know what you're doing. For an hour.
I can't remember, I don't have that. Oh.
And you could bring your chair closer, if that's more comfortable.
One of us didn't, put their sticky on the.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not connected.
Thank you. Can I commit, can I? So how does this work?
You're gonna do a peer comparison, and say, is this higher than this? That's higher than this, and ask for all the answers. Is this higher than this? So you're.
We only have nine.
Yeah, we only have 9 now. Yeah, I know.
And so.
Yeah, actually, you're right.
That's awesome. Conversation always having.
Oh, no,
Should be like. What do they say?
No.
Yeah, I have to make my, I have to make my, no. I don't like this.
Different. And they have different political philosophies and or things.
It's so.
State center.
Better.
No.
Yeah.
Did you put your sticky out?
It's John, Don. I will not. I'm not committed. It's, I know, I don't know what it is yet. So I really don't know.
Yeah, still like that.
It's a hard decision.
Yeah.
It's like, you can have mine.
I'm happy I heard about the little park and development. I don't know about that. Little playground in the 20. I just walked and walked and I was like. You know what? It was just like. I mean. Yeah. Totally.
Well, it's less than.
If not.
That's right. Okay, we're gonna do our process. Lighting's not great.
Oh,
Maybe, could be true.
I'm not, I'm
Does the council feel like coming up a little closer, maybe moving their chairs, or can you see fine?
I can see it.
You can see you're comfortable, okay, or move.
He's gonna shout it out too.
Yeah.
Okay, so, okay, let's go. The fun part. It's like. So the process, to remind you again, is pair comparison. It's really a set of votes that causes each goal to be compared to every other goal. And so the council will vote, and I'll give you an example. This isn't the real thing, but here's how it's gonna go. We would start with the housing goal. Okay. And we'd say, okay, housing is up. All those first comparisons, housing versus climate action plan, all for housing. And then the council members that are for housing would raise their hand. 4 goes here, 3 goes here. Housing against transportation, same process. Housing against DEI, same process. At the end, you total it up, and they sort of begin to separate themselves in order. So that's the way it is. This best approximates your world as a policymaker. You're having to make decisions about important things, and you can't do it all. So now you find yourself in that zone. I'll ask. See, Anastasia, help me. Rob, make sure we get I like to have one other person watching, because council members will go. Like, oh man, and so we'll do that. We have 9 or goals, so it's okay. 9. So let's go pretty quick. So, any questions?
So where are my council members? One.
Sorry.
And I'll leave.
Oh, sorry, Ken.
Yeah, I need you in one spot. Yep. Where I can see your hands. Are you playing cards? Those brown graduates have always been trouble. Brown. You get the brown. I can do it. The 1, 2, 3, 4. Melanie, there. Okay, good. All right, ready?
Right.
All right, first up is housing. Preserve and increase all types of housing. This isn't the exact language, but we've been through it.
Do you want us to do you want to repeat that language? Please, at least like the first time.
Read the language. Oh, yeah, okay. We'll actually read the goal that's up against the others, and then, because Deborah pointed out, we don't have the full language, so you can hear it again. So, would you read the housing goal?
Preserve and increase availability for all types of housing at all income levels, including the needs of people experiencing homelessness.
Okay, so housing is gonna go up against all the rest. We don't need to read all the rest right now, right? No.
Right.
Okay. All right. Housing versus climate action plan, all for housing. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. 3, 4. See here. Housing versus enhanced multimodal transportation, all for housing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. 2. Housing versus implement DEIA, all for housing. 6. Housing versus Lake Point, all for housing. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. 3. Housing versus economic development strategies, all for housing. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3. Housing versus community engagement fund, all for housing. 1, 2, 5, 5, 2. Housing versus human services, all for housing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2. Housing versus parks and recreation, all for housing. 6. Next up, climate action plan. Do you want to read the climate action plan for us, Michelle?
Yes. Implement the adopted climate action plan and promote environmental stewardship, including water, air, forest, and habitat restoration and preservation.
Okay. Climate action plan versus multimodal transportation, all for climate action. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Actually, my hand is down, sorry, I
6.
yes.
Climate action plan versus DEIA, all for climate action. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. The climate action plan versus Lake Point, all for climate action. 5, 6. Climate action plan versus economic development, all those for climate action. 1, 2, 6. You need 1. Climate action plan versus community engagement and fun, all for climate action. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 0. Climate action plan versus human services, all for climate action. 5, 6. And finally, climate action plan versus parks and recreation, all for climate action. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. 7. Next up, enhanced multimodal transportation, Michelle.
enhance multimodal transportation, including pedestrian and bicycle safety.
Okay, ready? Multimodal transportation versus DEIA, all for transportation. 6. 1. Transportation versus Lake Point, all for transportation. 4, 5. 5, 2. Transportation versus economic development, all for transportation. 3. Transportation versus community engagement and fun, all for transportation. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3. Transportation versus human services, all for transportation. 3. Wait, hold on. Okay, sorry again. Transportation versus human services, all for transportation. 1, 2. 5. Finally, transportation versus parks and rec, all for transportation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, 1. Next up is implement DEI strategic plan, Michelle.
Implement the DEIA strategic plan, including social justice reform.
DEIA versus Lake Point, all for DEIA. 1, 2. DEIA versus economic development, all for DEIA. 1, 2. DEIA versus DEIA versus community engagement, all for DEIA. 1, 2, 3, 4. DEIA versus human services, all DEIA. 0. 7. And finally, DEIA versus parks and rec, all for DEIA. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Next up, Lake Point, Michelle.
Continue to seek opportunities to activate the Lake Point property.
Okay. Lake Point versus economic development, all for Lake Point. 1, 2. 5. Lake Point versus community engagement and fun, all for Lake Point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lake Point versus human services, all for Lake Point. 1, 2. Finally, Lake Point versus parks and recreation, all for Lake Point. 2, 3. Next up, economic development, Michelle.
Promote sustainable economic development strategies that enhance downtown and attract residents, small businesses, and visitors.
Okay. Economic development versus community engagement and fun, all for economic development. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Economic development versus human services, all for economic development. 1, 2, 3. Economic development versus parks and rec, all for economic development. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Next up, community engagement fund, Michelle.
Broaden community engagement and foster fun.
Okay. Community engagement fund versus human services, all for community engagement fund. 1, 2.
2.
2. Community engagement and fund versus parks and rec, all for community engagement fund. 1, 2, 4. 4, 2. It doesn't make sense, hold on.
Yeah.
Let's do this again. Community engagement fund versus parks and recreation, is that right?
Yes.
Right, all community engagement fund. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Sarah.
4, 3. Okay, this will be our final comparison, human services versus parks and recreation.
You want me to read both then?
Yes.
Human Services is finalize, adopt, and implement the Human Services Strategic Plan, and then the last one is explore opportunities to expand parks and recreation.
Okay. Human services versus parks and rec, all for human services. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Big break, we're gonna.
What happened? What happened to it? What happened? It's not to the old. I like that. Okay.
Oh, that little place. My way.
I learned like. Each other.
Yeah. Cool.
Wow, you're good. I just like. Every time you're. I'm so naive. I did every year. I would tell my heart, you know.
You're better than me.
But you can't help but take the temperatures of real. I didn't look. I didn't look. So this one's 23.
I don't pay attention to what other people are doing. I'm just.
But you don't either. Yeah, I know. But I mean, Val and David was always super.
I was the first one who 6'1", but I keep myself.
Yeah, don't look. Okay, I was trying to get Larry. It's fine, I know, it's fine. Take the lesson first. We shouldn't be, we shouldn't be spending time reading.
When you high card, when you.
No, we just comparison to. I guess they do the same. 4, 3.
I don't think they're. Okay, so let's get
This processing.
Community engagement. Well, as long as there's not a lot of snow.
Yeah.
Was OD yesterday, but I just had one.
You do that. I think there might be one, so that. I might have it.
We'll do this.
Why did our thing? Oh, why is our camera off?
No.
Oh dear.
Did the owl die?
Anastasia, the owl.
I don't think it's meant to go for that long.
You're killing the owl.
Yeah, we are. We're killing our owl over this. This is like a long stretch with no break.
I actually kind of, oh, it's because this is unplugged.
Oh.
Okay.
It'll move here for us. There she goes.
So I'm gonna do a final comparison on those.
We good?
The 14s.
So, here we go. Climate action is 1. Yeah. Okay, 48 votes. Housing 2, 3 is 36. Economic development, 4 at 32. Multimodal transportation at 5. Historically, this is the cut line for your manager's evaluation.
I'm gonna stop working on Lake Point.
Well, you gotta know when to say when. In some ways, I mean, okay, so 6 Lake Point, community engagement, EIA, Parks and Rec. There you have it. Conversation.
We need a 10.
No, what?
I might suggest, and I just want to say for next year for consideration, I see community engagement and fun and DEIA being meaningful together. Because, you know, expanding that together. It's just a thought, is a brainstorm that came to me as we were going through. It doesn't make a difference with this vote today. I just thought I'd say it out loud. I think as we're doing community engagement, we're doing it through a DEI lens. It's just a thought of mine. I know we have more of a social justice element in the way we frame this, but it's just for consideration.
Other comments? Yes.
Yeah, if I'm riffing off that, I would say that DIA is part of our overarching and belongs in the preamble.
Yeah.
Second.
That is good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the first,
Let's go off.
Yeah, we did, yeah.
That'll take a whole council vote.
I mean, yes, that's true, but also this is specific to getting the plan passed,
Yes, great.
which is a specific piece. of-
For next year, we said.
Yeah, possibly,
So
yeah.
remember, these will all be listed, you have 9 listed. Your top 5 are really driving stuff, but it doesn't mean you're not doing things in these areas. It's just, the other thing is, when choices have to be made at the operational level, they're gonna look at what your priorities are. So, other comments or thoughts, what do you see on this? Deborah?
I am struggling a little at how Lake Point didn't get in the top 5, and I don't know the implications of that, given that we are going to, I mean, you know, we are currently and we plan to be fairly engaged on that issue, so I'm just curious what thoughts
I know,
staff have.
like, with Lake Point, either you do it or you don't, right? Like, it's either you give it or you're all, or you don't. And so,
Well, that's, I guess, why I wanted to raise that.
Yeah.
Because yeah, I mean, it clearly was a community priority, and
yeah,
I don't know what we're saying. I mean, I frankly voted it number 1. And, you know, but I was obviously the only one that did that. So, so I'd be just, I don't know what the implications are. So, yeah.
Well, just speaking to that a little bit, I mean, the fact that it's up there still means it's a priority of the council. It's not, I mean, you're right in that we're not evaluating the staff on whether or not they get this done.
And there's a lot to get done.
There's a lot to get done. But I think it's, Lake Point is interesting because it's such a specific project and it includes elements of so many of the other ones that came in first. It touches climate action and restoration. It touches conversations on housing. It touches economic development. We've had those conversations all
Right.
with Lake Point, which is, it's interesting, but that's not to say that it's not wanted by our council.
Melanie?
Okay.
Yeah, I wanna check on, I was, Nathan covered it, but I see Lake Point as part of climate action and economic development in particular. And so in a way, it's there, there's a part of me that, like, would like to see it in the top 5 somehow. And that's where, as we were talking when we're doing this planning, we're gonna be doing these again as we evaluate our priorities. Adding, I'm glad we pared down to 9 this year. Human services, adding that is so important. I actually think that that's what impacted Lake Point. That's my guess. My sense is, like I would say on my votes, like my pairing for transportation and Lake Point transportation was well below Lake Point. Like Lake Point was my number 3 as I was going through my votes. And I had economic development 1 above that. So I went environment, EV.
I guess the question is, are we saying to take the pedal off the metal on Lake Point? Are we saying that as a council?
It wasn't on the metal.
Yeah, it's not as high as it was last year, or this year, I should say.
I think it's important to include it in the approach to climate action and economic development, and if we want housing, but I like the idea of solar panels now there. So I think the Lake Point fits into the others very clearly.
So, and what Matt said was it was on the same ranking as last year?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
It is, although I feel like we did disproportionate amount of work for where it landed and the priorities, and so I guess I was just trying to recognize the sheer amount of energy that would need to go into Lake Point to make it a reality. But
Jim?
This is where the question of the level of effort
yeah,
is expected, and so they can't all be 100%. You have 100%, and how are you dividing it up? Where is the level of effort going? That's kind of what staff needs to know, is how
So,
much effort is spent on these priorities.
well, according to these priorities, the level of effort theoretically would be high to low. Now, if, in other words, if your number one goal, you said, this is compared to everything else, this is your number one priority. But if I'm a city manager, would I put all my energy into just that? No, because you're pushing his evaluation, and it's not just about evaluation, but the whole point of marrying the operational side to your goals is you synchronize the delivery system to what you say today, over this one-time retreat, now through this process, are your priorities. So that's how you link that delivery system. So in the perfect world that I don't live in, but wish I did, that would get a lot more attention than this is gonna get. Where the stuff, now, in this conversation, it's kind of interesting. It says, well, you know what? We could actually take Lake Point and say, operationally, it's actually gonna be a component of some of their top priorities because it touches them. So I'm gonna do less, maybe, and I'll just make this up, I'm gonna maybe do less here. Because Lake Point now is gonna come in, and I'm gonna, so that's the art form of the manager and their team. You know, being able to say, okay, I'm gonna do that. The other stark reality is you set your priorities, but if you got a phone call tomorrow from the owner of this property saying, I'm ready to sell the property, let's just do this. But it's done. That's what he's done.
yeah,
So why wouldn't you just do it?
There's a lot of negotiation.
yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I want to push you hard on setting priorities. It drives your city, it communicates to your community. You've had a day, almost 2 days now, of data. You had research that came and said, this is what our community likes and what they want. You've taken that all in. And you didn't just come here this afternoon and do this. This is the accumulation of all of that. So, other comments or questions? Melanie?
I have two. One, you know, I, based on what Deborah said and where we are, we could, if we wanted to, and I'm just saying, I'm open for repairing, say, human services through Lake Point and doing a vote off on that to make sure we all understand how our votes impacted those key criteria. Or we could just choose this as a one and done, which is what we always do. I don't think we need to go too far down, but I actually was like, Lake Point Transportation, what is our big initiative in Lake and transportation that's different than what we've been doing? Like, I mean, maybe we have something, I don't, like, that's that, I was actually gonna say, maybe pair Lake Point Transportation, is that it? Or, I know that housing and human services, those two things actually go very much together and they are aligned with that, it's hard to separate housing and human services in people's priorities sometimes, so like, where do we want more emphasis? But I would say I'd be comfortable with a transportation Lake Point vote off and make sure that we have it set up right. But I think philosophically, we have been talking about overarching connections. I'm fine with Lake Point being 6, but it doesn't feel right with the level of effort that's there, not calling it out in the top 5.
Nigel and Joe.
Yeah, I mean, I understand where folks are coming from, but also I don't think just holding a revote right afterwards. I mean, we all weighed these against each other as we took our votes. This is how it shook out, and I don't think
just because somebody didn't like how, something came at 6, and I get, I get Deb's concern, but I can't imagine why it would turn out different unless people are switching their votes
Yeah,
up,
no, I know, I just wanna recognize the implications, that's all.
Right, I'm a little reluctant to go back
Yeah.
voting, but.
I don't think it would
Yeah.
be bad.
I second Nigel and that sentiment, and think we had, a good discussion. We voted.
So the next step would be, in given this discussion, and we have time for more discussion in terms of answering a question, particularly for staff, what does this mean? I mean, the manager and leadership team will look at this and say, okay, this is what we can do. This is the level of effort we're gonna propose to you. And that will come to you in terms of budget and other activities. With many of my clients, when they see this and that piece happens, I've had leadership teams come back and say, your number 4 goal is so big. I need money to do that. I cannot do that. So there's a reconciliation between this system today, because we haven't pushed money down on you. We haven't pushed time. We've caused you to be visionary if you can and think as you should in the policy role more at the macro level. But the next step is the reality piece. How much, and we heard at the beginning, the staff's feeling pushed. Now, so the way that gets manifested here is a real work plan comes back to you and says, this is all I can do on this. If you want me to do this, if you want me to make progress on Lake Point, if some opportunity comes up, I'm gonna have to feather back on something else. And I would hope as a policy body, you'd be open to that. The question would be, does the manager and the team feel empowered to do something like that? Because this has it's lower on the list. It's about where it was last year, I think, almost, maybe exactly.
Yeah.
That was 6.
Right, so, and I think, maybe here you.
What do you guys think about what Nigel just said, about any of the leadership today?
Pardon?
Just Michael's wanting to get thoughts on being able to feather back or being able to adjust things based on money and time. You guys feel like we can do that?
What I heard is you're gonna come back.
Yeah.
Shortly with what we think in 2025 can be accomplished within these, right? Oh, you're asking staff, I thought you were asking us, oh, okay,
Leadership team.
okay.
Yeah, I guess I expected Lake Point to be much higher up, just based on all of the work that's been done just recently.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that body of work is truly representative of a number 6. I don't think so. I think what's been done so far, in comparison to these would, in my mind, bring it up a lot further. So, I don't know what that means for the future.
So we're talking about 2 different things, kind of, and it's subtle. We're talking about the policy body's priorities, which don't necessarily translate in to the volume of work. So you could have a high priority, and I've seen this before, which actually doesn't have a very big body of work, but it's very important to the policy body. Just like you can have this one, as you just said, which is lower, below the halfway point for sure. It's a huge body of work. So the question that you're now raising is to the council, do you want us to dial back on that body of work? And if I'm on the council, I'm gonna go, well, I don't know. You have to tell me what it is you can do relative to because that's kind of relative to the work that's involved in these other things.
I would say a lot of this really just comes into play with FSP in the next budget. If you'll notice the 2, 3, and 4 in the city manager's office alone. And that's a lot of body of work for the existing staff. So if we are to pay a lot of attention to those things, what does that mean? Does that mean more resources, more funding? We have to go through our budget process to find out what we actually can do. So it's really, I think it's too difficult for us to say what we can do until we figure out how much money we're gonna have and what kind of resources we're gonna get.
Right.
Development services would be in 2 and 4 also.
Stephanie.
Well, I was coming back to this exercise over here about possible funding strategies, and to me, I kind of feel like we informed this decision based on that. I mean, you know what I mean? Because I'm looking at this, I'm thinking funding strategy 2 or 4, and have us going to the ballot this year. That doesn't make sense with this number 6 priority for Lake Point. And that's where I'm coming from, and looking at that going, how do you reconcile that exercise with that? So I think it kind of, and to me, I would think it kind of eliminates those for this year. I would pose that question to the council, who will lead on this?
Joe? Yeah, I think that's an important question to be discussed at some point where we have more time, but I'm baffled by the perception of difference when it maintains the same ranking as it did last year. You know, all that work got done, important work, at the level it was, and it's still the same level.
But I would kind of say, yes, all that work got done with Lake Point at number 6, or at Lake Point at number 6. And you're still expecting an additional body of work to continue working on. And I don't think you should hide it. You know, saying, oh, well, you know, we'll still get it done because you can hide it in goals 1, 2, and 3.
Right.
That makes no sense to me, because then the expectation is you're still looking at a number 6 goal as the same as you are as 1, 2, and 3.
Right.
John's up first, then Mel.
Yeah, I mean, just speaking for myself, I'm a little more bearish on Lake Point. So to me, yeah, I think we did over throttle effort in relation to where it was at number 6. So I think curtailing some of that overemphasis, like, and dropping it back down to whatever would be perfect for number 6 that seems in order to me personally, just speaking from my part, but I can't speak for everybody else.
So before Mel, just quickly, my impression of Lake Point over the years is it's had this sort of strange history where it's been active, like a volcano, then dormant. Active, then dormant. And so that raises a question about how nimble your organization is in the moment. Because there are times when all of a sudden, here comes an opportunity. I don't know if that's the case here. And so, and many times an organization would maybe stop doing something up here because the moment has arrived for something that's been going for a while. And that hasn't been the history of Lake Point. Melanie?
Yeah, I think I'm in there. I've always considered Lake Point an environmental project, which is our top priority. So if we have to allocate time on climate action and environmental stewardship to Lake Point, I see that as a clear fit, and you say, this is something we are working on because of that.
And you dial back on.
On maybe something else.
That was my point.
I mean, like, yeah, I mean, and it could be economic development or housing, but honestly, my strongest emphasis and where I've always placed it has been in environment. So it is an environmental project. It's all, and I see it as, we have to put that into play. That, so if we have the climate action plan and Lake Point is a part of that, which maybe it's not listed in there, I need to look at it, but I consider that shoreline restoration, environmental work that fits within that category. We're like, this is getting that attention because of that. But the place that has to work on it is actually in this, you know, planning city manager's office, right? Like, if we're gonna put a ballot measure or any other things. So it's a complex issue about where it fits. I'm fine with it being number 6. If we have to work on it, like you're saying, we're nimble, we'll do it. Something's gonna give. And that's just the way it goes.
I'm just gonna be super concrete. So up there, we have Lake Point due diligence, Lake Point park conceptual plan, Lake Point developer working with them, and grants. All of those are large things. Are we saying, or not, are we saying to Rob and staff that we want him to dial back on any of those? Because this is what I see happened here. So, and if we're not saying that, I want to hear that, because then he can dial back on something else. So.
Well, and I think a question is, you know, are we ready for the ramp up for human services? Where are we at with that? You know, like as a priority, you know, that's one department. Yeah, I'm just saying something out loud, just as a, you know, like, you know, that action item that we fully support, and clearly that work is gonna get done by Tandy no matter what. Does it merit a number 3 with that strategic plan with the level of effort and breadth that is going into Lake Point.
But
I'm
that's
just
what
throwing
we
that
already
out.
voted on.
I know we already did,
Yeah.
but like, as we're discussing this, I think it's a fair question.
I mean, part of what I like about this process is that we don't debate it afterwards. And I have to say, I'm not super happy with this discussion because I just think it undermines the way that we've done this. And I think the way we do this allows everyone to have a fair vote and a fair voice after we've discussed everything and then to get our priorities up. I think debating it after the fact, I just don't think it's helpful to the process. I would also say that, you know, if we're looking at all of this, yes, but also the major work with all this is gonna happen once we're actually on the ballot. Personally, I was more of a funding strategy 3 person and didn't see us on the ballot.
2024, 25. Those are the major pieces of work before the funding measure in 26. I was just asking for the implications. I do not want to revote. I am asking for the implications of it being number 6, which is okay. I want to know, are we saying to back off any of those things? And if we're not, I think Rob needs to hear that.
I don't think we are.
Joe?
Okay.
Yeah, I would say if, okay, you don't think there
I don't think we are.
I don't think we are.
Number 6 last year, number 6.
I don't think we are, but I think he needs to be able to figure out how to manage staff if we're not backing off anything there.
Bella?
What's happening up there is 2025.
Yeah.
So what is happening now, how you're running things now, what's in process now continues through the end of the year.
In the near future, am planning to come to you with about a $1.5 million budget to do those big arrows up there. Those
Yeah.
horizontal arrows through mid-2026. And that $1.5 million budget is gonna be coming to you in the next month or two. You know, we have to also bring the property owner along.
Yeah.
But assuming the property owner is on board, we're gonna be bringing that $1.5 million budget to do the ecology, the testing, the design work.
Yeah.
And so I'm assuming that's still a thing.
And that's a 2024 start at least.
Yeah, but it's gonna set a workload for 2 years.
Sure. At this point.
Melanie, Nathan, John.
And I'm just to say, reading the room based on our Lake Point conversation and these votes up here that we've got so far. I don't think we're grounded enough to put Lake Point much higher. That's how it fell. Me and Deborah may have been highest on the votes on that. I'm just guessing, I'm whoever, however it should. But I think based on that ambiguity that many of us, not me so much, were concerned about, it fell. And I think that's fine. And
Didn't fall.
well, I mean, it didn't rise. It did not rise, is maybe a better language.
Nathan and John.
From what I've heard from my colleagues on the council, we still think that this is important, particularly because there's opportunity right now, and that's the thing. But at the same time, I think we're all keenly aware that there's a lot of unknowns as well. There are a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of ambiguity. It could fall apart tomorrow. And so to put that at number 1, knowing that this project could die tomorrow is a very big investment and ask in terms of priorities. I mean, I think that's probably why it didn't shift. The opportunity, I think, was also leveled out, knowing a lot of what's going on and the back and forth with that. But that doesn't mean that we don't want to see it through. And I think maybe if we reach certain benchmarks that give us more assurance, that could probably jump a lot higher.
So just come to you, John, just a second, but hypothetical. So a year from now, would those bodies of work with that 1.5 million be mostly done?
Mid-2026.
Mid-2026. So a year from now, this configuration might look very different.
Yeah, a year from now, we may have a lot more.
Okay, John and then Valerie.
I just wanted to make a point, just so that we don't forget, and this is kind of, what Nigel said, is that the Lake Point was 6. It's still at 6. Well, we did all this work, even though it's 6, it's still 6, but just want to make sure we don't forget that came with a cost. Long hours, extra money, and not working on some of these other priorities. So I just don't want us to forget that we didn't just fit it in, we sacrifice a lot of things to get that done, and we need to ask ourselves, is that sustainable for a year? You know, with all the other priorities and work-life balance, I just want to make sure we don't forget that we just didn't fit it in.
That first morning conversation, I heard the council say, don't crash your life or anything you're doing. That's what I heard you say. That they did not endorse you doing that. So somehow, and then I'm just thinking, I'm doing the facilitator thing, that's what I thought I heard you say. If I didn't hear that, then someone would tell me, but I think they did. So I would hope that whatever work plan you had going forward would reflect that, and that may reflect lesser in some of these other areas. That would be up to you. So Valerie.
Well, I just want to reflect that, you know, Lake Point is still sort of at the midpoint, and we still have things to the right of Lake Point that still matter. It's not like the city's not gonna put effort into all of those places. And I hear that you have $10 and you've got to spread it over the whole wall. But I don't want to make such a big deal about Lake Point being 6 when clearly we still care about everything to the right of it. You know, and we have to do our best with what we have. And again, I think going back to these funding measures, I don't think we should forget about this. I think we should act on this. I think we should get ourselves, you know, lined up for funding strategy 1, as it has narrowly beat out the others. And I think we should continue to pay attention to engagement and fun.
I have a question about that relative to the work plan that's implicated here, yet to be developed, but just suggested here. One of the most important driving things and drivers in that conversation yesterday, it seemed to me, was this notion that we have to go out in November and do something.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking as a result of all this conversation, the way this is shaped out, that's no longer a pressure on today. That's all.
I think, I mean, I would sense like the option's still open for maybe something like a human services thing, but hearing some released pressure potentially on Lake Point, I think there's probably less moving pieces and things to consider with like an MPD.
Yeah, and we can also, I think, more thoroughly address this if we want at another council meeting. If there's an implication for it, I fully expected Rob to go forward with the schedule he had proposed to us for the fall and the rest of it. And or also the important considerations that Nathan was alluding to that I don't think we should. I think maybe more appropriate also a component of that for executive session.
And May 6th is coming up. So the Lake Point decision and discussion with all the information that's coming before us is not done. So, you know, this vote what we've done with our priorities doesn't change what our votes are on things as they come before us. This is the priority that we're laying out for the land. It's fine. That when we make decisions as a council, we are not bound to which thing goes first on what is right for our community when we're making an individual project vote. So this to me means not a lot except, oh shoot, it's not going where I want it to go right now, and that's okay. I can handle that. That's part of the body, right? And you know, how can I think of ways but I'm leaving that behind. Lake Point's not decided whether or not we go for the MPD, whether or not we choose one of these decisions that says yes, is gonna make a difference. That's fine. I think we're good.
Other comments, observations, questions?
Not really thankful for this. I know this was a lot of work. Thanks for giving us a big chunk of your weekend, and for those of you who have day jobs, thanks for giving us a Friday. I'm inspired by this. I really am enthusiastic about it. I think we can figure this out. We'll have some good conversations with the leadership team in the coming weeks, but we'll figure it out. I think we can. And I definitely don't want to neglect our core functions and organizational health. That's something that I can always be spending more time on than I do is organizational health. But yeah, I'm hopeful. So thank you very much.
Okay. Any other comments? Any parting? We're coming to the close. Joe?
That, I think, in my term of doing this, has been the most input into something this weighty from staff that I've heard yet. And it's awesome, even though we may seem to be somewhat of a difference of opinion, like we're all debating all our stuff and our points, and you're emphasizing, we're doing a hell of a lot of work, which you are. And we do have to remember that. It's important for you to bring that up, and I appreciate it.
And I wanna say to Nigel's point, the one and done on vote, I think it's incredibly important that we actually discuss the implications of our decisions, even if we don't change them. I think it's fine that we have this conversation. I'd be disappointed if we didn't have the courage to look at what we did.
David? When we were doing this activity, it actually brought me back to our mini retreat back in January and that bipolarity thinking and how this kind of pits everything against each other. But a lot of them work in unison with one another and can be done together. And so the fact that we're having this conversation, we have to pick one over the other, I don't think is always fair, knowing that there are other ways about this.
Good point. Valerie?
Yeah, that's one of the things that I really appreciate most when you all bring the agenda to the council, where you list out what the priorities are, and it's rarely only one. You know, we often see 3 or 4 boxes ticked, and, you know, those are great things. And I'm pretty sure that I've been transparent about how phenomenal I think you all are, so thank you.
Yeah, agreed. They are.
All right, okay, anything else? I think we're there.
Yeah, so we'll put these on a consent agenda in the coming weeks, and we'll be figuring out how to make this all work in the next biennium.
Okay, and we'll do a report. We do, we're here, hold on to the summary report. I want to thank you, we worked really hard. Covered so many issues with these,
Yeah.
this retreat, phenomenal.
What do you guys think about the venue?
That's good.
I love this place.
Yeah.
Great room.
This works.
Yes, John got the special room, but not having been done.
This room works, right?
Yeah, that's great. I like the big wall in the back, to that purpose there,
Yeah.
that's great. The food was terrific.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Really nice. of you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank Mike. Hey, yeah, thank you. It's an us thing. It's an us thing.
There you go.
Okay.
Oh, it's.
All right, nothing more comes first, the council is adjourned.